In front of the training room, the ape youth bowed respectfully at the guardian Candeli and later became a beam of light and left. You 12 wait for a moment, the guardian Candeli smiled. Luo Feng looked curiously at the old man. The other geniuses were also curious. As Candeli smiled, this is the first time for you all entering the training room. Let me give you some advice. First, go look for the place where you will stay for the next 30 years, then enter the virtual universe and request to enter the heavenly bridge. Enter the heavenly bridge. Luo Feng and the rest were curious. Once you enter the virtual universe network and enter the heavenly bridge, you'll understand. Candeli smiled indifferently. You can leave now. The guardian didn't wish to speak any more. Luo Feng and his group could only leave. Leaving the residence, Luo Feng separated from the 12 and began looking for his quarters. The amount of area Primal Chaos City had was vast except for several special constructs. The rest of the buildings were identical, and most of the doors were white, meaning there wasn't anybody living in there. Where should I choose to live for the next 30 years? Luo Feng pondered. I'll choose the center of the city, the quieter buildings. The city leader's residence was the center of the entire city. Surrounding this residence were many buildings, which were mostly empty. Luo Feng very quickly found a more deserted living quarters. Standing before the door, he placed his hand on it. D. The door made several noises and simultaneously started to turn gray, from white to gray, until it finally stopped. Welcome, Master, an electronic voice resounded. Luo Feng entered the living quarters. The first level was an extremely huge living room. Within it, the facilities were incredibly luxurious and advanced. The electronic voice continued, I am a service AI. During your time of stay, I will service you whatever you need, for example food, drinks, etc. Please feel free to order. Luo Feng followed the stairs upwards and became a beam of light, immediately reaching the balcony on the 3rd floor. On that balcony, there were several casual markings left behind by warriors that had trained there before. However, they were random and unruly, even though he could faintly feel some of their special energies. However, after seeing one of the 52 Primal Chaos tablet, he didn't have much interest in such random messy scribbles. His time in the primal universe was extremely valuable. He couldn't waste any of it on such low-efficiency methods. From today on, I'll truly begin my training days within Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, he could see warriors training hard on their balconies. Many of them had almost similar appearances. Their hairs had grown extra long, almost as though they hadn't moved in many years. I'll first enter the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region, Villa 1136. Luo Feng appeared within his villa. Your Majesty. A group of staff and waiters bowed. Luo Feng nodded and asked simultaneously, request to enter Heavenly Bridge. Understood. On his shoulder, the fist-sized virtual helper Babata immediately connected to the Virtual Universe main system and requested very quickly. A sound rang in Luo Feng's mind. Identity confirmed. Luo Feng, you've gained eternal access to enter the Heavenly Bridge. We hope you work hard and reach the end of the Heavenly Bridge. Beginning transfer. Shua. Luo Feng immediately vanished from the villa. Virtual Universe, within a special space. This was an endless ocean. The waves flowed one after another. And above the ocean there was one single beautiful island, beside it were 52 ports, and every port had an endless bridge extending out of it, all the way till the end of the horizon, almost as though it was connecting into the distant horizon. These 52 bridges completely covered the entire air above the ocean. Above the ocean, there was even a slight mist, making one unable to see clearly above the ocean. With the mist engulfing everything, it made the bridges look mystical and dreamy. Luo Feng suddenly appeared in a plaza in the center of the island. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you've come too. There were already 9 other youths there. Luo Feng looked. These 9 were those that had studied the 9 universe tablet together with him. Do you all know just what this place is? Luo Feng asked, curiously. You can ask the Lord Watchman. The 9 pointed. Not too far away, there stood in the plaza a man dressed in a black star robe. He had 4 ears, no nose, his entire being seemed friendly as he smiled and walked over. How are you, Luo Feng? I am the Heavenly Bridges Watchman Bevan, however I prefer others to call me Watchman. How do you do, Lord Watchman? Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Let me introduce you. The Watchman Bevan nodded. This Heavenly Bridge is built specifically for the 52 primal chaos tablets. Over the trillions of years, our universe humanity has had many people studying the 52 primal chaos tablets. Hence, within Primal Chaos City, they naturally formed 52 sects. The Watchman Bevan exclaimed. For example, you all studied the 9 universe tablet. Naturally you will belong to the 9 universe sect and will be one of their members. However, while you've all studied the same tablet, your comprehension levels will be different, and only the strong ones will receive another chance to study the tablet from Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Another chance to study. After just one study of the 9 universe tablet, he had already understood his direction and training for quite a while. This level of improvement and growth was very addictive. If he could study the tablet once again, how perfect would that be? How does one prove his strength? That doesn't rely on words. The Watchman Bevan smiled. Hence we've built this heavenly bridge within the virtual universe. By passing each level and reaching further would mean one's strength is growing. On this island there are 52 bridges, each for the 52 tablets. You studied the 9 universe tablet, hence you will venture into the 9 universe heavenly bridge. This 9 universe bridge is incredibly long. Each level gets harder. There are a total of 27 levels. If one can pass the first level, he'd receive another chance to study the tablet. Every time one passes a level, he'd receive another chance. The Watchman Bevan smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. All Luo Feng realized. Right. The ape youth they had met at the entrance of the training room before, he had said, I've successfully passed the 6th level, I get another 7 days to study. Obviously one would get another chance after passing one level. However, the heavenly bridge is extremely hard to pass. The Watchman Bevan exclaimed. For young people such as yourselves, normally you wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. Luo Feng was shocked. The 9 universe heavenly bridge has a total of 27 levels. The further you make, it represents your understanding of the 9 universe tablet is getting deeper and stronger. If you fully comprehend the entire tablet, you'd be able to make it past all 27 levels. However, that's simply too difficult. Even the Undyings normally only make it to level 10. The Watchman Bevan sighed. If you can make it to the 18th level, you'd be an Undying. That's Almost invincible, making it to level 21. One can become a universe country leader. What Luo Feng was shocked. Making it to level 21, one can become a universe country leader. Becoming a universe country leader was incredibly difficult, then one could only imagine how hard it was to make it to level 21. Even becoming undying was incredibly difficult, hence making it to level 10 of the tower was already impressive. As for the highest level 27, only those that fully comprehended the entire 9-universe primal chaos tablet could accomplish it. That was too far away. Work hard, the watchman Bevan smiled. This is the path to the pinnacle. There've been many who've walked down the 52 paths in humanity. The moment you pass the 18th level, you'd also receive the right to become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City. You don't need any slots in the name lists or anything else. All Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Eternal member of Primal Chaos City. However, passing 18 levels was simply too difficult. Those that entered before have failed. The watchman Bevan looked at Luo Feng and the group. Next one, go past the heavenly bridge. I'll go. The 9 that arrived there, one after another, they became beams of lights that flew towards the 9-universe heavenly bridge. After 2 minutes, the watchman said, another failure. Next one. Another failure. Next. Failure. Next. All have failed. There's only you, Luo Feng, left. At this time, the number of new people trying to pass the bridge was a total of 12, 2 of which had tried before Luo Feng arrived, and the 11 before him had all failed, leaving only Luo Feng left. This made him feel extreme pressure. Obviously, passing the bridge is extremely hard. These were all geniuses, and there were 3 from the absolute beginning region, yet none of them had even passed the first level. Luo Feng, work hard. The watchman Bevan smiled at him. From this batch, including the close to 900 who've tried before, up to 90 have tried passing the bridge. So many, except for Bolin, no one else has passed the first level. What Luo Feng was shocked. There were many that had entered the training rooms earlier. Luo Feng had to spend his first day in the tower, hence he and this batch of youth geniuses could only now go through the trials. This was completely normal. Bolin is very strong. He continuously passed both the first and second levels, receiving 2 extra chances to study. The watchman Bevan exclaimed. As for the rest, even the other Primal Region member Long Yun couldn't even pass the first level. None of them did. Stress. Luo Feng felt tremendous pressure from his batch of geniuses, Bolin, Long Yun, Jiao Laishi. They had all tried passing the bridge, based on the time they entered the training room. During the time Luo Feng entered his, those that had chosen the huge axe tablet, Rong Jun and the Manka youth Wuka had yet to enter theirs. Hence, the only remaining geniuses from the absolute beginning that had yet to go through the bridge were Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka. Go on. The watchman Bevan looked with anticipation at Luo Feng. So Luo Feng became a beam of light and immediately headed towards the extremely long heavenly bridge. From afar, he could see that the bridge he headed to had the stone tablet with the words 9 Universe on it. The heavenly bridge extended way beyond the horizon, with a white mist engulfing it, and the ocean below choppy with waves. The moment Luo Feng entered the 9 Universe bridge, within his mind Babada's voice resounded. Luo Feng, we just received a mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company. What does it say? Luo Feng asked. It's the points reward system, Babata said. Points. Luo Feng stood on the bridge, excited. Within there were many, incredibly valuable items within the virtual universe company, like the level 5 spirit. Weapons and swords were only worth about 10 points, even the life fruits one could exchange for this level of wealthy exchange was enough to make others speechless. However, one had to have sufficient points to exchange for them. Even with a crazy amount of wealth, within the virtual universe company, they only recognized the point system. Point system exchange. There are many ways to gain more points. Right now in Primal Chaos City, you have one way to gain more points, that's to pass the Heavenly Bridge, Babata said. There's a total of 27 levels in the 9-universe bridge. Passing the first level, you'll get 100 points. Passing the second, you'll get 200. Passing the third, you'll get 400 points. They compound as you go further, 800, 1600, 3200. Luo Feng calculated quickly, if one were to pass over 10 levels, 20 levels, the points would be absurd. However, simply passing the 21st level, one would be able to become a universe country leader. This showed how hard obtaining the points truly was. Luo Feng, the male, even says that since you are a new person to Primal Chaos City, to the youth geniuses, the virtual universe company has a special reward system. As long as one passes the levels in their first 30 years of their initial stay, they will get tenfold of their rewards, meaning in these 30 years, if you pass the first level, your reward is 1,000 points. The second level being 2,000 and so on and so forth. This 10 times reward is only for first-timers and new people to Primal Chaos City. In the future, when you're enter the city, there'll be no such good thing. Luo Feng nodded. Originally, the first couple of levels were 100 points and 200. Right now they were 1,000 and 2,000 instead. This was a special reward for the youths. However, as they were youths, many had simply just begun comprehension of the origin laws. As the watchman Bevan had said earlier, of the 1,000 geniuses that entered in this batch, close to 900 had tried, and other than Bolin, no one had even passed the first level. Wishing to get points. Difficult. I'll give it a shot. Luo Feng looked at a heavenly bridge that extended forever. He finally squinted his eyes and became a beam of light flying forward. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng and that 12 were considered the later ones to go through the test. Others like Bolin and Jiao Laishi, Ai Chen, etc., many had already tested earlier on, and they swiftly understood more about Primal Chaos City already. If one wants to become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City, there should be several methods. However, the most impressive would be passing the 18th level on the Heavenly Bridge. Anyone who passes the 18th level on the bridge, that would be an invincible being even amongst the undying, and they'd earn the right to open their own subsect within Primal Chaos City. Jiang Mo exclaimed. 52 sects. There are indeed many subsects. Qian Shuang nodded. To be able to open a subsect is very impressive, Jiang Mo said. Within their own sect, they have extremely high achievements. However, to be able to enter these subsects, to listen to the strong warriors give lessons, one still has to at least pass the third level. These were the sacred training grounds of the entire humanity. There were 52 great sects, and within each there were many strong warriors with their sub-sects, and to be able to gain the recognition of the city leader, to have the right to create one's own subsect and be a leader, one has to at least pass the 18th level. These sub-sect leaders purely gave lessons. The disciples would go listen. One had to pass the third level to gain the right to go listen to the classes. If one couldn't even pass the third level, he didn't have the right to go listen at all. 52 primal chaos tablets, with different levels of profoundness, Jiang Mo exclaimed. Of the 52 bridges, some only have 21 levels, some have 24 and some have 27, while the highest being 32. These 52 primal chaos tablets, of which only the huge axe tablet Heavenly Bridge has 32 levels. The levels of the bridge was a definite reflection of the profoundness of the primal chaos tablet. That was because for all the bridges, passing level 21 would mean that person could become a universe country leader. Being more profound doesn't mean it's better. Qian Shui shook her head, too. Produce a universe country leader is extremely difficult, even though these 52 tablets have different levels of profoundness. However, out of trillions of geniuses, hardly anyone ever reaches level 21. If one can't even pass level 21, then the huge axe tablet's later levels, what point is there? Right? Jiang Mo nodded. Within the 52 primal chaos tablets, the 9 universe tablet was considered one of the more profound tablets, ranking in the top 5. Of course, before becoming a universe country leader, discussing which tablet was more profound had no meaning at all, just like the 9 universes. 9 pictures, especially the last 3 pictures, Luo Feng couldn't feel anything from them whatsoever. They were simply absurd. He couldn't even feel a trace of their origin laws. Primal Chaos City, within a certain 9-level pagoda. Primal Chaos City was made up of most identical buildings and training quarters. However, several special constructs represented special areas and status. On the 7th level of the 9-level pagoda, a lady dressed in a black cotton dress was sitting cross-legged. The bottom half of her body was a huge snake tail. The snake tail coiled around and allowed her to sit cross-legged. Her expression was unclear and hard to discern. Only her eyes were bright and resplendent, almost like the stars. Like an entire galaxy was within, extremely enticing. "You've come," a hoarse voice resounded from the snake-tailed lady. "Haha." A tall and sturdy man, dressed in golden armor, with golden fur on his face, a strong-looking ape-man appeared within the pagoda, laughing loudly. "Wu-en-I. You are also another sub-sect leader within the 9-universe sect. No matter what, you should open your doors and teach some lessons, give some pointers to the later generations." The snake-tailed lady said hoarsely, "True Yan Emperor, right now within the 9-universe sect, amongst the many sub-sect leaders, you are the strongest. With you teaching the classes, I have no need to do it at all." "Haha," the strong ape-man laughed loudly, "we've both trained for 1,000,000,000,000 years, burying our heads, and simply training is already useless. Occasional inspiration may have some effect. From what I see, don't keep locking yourself within this 9-universe pagoda. When we first built the 9-universe tower, we said we were going to comprehend all 9 pictures. That tall and mighty black Mist Emperor, how has she become so low profile? Amongst the Undying, they had different statuses. Normal Undyings could become generals and lead an army. The strong, however, are named emperors, like True Yan Emperor or Black Mist Emperor. They were considered absolute beings amongst the Undying, opening their own subsects and teaching the later generations. 9-universe pagoda. Its reputation within the city itself was huge, because back then when the Black Mist Emperor built the 9-universe tower, she said she would enter whichever level with regards to which picture she was studying. Obviously right now she had begun studying the 9-universe tablet's 7th picture, hence she stayed within the 7th level of the pagoda. Let's go. From my virtual universe company's newest batch of geniuses, there are 12 that chose the 9-universe tablet. Let's see if there are any good seedlings. No matter what, I am still the virtual universe company's true yen emperor. The ape man laughed. You are from the virtual universe company, I'm from the huge axe dojo. Why should I go with you? The snake-tailed lady muttered. You really aren't giving me any face. The ape man stared. Even though these two had different levels of power, their relationship went deep. Both of them had opened their own subsect in Primal Chaos City. They both studied the 9-universe tablet together back then, discussing their own comprehension of the origin laws, and this had been going on for 18 eras. While becoming one of the legends within Primal Chaos City, their many discussions had led to the two breaking through the levels time and again. Let's go. The snake-tailed lady shot a glance at the ape man. Haha, the ape man laughed. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. Two people appeared in mid-air above the island, the ape man and the snake-tailed lady. The willpower and energy pressure that naturally seeped out from the both of them alone made others feel as though they were facing an entire endless space before them. True Yen Emperor, Black Mist Emperor. The watchman Bevan was extremely respectful. How are the results of the test in the 9-universe sect? The ape man looked at the watchman. The watchman Bevan replied respectfully, there's a total of 12 for the 9-universe tablet this time, of which 11 have already ended their trial right now. The last one is going on, and is probably the one with the most hope of these 12. He's called Luo Feng. The one with the most hope. The ape man's golden fur ruffled a little. The 11 before have all failed, none have been able to pass the first level, the watchman Bevan said. Failure is not the matter. The ape man smiled. Some are defeated immediately, some struggle for a while before losing, and some almost won. This also represents their differences in strength. Send me the footage of the previous 11 in a while. Also send me the footage of Luo Feng's battle. Yes, the watchman Bevan immediately picked out the 11 videos. As the watchman, Bevan usually had many matters to attend to, things like the footage of the people attempting the heavenly bridge and others. 11 scenes appeared before the ape man, True Yen Emperor. He watched with interest as the battles simultaneously played. True Yen Emperor rubbed his chin and stroked his golden beard, his mouth twitching. At the time, Luo Feng had reached the end of the first level of the 9-universe bridge. Choose your opponent. You can choose a fighter, spirit reader, controller, spirit reader, hypnotist. Pick anyone. If you win against your opponent, you'll pass the first level. Ahead of Luo Feng was a huge cloud mist. From it, the voice boomed. According to the information Luo Feng had acquired, he had to defeat his opponent before the mist would dissipate and he would be able to enter the second level. I choose controller, Luo Feng exclaimed. Who? From the mist flew out a black liquid. This black liquid began to condense and gather in mid-air, forming a mysterious human silhouette with a black mask. This mysterious man stood on a dark cloud shuttle, carrying a dark golden long rod, the Nanshan armament. Behind the black mask, his cold eyes stared at Luo Feng, and he shouted, "Let the battle begin. Defeat him, and you'll be able to proceed to the second level." That cloud mist resounded. How is he so similar to me? using the Dark Cloud Shuttle and the Nanshin. Armament. Luo Feng squinted with a thought, 6 square-shaped absolute void. Shields along with the Blood Shadow Blade's golden shadow blade. Simultaneously a dark golden long rod behind him immediately shot out a total of 54 beams of light. Every 9 beams swiftly combined and formed very real golden blades that were 1/3 of a meter long. The Nanshin armament second-level sky-piercing formation. The main form was to create one true blade, however Luo Feng immediately produced 6 of them. One of the reasons was because he had broken through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1, and more importantly, over his 3 years' travel through the universe, his strength had increased shockingly. Kill! The mysterious man roared. The Dark Cloud Shuttle rushed over, and he swiftly formed 3 real golden blades behind him too. The 2 of them were both controllers. Both rushed towards each other swiftly, one controlling 6 golden blades while the other 3. Over these 3 years, I haven't relaxed at all compared to the genius battle. I'm much stronger than before. I will let you test my powers. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with endless fighting spirit. 6 golden blades immediately seemed extremely well organized, working about each other and immediately piercing forward. Dang, 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 dang. In mid-air, the 6 blades engaged in a frenzied battle against the mysterious person's 3 blades. What's going on? Luo Feng was shocked within. Before coming to Primal Chaos City, he was already able to unleash 6 blades. Controlling these 6 blades had become comfortable and best for himself, as he was used to it even after studying the Primal Chaos tablet for 7 days. With huge improvements, he still chose to use only 6 blades as this was his most optimum attack formation. He actually blocked it. I don't believe this. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. 6 golden blades, almost like 6 excellent soldiers working together, attacking and pulling back together, very perfect, attacking time and again, trying time and again to break through the 3 golden blades to kill the enemy. However, fail, fail, fail. Failure over and over. That mysterious person's 3 blades were controlled in a very special way, almost as though the 3 weren't separate at all, but was one perfect body. The 3 blades gave off a feeling of endless waves rushing towards the enemy like an enormous mountain that reached the skies, immovable. How is this possible? Luo Feng was shocked within. I'm using 6 blades, he only has 3, how can I not have any advantage? Hard work. He tried time and again with different methods to control the 6 blades with perfect precision. However, the opponent stayed floating in mid-air, easily blocking with the 3 blades. Stupid, you don't even know something so simple. The mysterious man's eyes through the black mask had a sense of ridicule. And you think you can pass the first level? Go and die. Xiao. The 3 blades the masked man was controlling suddenly changed formation. They suddenly drew closer to each other, giving off a 3 become 1 feeling, like a huge blade that was insatiable and powerful. Luo Feng was shocked within as he controlled his 6 blades to block it, rumble with a huge clash. His 6 blades were completely knocked away. How? In the distant air, Luo Feng was taken aback. Haha, stupid, 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 the mysterious man roared. Against the 3 rainbows that pierced over, Luo Feng roared fiercely, rise. Rumble, 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 rumble. 3 more golden blades rose from behind Luo Feng. The 6 that were knocked away rose back up. Luo Feng's body glowed in a glaring golden light. It rippled throughout in all directions, and later swiftly condensed itself around the 9 blades. The 9 blades seemed to form a large formation. With golden threads weaving in and through, the golden energy flowed throughout with the blades within, with Luo Feng as the center of a 300 round space. Immediately a glaring golden energy world was formed, with countless amounts of energy flowing within that ball of space. It may have seemed slow. In truth, the moment the 9 blades rose, they swiftly formed the ball of space. Nanshan Armament's 3rd level, Heavenly Blade Formation, also known as the Blade Domain. There were a total of 9 levels in the Nanshan Armament, of which the 2nd level, the Sky-Piercing Formation, was the fusion of 9 golden illusionary blades. To form one true blade, the 3rd level however required simultaneously producing 9 true blades. That's equivalent to 81 golden little blades forming them in total. It was extremely difficult, hundreds of times more so than the 2nd level. Luo Feng was able to successfully unleash this. With his huge improvement over the past 3 years, and his spirit energy reaching universe level 1. Chi. The 3 beams of golden rainbows seemed to get lost within that round space. Weakened by the countless blade energy, their speed slowing by quite a bit. I admit you are very strong, however against absolute strength, you will still lose. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and rushed swiftly towards the distant mysterious man. Sword Domain, with Luo Feng as the center. Luo Feng rushed, the entire domain swiftly followed him. Break, the mysterious man swiftly dodged and let out a roar. Chi. The 3 blades he controlled immediately closed in together, countless golden threads weaved through, surrounding these blades and forming a golden huge blade. The dreamy golden huge blade swiftly knocked away the countless blade energy obstructing it, and with its dreamy rainbow light, pierced towards Luo Feng. What move is this? Luo Feng was shocked. He trained with the Nanshan Armament, studied it, yet he didn't know this move. Heavenly Blade. Luo Feng roared. Chi. The 9 blades that formed the sword domain immediately became one body, and with his spirit reading control, immediately one of the blades was like a hunting leopard, bringing with it the power of the sword domain, and immediately pierced towards that golden huge blade. The entire domain with the countless blade energy seemed to have received orders to empower the blade, following it from behind. A golden blade empowered with the sword domain. A huge golden blade formed by the 3 blades. They clashed. Rumble. The golden blade immediately got knocked back. That golden huge blade was like a large ship smashing its way forward, immediately knocking away his blade and reaching before him. Without any time to dodge, Luo Feng wielded his blade to form a shield. Rumble. Luo Feng used his shield trying to deflect some of the force away, yet he only felt as though a majestic mountain had crashed into him, causing his entire body to tremor, with fresh blood spewing out of his mouth. No wonder even the Heavenly Blade couldn't stop it. This power is too unbelievable. Following which his consciousness was lost. When he awoke, he had returned to the virtual universe's Yuxiang Mountain. Within the absolute beginning region, his own villa. Your Majesty, the waiters and guards bowed. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty went to try the Heavenly Bridge. How did it go? The villa head. Also, the leader of the guards, Sector Lord Ao Duoliku asked. Failure. Luo Feng shook his head. The Heavenly Bridge is very hard to pass. Failure during the first time is very Normal, your majesty needn't fret too much about it, Ao Duo Liku said. Luo Feng seemed very calm on the surface. He returned to his study. Within the study, I lost. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Our batch of 1,000, about 900 have been tested, except for Bolin passing the 2 levels. No one else has made it. Failure. I'm no exception. However, the first opponent I met similarly uses the Nanshan armament, using only 3 golden blades. He actually broke my heavenly blade formation. Foundation. Luo Feng, I've always said the foundation is very important. You are able to unleash 9 golden blades to form the heavenly blade formation. He only used 3 blades, yet he can win. This is the importance of foundation on his shoulder. The fist-sized Babata shouted. It's not the same. He uses the Nanshan armament in a totally different way. Luo Feng recalled the battle before, be it controlling 6 blades, or 9 no matter, they seem to be single units, like 6 or 9 soldiers working together. The way he controlled it, however, he was actually able to amplify their powers, like one true body, especially that last move. The 3 blades fused together to form one huge golden blade. Nanshan armament, 3rd level heavenly blade formation. The Nanshan armament's 4th level, great work with little labor. This 4th level, in truth, was a great formation of the huge blade becoming one body, with absolute power to crush the enemy. I feel that his move was similar to the 4th level. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. However, it's still different from the 4th level. The 4th level is much more complex and stronger than his, and he was merely fusing 3 blades. However, their fusion power was absurd. This is the trial of the 9 Universe Tablet. The first picture of the 9 Universe Tablet flashed across Luo Feng's mind. The raindrop picture. There were a total of 9 drops after 7 days of study. He didn't have a lot of comprehension from it at this time. He recalled the battle scene. Thinking of the raindrop picture, he seemed to recall a part of the picture of which 3 drops seemed to fuse together. Don't tell me. Luo Feng's eyes glowed brighter. The 7 days of study in his mind began to fuse with his 3 years of study and experience of the Nanshan armament. The ideas clashed and ignited a huge spark of inspiration within. Ideas and thoughts began to form continuously. Excited anticipation. I understand. Luo Feng couldn't help but shout out. I shouldn't blindly follow the blueprints. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Nanshan armament was built as a weapon by a strong warrior. Blindly following its most basic ways of usage is too rigid, and too stupid. No wonder he called me stupid. It was indeed very stupid. The raindrop picture, that's the true way to unleash the strongest power from the Nanshan armament. 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. It held within it the true pathway. Even the usage of any weapon, among everything else, can be comprehended through this huge pathway, eventually finding the most correct path. Even though he failed this time, however, the benefit and thoughts that stirred from it was even better than success. Let's begin. Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. Virtual Universe Training Grounds, the most optimum simulation place. As the virtual universe allowed one to customize the most optimized simulation, it being 100 similar to reality was not a surprise at all. Hence, compared to actually training in reality, in terms of experience, comprehension, effect, etc., they were completely the same. Just like how the cost of using the slaughterhouse was extremely high. Countless warriors still go there, and as a core member and having his own Training ground, Luo Feng was in no rush to look around in primal chaos cities. Skies for the origin law energies, but immerse himself in comprehending the sparks of inspiration he had about the 9-universe tablet from before. Your Majesty, His Majesty Wukka, is here for a visit, the bald Sector Lord Ao. Duoliku shouted. Wukka. Luo Feng left the training grounds, becoming a blur and piercing through 10 kilometers of distance, immediately arriving at the entrance of the villa. Luo Feng, something big has happened. This silver-cloaked black-haired youth rushed over. What's up? Luo Feng smiled and asked. It's Rong Jun. The Manka prince was flushed red with excitement, saying, You probably don't know, yesterday we went to the Heavenly Bridge to test. Our batch of 30 were all under the huge axe bridge, however, including me. Everyone else failed the first level, only Rong Jun passed. Our batch of 1,000. Only Bolin and Rong Jun passed. Bolin passed 2 levels and Rong Jun passed 1. Everybody else failed even the first level. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Rong Jun succeeded. In the genius battle before, he and Rong Jun were pretty close in levels. And during these 3 years of travel, his 3 great bodies had been training at a shocking rate. Even though it was not evident on the surface, Luo Feng had concluded he was enough to be ranked second. However, the outcome of the Heavenly Bridge was still like that. And also, just earlier Wukka continued, the leader of the Yuan Chen Universe country, accepted Rong Jun as his disciple within Primal Chaos City. Universe country leader. Luo Feng was stunned. Universe country leader, dominating a vast universe country, even within the vast universe, they were considered among the governing level. Under them were large amounts of undyings. How can that be? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Even Bolin didn't attract any universe country leaders to come accept him as a disciple. Right, I couldn't believe it either. Wukka shook his head. At the universe country leader level, there's absolutely no need to accept a disciple. They are already absolute beings that haven't fallen for over 1 trillion years. Beings that oversee a universe country. Even Bolin, his chances of becoming a universe country leader are extremely slim. Hence, geniuses aren't worth the universe country leaders taking in as disciples. However, the Yuan Chen universe country leader really took Rong Jun, and the news I got is definitely accurate. Right now the 1008 universe countries' upper echelons are all receiving the news. This Luo Feng couldn't help but lose his composure. Did the heavens drop some treats for him? Death God Bolin, an absolute genius that everyone else from that batch naturally had to respect. Even he didn't attract a universe country leader to personally accept him as a disciple. However, Rong Jun got a country leader as a teacher. This still isn't the most shocking thing. Wukka spoke in a hushed voice. I got this news from my father. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It wasn't simply one universe country leader that wanted to take Rong Jun as a disciple, it was 2. Wukka's eyes gleamed. However, you should know that behind the 1008 universe countries lie the 5 great leviathans. Among these 2 universe country leaders, one was from the Virtual Universe Company, while the other from the Huge Axe Dojo. As Rong Jun is a member of the Virtual Universe Company, he finally became a disciple of Yuan Chen universe country leader. What 2 universe country leaders competed for him? Luo Feng was speechless. No matter, Rong Jun is currently stronger than us. Wukka gripped his fist tight. Anyway, I won't admit defeat so easily. My father once said, these 30 years in Primal Chaos City is our beginning. 30 years, and the cornerstone of our future endeavors. The training in Primal Chaos City has just started. It's still hard to say who will come out on top. Luo Feng nodded. Not just Rong Jun, but Bolin was the #1 target Luo Feng wanted to overcome. How's your study of the 9-universe tablet? Wuka asked curiously. Still okay, Luo Feng said. I suggest you go to the empty training balconies around to take a look. There are many casual markings left behind by the earlier generations. Wuka smiled. With our movement speed, spending 10 days to half a month is enough to do a full sweep to find a marking that fits us. After all, Primal Chaos tablets are too profound, and other markings left behind may spark some inspiration. With these ideas sparking and helping each other, it will become easy to understand. That's what my father said. Luo Feng looked shocked at Wuka. His first attempt on the Heavenly Bridge alone had given him much inspiration. Much improvement. This sort of ideas bouncing around was indeed effective. Thanks, Luo Feng said seriously. What thanks? There's only meaning when I compete with a strong person. The stronger the opponent, the faster my improvement. Wuka smiled. I'm leaving. I'm going to look for some markings, knowing that Rong Jun was accepted as a disciple of a universe country leader. I'm currently burning with battle spirit, following which he vanished. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't look down on anyone to be able to rank in the top 10 of 1008 universe country geniuses. No one should be overlooked. He had the Masha clan, the golden horned beast. Could others have other special hidden trump cards behind? I've digested most of my 7 days of study. The first raindrop picture of the 9 universe. If I want to study it even deeper, a few days isn't going to do it. I too have to go look at some markings. Luo Feng's consciousness immediately left the virtual universe and back to Primal Chaos City, following which he began a large search through the Primal Chaos City grounds. Virtual universe, Lightning Island. Lightning Island was the gathering spot of the Undyings within the virtual universe, the gathering spot of the true elites. On the incredibly vast island, with clouds engulfing it, there were lightning snakes slithering about the corners of the island. If one said that the Xiang Mountain was larger than ordinary planets, then Lightning Island was more than 1 million Xiang Mountains. This batch of 1,000 geniuses, after going through the Heavenly Bridge, how are the results? Sitting high in a throne, the green-armored purple-scaled man's voice resounded down, booming across the incredibly huge shrine. Sir Knight. Below stood what seemed like an iron tower giant, an ape-man with golden fur. His golden fur was incredibly glaring, his entire being like a galaxy, glowing and glaring. He respectfully reported, this batch of 1,000 geniuses, 998 have all failed their first attempt. Bolin successfully passed 2 levels, and Rong Yung passed 1. And watching the footage of their battles, the absolute beginning members seemed to have good performances, like Luo Feng, Chang Shui, Wuka were all not bad. Compared to the genius battles, their improvements are huge. The green-armored purple-scaled man nodded. Only that Rong Jun gave me a shock. Everyone else is still normal. Send the footage of Rong Jun's Heavenly Bridge battle to me, the green-armored purple-scaled man ordered. Yes, Sir Knight. The ape-man respectfully sent over the footage, following which a screen floated within the shrine. On it the footage played, of which savage Rong Jun was like a wild war god, brutal and fierce. That huge blade swung with perfection. Every slash was incredibly fierce, finally killing the opponent using the same blade. The green-armored purple-scaled man watched calmly till it ended, slightly creasing his eyebrows. "You can leave." Yes, the ape-man left respectfully. There was silence within the shrine. The green-armored purple-scaled man watched the screen, muttering, "It's weird, this Rong Jun's battle talents are indeed shocking even though his comprehension level isn't too strong, however he's able to unleash such terrifying strength at such a young age, creating his own technique. He is a very powerful genius. However, it still isn't enough for Yuan Shen or Gu Luan, these two universe country leaders, to compete to accept him as their disciple. Yuan Shen, Gu Luan, these two have lived for a long time, much more ancient than I. The green-armored man creased his eyebrows, and they reached the night level earlier than I did. Maybe they discovered something I haven't from the footage. As an absolute being similar to the Yuan Shen and Gu Luan country leaders, Nine-Blade Knight was very clear the geniuses had no attractiveness to the universe country leaders. What was the point of nurturing a genius unless it was nurturing a universe country leader? Otherwise it didn't have much benefit to themselves. Even Bolin didn't make anyone fight to accept him. Rong Jun, however, had two country leaders compete to accept him. There must be a secret. Yuan Shen, Gu Luan, these two old punks are the country leaders that have lived the longest. They must have discovered something. Blade Knight watched the footage. With his level of being, he had already seen the footage and all its details incredibly clearly. Whatever could be discovered would have been discovered already. Why? What's the secret? Nine-Blade Knight pondered a while. He could only think deep within. Primal Chaos City, 7th level of the 9-level pagoda. Dressed in golden armor, the ape-man, True Yen Emperor, was discussing with the Snake-Tail Lady about the Yuanshan Universe country leader coming to Primal Chaos City and accepting Rong Jun as his disciple. Rong Jun, his battle talents are extremely high, the Snake-Tail Lady said hoarsely. His origin law comprehension might be lower, but he's able to explode with terrifying strength, very exceptional among this batch of 1,000 geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company, except for Bolin. The next is him. You can't just say that, True Yen Emperor said. Of the 12 punks that chose the 9-universe tablet, there's one that isn't beneath Rong Jun, maybe even a stronger genius. You are speaking of Luo Feng. The Snake-Tail Lady nodded. True, that punk is only universe level 1 and he's able to unleash the heavenly blade formation. However, he doesn't know how to adapt, stuck on the basic formations of the Nanshan armament. However, his origin law comprehension is very solid. With such instruction, his battle strength will rise greatly in terms of origin law comprehension. Bolin is first and Luo Feng is indeed number 2. The ape-man, True Yen Emperor, rubbed his chin, muttering, this Luo Feng is definitely a good seedling in our 9-universe sect. I shall give him some hints. What are you doing? The Snake-Tail Lady was shocked. What? That Rong Jun even has a universe country leader as a teacher? I'm just throwing some hints out. The ape-man shook his head. Right now in Primal Chaos City, within the 9-universe sect, I'm considered number 1. Those universe country leaders don't even look up to Luo Feng and Bolin. My standards aren't that high. I still respect them. When that Luo Feng passes the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge, he'll earn the right to listen to our classes, and after 100 seconds of thousands of years, we may have an absolute undying within our sect. Haha. The Snake-Tail Lady shook her head and closed her eyes. Looking at the situation, the ape-man didn't disturb her any further, immediately vanishing from the tower. Within Primal Chaos City, the energies revolved about. Dressed in the armor formed by the cloud contact vine, Luo Feng was standing on a training balcony, looking at the other distant balconies. These past 8 days, he had been searching all over the city. There were many empty buildings all about the city that had markings left behind by the countless warriors before on the balconies. It wasn't just Luo Feng who was searching. The Menka Prince Wuka, Long Yun, who had entered the primal region, and similarly others from the absolute beginning region, Qian Shui, Rongjun, etc., they were all looking for markings. This group of geniuses were very clear. These 30 years in Primal Chaos City was their time to lock in their foundations, and the fastest way to improve wasn't to simply bury their heads in training. Using a dull axe requires greater work. Picking the appropriate route was very important. They didn't need to begin by looking straight at the origin laws movement. Hence, they were all looking for the markings left behind by their earlier generations of warriors. 112 of the markings. I have some interest in. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Which do I choose? The 9 pictures of the 9 universe tablet was profound and deep, and the markings left behind by others were like detailed studies. They were able to let him further understand and study the tablet with greater efficiency. Luo Feng, a clear voice resounded. Luo Feng turned over. A long curly green-haired elegant girl with mysterious green markings on her skin descended onto the balcony. Smiling gently, she said, Luo Feng, have you found a marking suitable for you? Not yet. I discovered 112 that are not bad, but I don't know which to choose. Luo Feng shook his head. Qian Shui, have you found anything? Qian Shui, the genius pair of siblings from the Aogusi planet, both were similarly absolute beginning members. I'm pondering 2 with teacher's guidance. I currently have 3 to choose from. Qian Shui smiled. I won't chat more with you after my teacher saw your heavenly bridge battle. He said among our batch, your comprehension of the origin laws is comparable to Bolin, stronger than even Rongjun's comprehension. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. All the best. Having a lead now doesn't represent you leading in the future as well. These 30 years will be the greatest change. Qian Shui immediately flew up. I'm leaving. A green image was seen flying through the distant skies, vanishing within the chaos energy flow. Luo Feng frowned. Your batch of 1,000 geniuses, many have pretty decent backgrounds, with strong people guiding them from behind. Babata said, it's a pity I cannot help you. No problem. Luo Feng smiled, not minding at all. Suddenly, Babata shouted, shocked, Luo Feng, you've received a letter. It's from the Virtual Universe Company Internal Department. Luo Feng was shocked, sending out a part of his consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Absolute Beginning Region, Luo Feng's villa. In the study, Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop and opened the mail. Luo Feng. I've seen your footage on the Heavenly Bridge. It's not bad, only your usage of the Nanshan armament is too rigid. The weapon is dead. We are living. How to use the Nanshan armament naturally has many much wider ranges of usage. To unleash its full potential, you are currently studying the 9 universe tablet. I suggest you buy a battle technique. Floating blood. It only requires 800 points. After buying this technique, head to training balcony 029-002-8981 and take a look. There are markings there left behind by the creator of the floating blood amongst those within the 9 universe sect. This should be the most suitable for you, especially for the first 3 pictures of the 9 universe tablet. Work hard, I'm expecting great things from you. True Yen. A simple letter, however, since it's from the virtual universe company's internal department, it was anything but ordinary. As he himself was a core member within the company, most people didn't even know their own network ID. Finding another's ID and being able to send a letter via the internal department, this person was obviously a high-ranking person within the virtual universe company. True Yen Luo Feng sat in the study. Before, when he searched, he was only able to see several filtered normal news, other secret files, like the bug clan or automaton race, etc., important information. These were all classified to him. However, now his position was high, his privileges were much higher too. Understood, Babata said excitedly. The screen on the laptop immediately swiftly changed and large amounts of information appeared. These are all regarding True Yen, Babata shouted. Ah. Luo Feng stared at the screen. There were many news articles and details. He couldn't help but get shocked. The True Yen technique was founded by the True Yen Emperor. Its purchase price within the virtual universe company was actually priced at 800,000 points. My God, teacher's soul imprint, Babata you estimated it to only be worth about 10,000 points. This True Yen technique is actually that expensive? True Yen Emperor, Babata was shocked. This True Yen is actually an emperor. What about it? Luo Feng asked curiously. Luo Feng, Babata was extremely agitated. You don't know among all undyings, in terms of power and position, they have huge differences. Normal undyings can become generals and command a huge army of universe level warriors. Several extremely powerful undyings, however, can get the title official from the virtual universe company of the huge Axe Dojo. Undyings with the title official are considered absolute beings amongst the undying. Like your teacher, he could barely get the title with his power. And the pinnacle of undyings, even stronger and more invincible, they get the title emperors. That's terrifying. And looking at this True Yen Emperor's technique actually reaching 800,000 points, my God, he's definitely one of the undyings amongst countless in the universe, closest to the universe country leader. That level of absolute being, this level of being, they are extremely powerful, Babata said excited. All Luo Feng realized within. General, official, emperor. These 3 titles had a definitely reflection of their strength. Babata, back then the enemy that killed my teacher, how strong was he? Luo Feng asked. The excited Babata was stunned for a while, his red eyes dimmed a little, before saying, back then the enemy that killed your teacher was very strong. Your teacher barely had the strength of an official. The enemy was probably the pinnacle of official, almost reaching the level of emperor. Luo Feng was shocked. His teacher, that level of being, was barely an official. His opponent was almost an emperor. No wonder his teacher lost so badly then. That level of warrior, in your Ganwu universe country, he can rank amongst the top 3, Babata said solemnly. Luo Feng was shocked. The Ganwu universe country has over 10,000 undyings. In 1008 universe countries, the number that receive the title emperor are extremely few. All the absolute warriors normally don't stay within one universe country. Those able to receive this title are mostly underlings under the 5 great leviathans, or special lone wolves, Babata said softly. every one of them are extremely strong, beings closest to becoming universe country leaders. One technique manual alone is able to sell for 800,000 points, this true yen emperor, even amongst the emperors, must be at the top. Babata said, I saw a manual of a technique created by a universe country leader before in the treasure trove. It only sold for 1 million points. A technique made by a universe country leader sold for 1 million points. The technique created by the true yen emperor sold for 800,000 points. It was clear that the true yen emperor was terrifying. Haha, Luo Feng laughed. Babata, you even said before, about who is big. Backgrounds etc. I Luo Feng, I don't have any background or big person behind me, yet I'm able to attract others, to give me pointers. Haha, within, Luo Feng felt extremely grateful to that mysterious absolute warrior, true yen emperor. This letter for the true yen emperor was but a casual thought. To Luo Feng, however, it was a huge push in the right direction in solidifying his basics. Have you found floating blood? Luo Feng asked. Found it. On the screen, floating blood appeared with its information. Compared to the vague introductions of true yen emperor before, the information on floating blood was a lot more detailed. Obviously the information on true yen emperor was extremely secretive. Luo Feng's level of access only allowed him to find the most basic of information. Floating blood, creator Lian Luo, is a basic technique in the 9 universe sect, mainly explaining the March 1st pictures, and it requires 800 points to exchange. Lian Luo was number 1 in an earlier genius competition when chosen to enter the primal region. He chose the 9-universe primal chaos tablet after over tens of thousands of years of training. He created the basic technique that was named one of the best. Floating blood. After becoming undying, he was immediately given the title Blood Clothed Official. He fell in a particular universe secret area expedition. Luo Feng continued to read in detail. The information had more on Lian Luo's life. He was the number 1 in the genius competition, an absolute genius. The moment he became undying, he was immediately given the title official. It was a pity he lived less than 100,000 years and he died way too early. It's a pity. Luo Feng shook his head. If he hadn't died too early, his future would have been limitless. Babata exclaimed and shook his head too. Floating blood was a basic technique, made for those under undying to study. Hence, it wasn't priced high. However, just because it was low in price didn't mean it was lousy. Luo Feng required a basic level technique, and this floating blood was recommended by true yen emperor. It was obviously not lousy at all. 800 points. I only lack 800 points. Luo Feng forced a smile. I regret spending my 10,000 points at one go too easily. It's all gone. Who told you to spend so quickly? Babata muttered. Wasn't it you who instigated it? Luo Feng shot a glare at Babata on his shoulder. Forget it. I'll first head over to 029-002-8981 balcony to take a look. Looking at the marking left behind by the genius Lian Luo from a trillion years ago, looking at Lian Luo's history, Luo Feng could only sigh at this genius from a trillion years ago. He died too early. Not even living past 100,000 years, amongst the undying it was definitely considered a very short life. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light and swiftly flew within Primal Chaos City, looking for the training building balcony that Lian Luo had used. back then. Luo Feng had gone to look for that training balcony from a long time ago. Within the virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain's absolute beginning region. Rong Jun's training grounds within his villa. Teacher carrying the earth-splitting blade, the savage youth Rong Jun bowed. Respectfully ahead of him stood a tall and majestic man in simple training. Close looking at this man was like looking at a black hole within space. Giving off a natural form of awe and respect, his gaze seemed to pierce through space itself. He was the universe country leader of Yuan Shen, and undying from who knows how long ago, older by tens of thousands of times than even planets and stars, an ancient eternal being. Yuan Shen country leader nodded. I'll now demonstrate to you the first form of the huge axe primal chaos tablet. Rong Jun's eyes gleamed. The country leader waved his hand, a huge axe appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, the space around the training grounds warped, changing into a universe space scene. Look closely. The Yuanshan country leader's eyes were deep and profound, almost like they contained within them the universe space itself. He raised the huge axe in his hands. Immediately his entire being seemed like it became a huge axe itself. Just the willpower and energy emitting from the huge axe alone was enough to cause the space around to tremor and seem to almost split open. Who? He waved the axe. The country leader coldly waved the huge axe. Immediately the space around seemed to gather and condense like paper, and tearing apart after even the stars ahead were completely split apart, after which the entire space tremored. And the space dissipated, returning to the original state. Rong Jun's eyes stared wide, in his mind recalling the scene over and over again. Raising the axe, condensing his energy to its maximum. Waving the axe, the space gathered and later tore apart like paper. The huge axe tablet is the most profound of the 52 Yuanshan country leader said coldly, when you've comprehended this first form, and eventually make it past the fourth level of the heavenly bridge, I will then demonstrate the second form for you. Yes, Teacher Rong Jun said respectfully. The country leader nodded and his lips curled, almost like a smile following which he vanished. So it's that way, it's like this. After his teacher left, Rong Jun's eyes gleamed. This first form is unleashed this way actually, as the country leader was demonstrating, he purposely slowed down his actions, releasing his energy to teach and let Rong Jun feel it thoroughly, allowing him to witness and comprehend to the highest of his ability. Adoptive father. Just watch this barbarian reach the peak, Rong Jun muttered softly. Following which he began to study the first form as the first form of the huge axe tablet. It was indeed profound and mysterious. If he could completely comprehend this first form, he would be able to easily defeat that absolute genius Bolin. After all, Bolin only managed to finish the second level outside Primal Chaos City. So this is the Primal Chaos City's third treasure, carrying a blood blade. The white-robed youth Bolin stood outside the entrance of Primal Chaos, looking at the huge stone tablet with the words introducing the third treasure. His cold eyes gleamed with excitement. Teacher, you told me to look for you once I reached the undying level. I will get to the undying level with the greatest speed. I definitely will. Bolin. Out of tens of millions of years of genius battles, he was able to be number one throughout, even though he had heard that some universe country leader had accepted Rong Jun as his disciple. He never thought of anyone else as an opponent. There was no opponent within, hence he was invincible. His opponent was himself. Faster, 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 reach the undying level faster, become an absolute. Being amongst the undying, become an official, Emperor Bolin muttered, as he had high confidence and aspirations. His improvement and comprehension of the space origin laws constantly rose greatly. His comprehension was extremely strong. Naturally, his comprehension of the other elements linked within space were strong as well. Actually, he was completely able to study gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as these five were all very compatible with space. However, he chose wind. As wind, thunder, light, these were more compatible with time. His ambition was great, even more terrifying than the time sector lord. However, in terms of talent, he was far more talented than the time sector lord Luo. He had the capability. Rong Jun had the Yuanqin universe country leader as his teacher. His own battle abilities and talent were also extremely strong. Bolin had never once thought of him as an opponent. His opponent was himself. The other geniuses, like the hypnotist Jiao Laishi, Wuka, Ai Chen, Jiang Mo, Long Yun, etc., they all had their own backgrounds and strengths to be able to make it to this level. No one would admit defeat easily. They were all still aiming to make it into the absolute beginning region, the primal region, like Long Yun, a primal region genius. Now that he's been pushed aside by Rong Jun, how could he take it? The chaos energy revolved within. Luo Feng walked along the alleys, looking at the training place ahead. On this wall there was a line of words, 9 universe sect. Any wall with such words of the sect on them represented that the area belonged to that sect and was a public area, not for private use. After all, other than the 52 primal chaos tablets, there were many other markings within the city that were exceptional, hence these all became public training areas. Anyone could come view them. Of the 112 Luo Feng had picked before, 103 of them were public training areas. Floating Blood's founder Lian Luo, he stayed here during his time. The 112 I chose before didn't include this place. Luo Feng sighed within. There was no way around it. Primal Chaos City was too huge. The training spaces were too huge. Just 8 short days of searching around. There was no way to search in full detail every marking in each space. He could only make quick decisions. Entering the training area. Quickly following up the stairs up to the balcony with a width and length of 100 m had messy random scribbles all over. Simultaneously there were several special words all over. This was the training space of the genius Lian Luo. Luo Feng frowned. Curiously, True Yan Emperor was talking about this. Shua. Luo Feng jumped down from the balcony, landing at the entrance. He looked at the number, and it was indeed 0290028891. The number is right. It's this one. Luo Feng jumped and returned to the balcony. The markings on this balcony. Luo Feng carefully examined it. All the buildings of Primal Chaos City used almost the same kind of stone. This stone, in the primal universe, they didn't decay even after trillions of years. It was mysterious. Even after trillions of years, the markings were still extremely clear. Blade meanings. Luo Feng looked at the messy scribbles all over. Squatting down, he carefully examined the bodies of them. The seemingly casual markings indeed had many similarities in the 9 universe tablet. They do have a similar feeling. Compared to the 9 universe tablet, however, they are just bits and pieces, not forming a whole picture. What's the use? But True Yan Emperor told me to come here. Luo Feng swept his gaze over the area, suddenly spotting several special peculiar words at the side. Babada, translate for me, what's the meaning? Luo Feng thought within. No problem, Babada swiftly translated. The screen on his shoulder immediately filled with some words. I, Lian Luo, while comprehending the 9-universe tablet, have experienced over 3,000 years of study. Finally, I've created the Floating Blood Secret Manual, haha, once the floating blood is completed, the March 1st pictures no longer hold any mystery. For me, everything became incredibly clear to me. These March 1st pictures are mostly comprehending the foundation of the 9-universe primal chaos tablet. My basics are incredibly solid, even if others can compare, even if they are studying the 4th picture, their comprehension of the space origin law may not even match up to mind the 4th, 5th and 6th pictures and how to train them. I've already got full confidence, I'll definitely become an undying, gaining the title Emperor. A few lines of words, a total of 108 words. However, after translating to Mandarin, the word count had several differences. So confident Luo Feng was shocked. These words were infused with exciting and strong confidence. Even after a trillion years of difference, Luo Feng could almost see the distant ancient, an absolute genius. After completing the floating blood, he was absolutely confident about his future, leaving behind such words. Indeed, his improvement was indeed shockingly fast. After becoming an undying, he was immediately given the title official until the point he fell. His lifespan hadn't even reached 100,000 years. If he lived just a bit longer, becoming an emperor was really no problem. Luo Feng nodded within. His improvement speed was no lousier than Bolan's. Standing on the balcony, Luo Feng thought for a while. Luo Feng, Babada shouted, this Lian Luo was speaking right. The March 1st pictures are the foundation of the 9-universe tablet. This floating blood was worshipped as the best basic technique by true Yan Emperor. For him to be able to create this technique, obviously his comprehension of the first 3 pictures had already reached the pinnacle level. The stronger one's basics are, the stronger he'll become later, just like how when you attempted the first level on the Heavenly Bridge, your opponent only used 3 golden blades, yet he's still stronger than you using 9 blades, and unleashing the Heavenly Blade formation. Luo Feng had known about the importance of the basics from early on. To be able to build a tall skyscraper, the foundation was the beginning. The stronger it was, the higher it would be able to go. The basics of Lian Luo obviously had reached the pinnacle level of his basics. Luo Feng thought hard as he looked at those lines. Quietly looking. What are you looking at? Are you listening? Babada shouted, unsatisfied. Don't make noise. Luo Feng's expression was serious, his eyes gleamed, staring at the 108 peculiar words that he didn't understand at all. True Yan Emperor asked me to come here. It should have been to look at these 108 words. Babada was shocked. I didn't notice before, however after looking for a while, I can feel it. Luo Feng stared hard at the words, these 108 words, every word has a different feeling behind them. However, the 108 words together form a complete picture. Anyone who doesn't pay close attention to each word wouldn't discover the different feeling and energy behind each words. The 3 pictures of the 9-universe tablet flashed past Luo Feng's mind. The 3rd picture was the downpour picture. There were a total of 108 drops. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Luo Feng's gaze was filled with a hard-to-suppress gleam of excitement. He actually put all of the feelings within the downpour picture, all expressed through these 108 words even though he still couldn't see it clearly. However, on careful examination, he discovered it compared to the raindrop picture. This was more complex. Each word was like a blade slash began to form within. The information before had explained that the floating blood was a technique to use a blade right. Every word here is a blade form, 108 blade forms, completely explaining the basics of the 9-universe tablet. Luo Feng finally understood just how terrifying the genius Lian Luo back then was. He didn't have time to be surprised. Luo Feng was already completely immersed within the 108 words, comparing his mental thoughts of the 9-universe tablet before with this. He worked hard to find the 108 blade forms within. There are a total of 9 pictures in the 9-universe tablet. The first raindrop picture has 9 drops. Every 2 drops have different meanings behind them. As Luo Feng was immersed in the 108 words, he constantly compared his mental notes of the words to the tablet. These 108 words, there are 9 words that resound with the raindrop picture. These 9 words, just like the 9 drops, Luo Feng could feel that their meanings were seemingly identical. These 9 words had complex strokes, causing him to feel 9 blade forms. Profound. As Luo Feng studied the 9 words more, he felt it get more and more profound. Every blade form was a texture of the universe space itself. Every blade form seemed to explain a certain essence of the universe space itself. Even though its surface meaning resounded between the 9 words and the 9 drop picture, deducing and comprehending had a huge difference. Even people who didn't understand English, looking at 2 similar letters in different words, one could still discern them. However, to actually learn the entire language was tens of thousands of times harder than simply identifying letters. Luo Feng was like this currently. As Luo Feng stood on this balcony, immersed in these words, within that wrist space, Babada was bored and sighed. Madness, what space origin laws are there within? Even the teacher before, when he became an undying, he didn't study the essence of universe space that deeply. This Lian Luo is indeed a number 1 of the genius battle from a trillion years ago. Geniuses indeed, they do things at another level. Comprehending the space law, it needn't be that complex. Just like how many people on Earth learn the computer, they learn how to use the program word, they only learn the usage methods. Simply using was enough. However, Lian Luo back then actually explained the essence of the universe space, even using 108 words to express it, just like learning the word program. This Lian Luo didn't simply learn how to use it, but explain the entire program and how it worked, explaining how the program was written, explaining the essence. Comprehending the universe origin law was the same, though still in the midst of comprehending allowed the warriors to understand how to get better and to realize what was right. Hence, borrowing the feeling from these principles allowed them to unleash their attacks infused with the laws. Hence, the power increases drastically. However, those feelings, they were regarded as mysterious. If people questioned, they had no way to actually explain. They could only exclaim, you can only experience, you can't pass on simply through words. Wrong. It was bullshit that it couldn't be passed by word. It wasn't that it couldn't be passed by word, only that many strong warriors, and even undying, hadn't fully comprehended clearly the essence. Naturally they said it was unclear. Just like the Masha clan, it blends with space itself. Maybe their battle strength was intrepid and a blur. However, in terms of Comprehending the space laws themselves, the Masha clan was similar to the Earth human body. True Yan Emperor is indeed a being close to the universe country leader. Making Luo Feng come study the essence of space itself, it is indeed a very precise path. Babata was very clear, because he had witnessed the master of the Yunmo planet Hu Yanbo's entire training process. The initial period was fast. However, the further back he went, the harder it got. The further he went, the more he felt the space origin laws got more and more profound, harder to see it clearly. If from the beginning, he had studied the essence of the universe space laws itself, slowly studying, the start may have been slower, however towards the end, the improvement speed would be faster and faster, Babata exclaimed softly. No wonder, even though the boss used 1 trillion years, he barely had the strength of an official, and this Lien Luo didn't even take 100,000 years, yet the moment he became undying he was immediately given the title official. Difference. When I unleash my movement, with a move I'm able to produce over 20 images. However, as to why I'm able to produce these images, I don't fully understand. Luo Feng studied for a while, beginning to feel his mental state grow weary as he immersed himself in the study. He couldn't help but exclaim, at least now I understand a little. Only a little. However, just understanding that little bit made him shocked. Babata, how long have I been studying? Luo Feng asked. A little more than 18 days, Babata replied. Over half a month, and I only understood a little bit of the first form. Luo Feng was shocked within this comprehension of the origin laws, when compared to studying the essence itself, obviously had a different level of difficulty. At my current speed, how long would it take me to study the first form? It's a pity I don't have the floating blood manual. These 108 words were after all just words. The floating blood manual was the true training method left behind by Lien Luo. If he had the manual, Luo Feng was confident that the studying process would definitely be much faster. Just 800 points, Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Luo Feng, just passing the first heavenly bridge, wouldn't that give you 1,000 points? I know. Luo Feng shook his head. However, my current self doesn't have enough guarantee to pass the first level these few days, at least the previous study session of the 9 universe tablet. He had almost fully digested his understanding of the space law was deeper now, and if he unleashed the sky heavenly formation, its power would be much greater. He may win, but he didn't have full confidence. If only I can fully comprehend the first form. 9 golden blades, with this first feeling as the link, can form one complete perfect form. Its power would definitely be absurd. Luo Feng's first study. He finally began to understand what benefits that first form was going to add to him. Luo Feng looked into the distant primal chaos city. After training for so long, my mental state is weary. I'll head outside the city to take a look. Previously, the black-robed receiver said there were 3 treasures. This third treasure had a stone tablet outside. Explaining, Luo Feng knew himself that at his current state, he couldn't continue studying, hence he headed directly to the entrance of the city. Just what was this third treasure? The first treasure was the primal universe's obvious revolving origin laws. The second was the 52 primal chaos tablets. The third, just what was it? Primal chaos city, within an ancient mansion that was extremely huge. Go out. The ape man waved his hand. Yes, teacher. About 10 undyings below, sector lords, they all bowed respectfully and left the mansion. That Luo Feng actually didn't buy the floating blood manual, True Yen. Emperor sat in the chair frowning, simultaneously part of his consciousness. Communicated with his AI, he's a member of the absolute beginning region, he should have been awarded 10,000 points, what he used it all right at the beginning. From his AI, he found out that Luo Feng had used all of his 10,000 points. True Yen was speechless. He actually bought an illusionary manual. True Yen Emperor shook his head. His current strength definitely has no need to buy the illusionary manual. He should buy a more basic technique. What's suitable is the most apt. This little punk actually used all his points straight away. That's really. True Yen Emperor frowned. How troublesome. Lian Luo, that sick genius, back then he still took a few tens of thousands of years to explain the 108 forms. This explanation of the origin law essences is much harder than simply comprehending, especially since it tests one's intelligence, temperament, and also his level of comprehension. Unless one is an absolute genius, it's hard to study it. From the beginning, one would begin to comprehend the essence of the space origin law, and in the future, his achievements would be high. This point, from the absolute beings within the 1008 universe countries, who didn't know. However, even after knowing, this method still wasn't spread wide, mainly because the requirements on one's temperament, intelligence, space comprehension, these were extremely and absurdly high. One first had to have a high comprehension of space. If one couldn't even feel the space laws, how could he study deeper? As for intelligence and temperament, one had to maintain his state and calmness while studying. The moment one gets fickle and impatient, one would lose a lot of the work he's done. Temperament was very important. Just thinking about it one would know. And this level of comprehending the universe space origins, comprehension was even more important. Walking this path, to many strong warriors, would only waste away long periods of time. That Lian Luo #1 in the genius battle also required tens of thousands of years. Someone with lesser talent and intelligence like Jiang Mo, Ai Chen and Wicca, that level 1 would require millions of years, and those other normal geniuses would waste away their entire sector lord 1000 eras and not succeed. Even though these 30 years in Primal Chaos City are very important to him, however, making him feel some loss, wasting a few years is fine. True Yen Emperor shook his head. Let him remember for the long term. Understand that some valuable items and stuff shouldn't be used completely before understanding their full uses for the future. True Yen Emperor didn't think more about it. Even though he was paying attention to Luo Feng, it was mostly only due to him picking the same path and sect. Just hinting him slightly was enough. That all, he wasn't involved enough to help or do anything for him. Luo Feng currently wasn't worth him doing anything. Primal Chaos City, with walls that went on forever. The doors opened and several warriors left or entered. Luo Feng too followed the door and headed out. Where's the stone tablet? Luo Feng stood at the entrance, looking at the continuous walls that extended forever, engulfed in the chaos energy. Suddenly, he spotted on the left there was an incredibly huge stone tablet. On it were scribbles of universe language words. At the top wrote the third treasure of Primal Chaos City. Primal Chaos Spirit. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The contents of the stone tablet was roughly: Primal Chaos Spirit. When a universe is in its primal state, the primal universe will naturally produce peculiar beings. These beings have peculiar appearances. They are currently called primal chaos beasts. These beasts have different levels of strength. They are all proficient in different origin laws, some more so than others. Killing the primal chaos beasts, their bodies will decay into large amounts of chaos energy, and a dark green light will be produced. This dark green light is where their core lies. They don't have souls, only a life light. This light has been named as primal chaos spirit. As long as one absorbs this primal chaos spirit into their bodies, one's soul will naturally absorb it, and with absorption, their soul will slightly change, melding better with the universe space. Luo Feng, a voice caused Luo Feng to turn before he finished reading the entire tablet. The distant savage Rong Jun descended from mid-air, immediately landing on the ground and walking barefooted to Luo Feng, smiling. Haha, I haven't seen you around these past days. Are you getting ready to head out to hunt the primal chaos beasts? However, you have to be careful. Just from hunting these primal chaos beasts, we've already lost a few from our batch. What? Luo Feng was shocked. You said we've lost a bunch from our batch? Rong Jun shook his head. When I first found out, my reaction was similar to yours. However, after heading outside and hunting the primal chaos beasts, I didn't find it weird anymore. Also, do you remember when we first took the universe ship and came over to the primal universe, that night also said those words? Luo Feng recalled the scene and nodded. I remember. Back then, the green-armored purple-scaled man had sent the 1,000 geniuses here, saying, "You are all under me. I hope to see all of you alive in 30 years." When he had first heard it, Luo Feng had guessed there would be some dangers within Primal Chaos City. However, when he had studied within the city for a while, he felt it was very safe. The feeling was simply a sacred land for warriors to study and train. The city forbids any humans killing each other. Anyone who kills another would face certain death. Even if he just made a move and didn't kill, he would face severe punishment. And even looking at the large amounts of warriors training on the balconies, feeling the ancient energies revolving, there wasn't any sense of danger. It's very dangerous, Rong Jun emphasized. Don't get careless, those beasts aren't easy to deal with. Of the 1,000 geniuses that came this time, they were all awarded by the Virtual Universe Company with gold prizes, and the lowest amount was 10 mixed elements. Their points were enough to exchange for valuable things too. Who doesn't have trump cards? Luo Feng frowned and nodded. Things weren't looking good. The geniuses were all not easy to deal with, yet they had already lost a few of them. The primal chaos spirits were good things, yet they weren't easy to acquire. The most important thing is they have numbers. Even if you bring a powerful weapon, an advanced universe ship, however, if you are careless and get surrounded, you'll be killed instantly, Rong Jun emphasized. I'll warn you. Be more prudent and careful. This is reality, not the virtual universe network. The moment you die, it's over. Luo Feng held his breath. Watching Rong Jun leave, Luo Feng was startled and shaken by Rong Jun's earlier words. He turned to continue reading the stone tablet. The more the soul melds with the universe, then comprehending the universe origin laws will get clearer and easier. When a sector lord becomes undying, that's when the soul itself undergoes change. And absorbing the primal chaos spirit is a slow, gradual change. The scope of change is small. An undying soul is already eternal, absorbing the chaos Spirit is ineffective, these spirits only have an effect on those below the undying level. Important note 1, undyings are forbidden from making a move on the beasts. 2. The primal chaos beasts have low intelligence, they've already been separated by the strong warriors in Primal Chaos City into 3 regions. The first region is the closest to the city, about 2,000 kilometers area away from the city walls. They are all universe-level primal chaos beasts. This has been called the internal region. The second region is from the 2,000 kilometers mark to the 10,000 kilometers area. This is the middle region. There, the beasts are all domain lord level. The third region is the outermost region. There the beasts are sector lord level. Primal chaos beasts, their strengths are from the universe level to the sector lord level. The moment there are any undying level beasts, Primal Chaos City will send out strong warriors to eliminate them. 3. Domain Lord level warriors can only kill beasts within the middle region. They are forbidden from entering the internal region. Sector lords are only allowed to hunt in the outer region. They are forbidden from entering the internal and middle region. Finishing the details of the tablet, Luo Feng was silent. Damn, it's obviously for nurturing the later generation, Babata shouted. These primal chaos beasts have already been separated into 3 regions with Primal Chaos City's strength. They can easily kill all the beasts immediately. However, they didn't and bred them, and the domain lords can only hunt in the middle region. Sector lords outer region. Obviously the internal region is left for you all. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City was the sacred land of humanity in the universe. Here, almost everything was arranged to train the generations of warriors, allowing humanity to evolve and strengthen, allowing the youths to risk dangers and hunt the beasts. Obviously this was for training the later generation. Staying safe would mean there would be limits in growth. Even though Primal Chaos City's 30 years was rather safe, having some sense of danger was a good thing. It was good for nurturing the young primal chaos beasts. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, and a dark red armor extended and formed a helmet, covering his entire body in the cloud contact vine armor, revealing only his eyes. Let's take a look, just what it's about. Dressed in the dark red armor, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and carried the dark golden long rod on his back. The chaos energy revolved about, making it impossible for one to see too far with the naked eye. In the vast wasteland, weeds were growing everywhere, this wasteland that had been here for who knows how long. Even the nameless weeds and plants, along with the rubble, they were all made up of special properties, nurtured in the chaos energy over long periods of time. They all had the same special point. No matter how long, they would never decay. Luo Feng carefully moved forward. Sha! His ears moved, immediately lowering himself and hiding behind a stone, carefully looking ahead. In the distant weeds, a black silhouette walked out. This was a 3m tall ape. Like being, his body bent, his hands landing on the ground, except for white fur on his face. There was only one vertical brown eye and a mouth, no nose or ears. Its tail waved high and moved about. What's its strength? Luo Feng communicated to Babata mentally. No idea, there's no such primal chaos beast in the real universe, hence the energies it is emitting. I'm unable to gauge just what level of strength it's at, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. The ape-like beast that was running in the distance, its tail high in the sky, like lightning rod, suddenly stopped, violently turning to look in Luo Feng's direction, that single eye seemed enraged and filled with killing intent. Rumble the tail violently swayed, the beast immediately became a beam of light heading towards Luo Feng, its huge palms grabbing at him. Go! Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle. As he retreated, he controlled with his thoughts. Show. 9 golden lights shot out from behind him, simultaneously 6 of them shot towards the approaching beast. How the ape-like beast waved its tail again, creating an image and actually dodging 3 of the golden blades. Dang, 3 clashes. With a wave of its claws, it knocked away 3 of Luo Feng's golden blades. As the blades were knocked away, heavenly blade formation, Luo Feng frowned. Immediately the surroundings, golden energy rippled together, the 9 blades floated and formed a blade domain, compared to the one on the heavenly bridge. Before, the blade domain now was obviously more organized and tighter, at least it didn't have blade energy dispersed in all directions anymore, right? Now it was more condensed and controlled. With the glaring golden rainbow, one of the golden blades pierced forward, bringing with it the countless condensed blade energy and the domain behind it, piercing towards the beast. How the beast let out a struggled howl and its furry tail waved as he accelerated to flee, as though he felt a terrifying force was attacking him. However, how could his running speed match up to the Nanshan armaments? Attack! Rumble! The beast that couldn't flee in time used both hands to clash with the blade. Rainbow! With a huge clash, the beast's thick arms were smashed open, golden blood spewed out, blood and bone flew in all directions, and the golden blade rainbow immediately pierced right through its head. Rumble, the ape-like beast, immediately fell on the floor, simultaneously. Its golden blood and flesh etc. began to decay quickly, becoming chaos energy. A dark green light floated up from the corpse. Primal chaos spirit, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, using some spirit energy to wrap around and retrieve the light. Qi. When his spirit energy touched the spirit began to meld with his spirit energy. Spirit energy is mental energy, and the spirit is large amounts of this. Formed together, it isn't strange that spirit energy is able to absorb the primal chaos spirit. Luo Feng took the remaining spirit and absorbed it into his internal core. None of his 3 bodies were the true core, the internal core was the true center. Rumble. The surrounding energies violently tremored. Hell. Hell. Bent bodies appeared one after another, their faces with white fur and that single eye, similar to the primal chaos beast before. They jumped out from the weeds as fast as lightning. With one glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, some of their energies, some were obviously even stronger than the one earlier. Not good. Luo Feng didn't even think about fighting back. So, a silver-white pyramid automaton ship appeared in mid-air. However, the primal chaos beasts were simply too fast. Hoo-hoo! A dark red vine extended around Luo Feng's surface, tens of thick vines fiercely extended towards the large group of beasts rushing over. Rumble, the tall and huge leader of the group, was whipped by the vines. He spit out fresh blood but was still alive. Luo Feng rushed into the automaton ship and shut the cabin door. Rumble outside the group of beasts were madly attacking the walls of the ship. However, this was an E-grade automaton ship. It wasn't something these beasts that were at most universe level 9 could deal with. I understand now how a group of geniuses, all of them having ships with Large amounts of wealth, able to acquire powerful laser weapons, Gatling guns. How they could still die. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief if it wasn't for the automaton ship. With the cloud contact vine, he may have still gotten away. But it would have been difficult. Hunting the primal chaos beasts, yes, hunting. Just like hunters, quietly, killing in an instant, absorbing the spirit, and immediately distancing oneself from the scene. Luo Feng thought, when it let out its howl, to attract its companions earlier, I shouldn't have fought on. But fleet immediately. In the air above Primal Chaos City, a silver-white pyramid automaton ship appeared in mid-air, following which the ship vanished and Luo Feng descended into the city from above. However, no one seemed to care about this scene at all. In the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the automaton ship was rare and extremely valuable, however, to those in Primal Chaos City, the sacred land of training for the entire humanity in the universe. The Undyings here, most of them had wealth beyond that of Hu Yen Bo. An automaton ship was simply too common. Luo Feng landed on his own balcony. Primal chaos spirit. Luo Feng frowned, clearly feeling the core within. Within that core, Luo Feng's soul essence had formed a whirlpool galaxy. Revolving slowly, the glaring and dreamy whirlpool had a total of 8 spiral arms. Back when he first reached the universe level 1, this whirlpool galaxy had one little black domain, a tiny black hole. And now, the golden horned beast had already reached universe level 9, naturally the core of his soul also reached universe level 9, the soul essence which had reached universe level 9, the whirlpool galaxy now had a large black hole, and each of the 8 spiral arms had their own little black hole. They all gradually swallowed the star dust around. In the center of the black hole were 8 mini black holes. The formation of these 9 black holes represented the universe level 9, and for the universe level 9 to break through to the domain lord level, it required the 9 black holes to completely swallow the galaxy within, creating an absolute change. Universe level to domain lord level. This change was very difficult. Chi-chi. A dark green light landed within the whirlpool and was swiftly dragged in. Immediately swallowed by the center black hole in the outer regions of the whirlpool galaxy where it couldn't reach, mist engulfed the areas, engulfing the entire galaxy. A little change happened within the galaxy too. There's change. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his mind calm as still water, feeling the origin laws ripple within. In terms of ripples, the golden horned beast felt the ripples of the gold origin laws more clearly. The Masha clan felt the space origin laws more clearly. The earth body felt both ripples. Both were blurry to him, as though there was a heavy mist surrounding them. At this time, improvement, there's improvement. Luo Feng revealed a look of excitement. Within that internal space, where the vast golden continent was, just like a black mountain, the golden horned beast raised its head and let out a happy howl. Beside the black-clothed Luo Feng that had produced almost 1,000 images also stopped and shouted excitedly, "They've all improved." Yes. The 3 bodies all felt the origin law ripples a little clearer now. The golden horned beast could feel the gold laws clearer, mainly because its horn, neck, body, wings, tail, claws were all covered in golden engravings. These engravings resounded with the universe itself and the gold origin laws. Hence the golden horned beast naturally fit the golden origin laws better. One theory. The Masha clan body, with the 10,081 surfaced crystal with golden engravings. Rippling, communicating with the universe space laws, even resonating with space itself, it not only improved its comprehension of the space laws, even when it unleashed it, its power was much greater. The three bodies had one soul core. The soul core was undergoing change now. Naturally, all three bodies improved simultaneously. The soul core within was undergoing change, just like the earth bodies. Consciousness and spirit, the Masha clan's life crystal changed too. The core soul was something all three shared, it was also the core of the three bodies. The moment it evolved, all three would improve. If the core was unharmed, even if any of the three bodies was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, and even if all three were destroyed, as long as the core was fine, it could still keep producing the three bodies endlessly. This was one of its natural abilities. However, it had its pros and cons. The moment the core was destroyed, even if all three bodies were trillions of li apart, they would all die simultaneously. This was Luo Feng's life gate. Good stuff, it actually evolved my spirit, indeed the third treasure of primal Chaos City. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, from the student level to the sector lord level, the soul constantly gets stronger, its essence itself doesn't evolve. Only from sector lord level to undying will there be an absolute evolution. Right now, using this primal chaos spirit, one can actually preempt that evolution. Even though the amount of evolution itself isn't big, however with more quantity, the benefits are still huge. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. In terms of battle strength, his earth body was the weakest, the golden horned beast and the Masha clan bodies were the true killers. Obviously this soul evolution had great benefits to those two. Come on. Primal chaos beasts. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fire. Such a treasure, if he didn't get more of it, it would be such a waste. Luo Feng once again walked out of Primal Chaos City and into the wasteland, engulfed in chaos energy. The chaos energy covers everything here. All the scanning and signal devices are all affected, otherwise I could rely on Babata's scanning system. Luo Feng thought, if one could scan his surroundings, so many geniuses wouldn't have died. These scanning devices, I wonder if they don't work because we are in the primal universe, or because the management of Primal Chaos City willed it this way. Luo Feng was suspicious, but he didn't think much about it. No matter, he had to rely on himself to kill the beasts. 5 minutes later, half squatting in the grass patch, carefully staring at a distant beast. This was an extremely huge primal chaos beast, with a body of about 30 m long. Like a hill slowly moving, its skin on its head was shiny, almost like an alloy. Also there were two curved horns on its head, its eyes completely white. Only the center had pupils, the size of little green beans. Its gaze was ice cold, its thick strong hoofs slowly stomping on the ground. The ears erect, obviously on alert and ready. From its aura, it shouldn't be stronger than that first ape beast I first met. Luo Feng squatted in the grass patch, his gaze cold, heavenly blade formation formed behind. The dark golden long rod immediately shot out 81 beams of golden light, every 9 of them swiftly combining together and forming one chi long golden blades. The 9 golden blades swiftly rose up, and the rippling golden energy immediately formed the blade domain. Rumble. The golden rainbow shot towards that huge primal chaos beast's head. How the beast fiercely turned its head and immediately let out an enraged roar. quickly lowering its head to use its sharpest point on its body, its horns to clash with the golden rainbow. Chi. The golden blade infused with absolute power from the blade domain arced a little and brushed the horns, immediately piercing through the head of the beast. That alloy-like head portion was extremely solid, with chi-chi sounds coming from the blade. The golden blade finally barely managed to pierce in, and with another chi sound, pierced out from between its eyes. Rumble, the huge beast crumbled onto the ground, following which the dark green spirit rose up and its body swiftly decayed into large amounts of chaos energy. Xiao Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, using his spirit energy to wrap around the primal chaos spirit and vanished far away. Several seconds later, rumble about 10 huge primal chaos beasts, all like thunder itself, causing the land to tremor, came running over. However, in these few seconds, Luo Feng had already fled a few hundred km away. A few hundred km away. Hiding behind some rubble, feeling the comfortable feeling of his soul core absorbing the primal chaos spirit, Luo Feng smiled. Very good, I'll hunt the beast like that. I'll at most attack a couple of times, and whether I succeed or not, I'll immediately flee, and fighting against these beasts allows me to test my comprehension levels too. It began. The period of hunting the primal chaos beasts had begun. As he hunted, Luo Feng realized that even though the stone tablet had said that this internal region's beasts were all universe level, in truth, over 60 of them were universe level 1, the rest were universe level 2 to 9, all proficient in several origin laws. The only weakness was their low intelligence. Just like several of Earth's animals that hadn't evolved, simpler traps alone were enough to make them fall in. During the hunting process, he occasionally bumped into universe level 9 beasts. Luckily, the cloud contact vine was universe level 9 effects of the long periods of usage of the swelling water fruit, otherwise he would have been in much more danger. After 3 months since his hunting began, 2 golden blades fusing, so it's this way, while unleashing the blade domain, Luo Feng finally succeeded in fusing one blade behind another, golden threads weaving through the both of them, forming a dreamy huge golden blade. This blurry huge golden blade, with the power of the blade domain, had terrifying power. Immediately killed one primal chaos beast. Universal link. That one body feeling. Luo Feng remembered that mysterious feeling. He couldn't explain it clearly. Naturally, he understood the reason he couldn't explain it was simply because he hadn't fully grasped the essence of the universe space law itself. He was studying the floating blood 108 words first blade form, and he only got a little bit of it. Even though he had yet to fully grasp it, at least he could use it now. I'll first unleash it. As for understanding the essence, I'll take it slowly. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. I can now fuse 2 blades together. These 2 blades, with the help of the blade domain, I should be able to beat the Heavenly Bridge level 1's 3 blades fusing right. Even though the enemy fused 3 blades together, he didn't use a blade domain. No rush. My power may still not be enough, hence he didn't use the blade domain. Luo Feng wasn't rushed at all. The 30 years in Primal Chaos City was for him to work on his basics. There was no need to rush. Being grounded was the best. 8 months later. 3 blades into one. Luo Feng, who was constantly testing himself against the primal chaos beasts, as to how to use his comprehension of the origin laws, and transfer it into the Nanshan armament. He was understanding it clearer after time, and now he could control that mystical feeling before and combine 3 blades perfectly, forming a terrifying power. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. On the island, dressed in a black star robe, the watchman Bevan looked shocked at the white-robed blood-blade youth. Third-level Bevan looked shocked at the youth before him. When the batch of 1,000 geniuses had first arrived, this Bolin had already cleared 2 levels at one go. This was already extremely rare within the history of Primal Chaos City. It hadn't even been a year, and now he's returned. Bolin nodded. Go on, I wish you success. The watchman Bevan smiled. So. The white-robed youth Bolin immediately headed towards the side of the island, heading to an endless bridge, of which 2 words on a stone tablet was shown. Their universe. The 52 Primal Chaos tablets reflected the 52 bridges, of which the huge axe bridge had 32 levels, the highest, and the universe heavenly bridge had 30 levels, ranked number 2. As for the 9 universe, it has 27 levels, also amongst the highest, enough to rank in the top 5. The lowest bridge had 21 levels. In terms of level numbers, it didn't mean much. As long as one could pass 21 levels, he could already become a powerful universe country leader. Luo Feng's group of geniuses, will there be one capable of becoming a universe country leader? So Bolin rushed towards the bridge. After a while, the watchman Bevan revealed a shocked expression. He passed. He successfully passed. It's only been that long in Primal Chaos City, and he actually passed the 3rd level. Even though it was said that the initial improvements were easy, it would get harder and more profound later. Bolin was simply sick. Of the other geniuses from that batch, Rong Jun had passed the 1st level, the rest had all failed, yet Bolin actually passed the 3rd level. Within the warriors training in Primal Chaos City, which formed the 52 sects, most of them had chosen the path of the huge axe, because many with backgrounds knew that this particular tablet was from the founder of the huge axe dojo, and amongst the 52 tablets, the huge axe heavenly bridge had the highest number of levels. The huge axe sect has the most people. The universe sect had the least. Universe, why universe? From the ancient times, the universe represented both space and time. This sect was termed the universe sect, mainly because it trained in both of the 2 biggest laws, space and time, as the 2 laws were the hardest to comprehend. Being able to comprehend one was already incredibly difficult. Much less both. However, when one actually comprehended both, his power would be terrifying. He passed the 3rd level. Passing the 3rd level, doesn't that mean he can go listen to classes already? I heard the number 1 from the latest genius battle, who has been in Primal Chaos City for less than a year, had actually passed the 3rd level. It's unbelievable. Normally, from the 1,000 geniuses from each genius battle, after training hard for 30 years in Primal Chaos City, only few managed to actually pass the 3rd level in the end. This Bolin, he's far ahead of the others. Passing the 3rd level was a breakthrough. The moment one passes the 3rd level, it meant he had already grasped the tablet's basics. Only at this time did he have the right to go listen to the sect leaders speak, like True Yen Emperor, or Black Mist Emperor. They all taught classes. Passing the 18th level, one could become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City. These people were eventually able to open one's own subsect and teach classes. Virtual Universe, Yuxian Mountain Primal Region Training Grounds. Wearing a bull helmet and carrying a huge axe, the strong-looking warrior Long Yun looked at the screen on his arm and was completely shocked. 3rd level. Bolin actually passed the 3rd level. How did he improve so quickly? Why Long Yun couldn't help but grip his axe tightly. Crackling sounds could be heard as he grit his teeth and struggled. How come I can't even pass the 1st level? Why is the difference between me and Bolin so large? Long Yun was similar to Bolin in the fact that they both entered the primal region from this genius competition. Not long after entering Primal Chaos City, Bolin and Rongjun took the spotlight, making Long Yun incredibly unhappy. It was because he was a member of the primal region. He was the number 2 of the competition. However, now even the absolute beginning region Rongjun had passed the 1st level, and yet he hadn't. Hence, he had been working very hard. A few days ago, he had tried again. However, he still failed. Who would have thought that now Bolin actually even passed the 3rd level? Is the difference between us really that huge? Long Yun knelt down, painfully, grabbing the floor. What? Bolin passed the 3rd level. This news almost simultaneously reached Rongjun, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Wuka, and others as they were spending large amounts of time within the city and outside hunting. They would bump into each other and get to know each other. When one acquired such news, he would immediately send it to inform the others. This Bolin has passed the 3rd level. I don't believe that I can't even pass. The first Wuka waved his fist and his consciousness entered the virtual universe network. 3rd level Jiao Lai Shi also entered the virtual universe network. The difference can't be that big. Jiang Mo and Qian Shui, the siblings, both entered to try the heavenly bridge. I was originally preparing to wait till my 4 blades became one. I wanted to try with full guarantee. Who would have thought Bolin would improve this quickly? Then I'll go try now. Luo Feng was affected by Bolin too, gritting his teeth. He went to the heavenly bridge as well to try. A group of geniuses all training in Primal Chaos City. Naturally they were all secretly competitive. When they first arrived and Bolin passed both the 1st and 2nd levels, everybody accepted it. After all, he was indeed very strong. However, now after 8 months, Bolin actually passed the 3rd level. One had to know 8 months earlier he couldn't pass the 3rd level, meaning his improvement over these 8 months was huge. Also, each level on the heavenly bridge got increasingly difficult. Bolin's improvement had sparked the pride within the other geniuses. From the remaining surviving 913 geniuses, about 100 of them all chose to give it a shot after receiving the news. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. That beautiful island was enshrouded by mist. The watchman Bevan still dressed in his black star robe. At this time youth after youth appeared on the island. So many people. When Luo Feng appeared on the island, with a glance he spotted the Manka Prince along with other heaven and ground region, last phase region geniuses. 9 Universe Bridge, Luo Feng watchman Bevan smiled. Go on, there's currently no one. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. All the best. Luo Feng Wuka waved his fist and shouted. You too. Luo Feng smiled. Let me inform you all, Jiao Lai Shi, from the same batch as you guys, has just passed the 1st level. Watchman Bevan shouted. After Bolin and Rongjun, he's the 3rd to have completed the 1st level. Luo Feng, who was just getting ready to fly towards the 1st level, was stunned. The surrounding group of youths were all stunned too. Jiao Lai Shi. Hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi. Back then, during the genius battle, his reputation was extremely high. Many had even regarded him as being able to make it to number 2. He was, however, defeated by madman Luo Feng, and was not able to enter the top 10, hence he was dropped to the heaven and ground region. Even though he was in that region, strength was after all still strength. This time, he had passed the first level. Jiao Lai Shi actually passed the first level. The group of youths couldn't accept it. Jiao Lai Shi Luo Feng snorted, becoming a beam of light and flying into the distant 9-universe bridge. Primal Chaos City was extremely vast. On a particular training balcony, Long Yun was almost like a wild bull, standing on the balcony, staring into the distant sky and muttering, Jiao Lai Shi passed the first level, and he's only a heaven and ground region member. I'm from the primal region. However, he managed to pass the first level, and I'm still stuck. Disarray. His mind and heart was in a complete mess. This made Long Yun completely unable to train. Pain, rage, he couldn't accept it. All sorts of emotions were eating away within. Calm down. I need to stay calm. Ling Yan's gaze slowly focused. He said softly, I cannot let my primal region member status become my prison. I need to forget my status and work hard to improve step by step. Yes, just like before. Long Yun was originally a very low profile and steady person, but once his position rose swiftly due to becoming a powerful and high-ranked primal region member, and the fact that even the head of his guards was an undying, even undyings called him his majesty, causing him to change. No matter, there's only 3 that have passed the first level currently. I'm not that far behind. Bolin, Rongjun, Jiao Lai Shi. Long Yun's gaze was filled with battle spirit. Long Yun frowned. When his consciousness entered the virtual universe network, he received the latest mail. Luo Feng had just passed the first level. The mail only had this one line. It was sent from Lancelot. Luo Feng. Long Yun stared wide-eyed. In his mind, the images of the mad, black-haired youth from before flashed. He was very clearly within the top 5 back then. His battle with Madman. Accurately speaking, Madman didn't lose by his hands, but rather by the shrinking battle space. I definitely have to pass the first level. Definitely. Long Yun's mind didn't have any other thoughts, just one: hard work. Jiao Lai Shi, Luo Feng, they've all passed the first level within heaven and ground region in Yuxiang Mountain. Within a villa, Gusi Luo violently squeezed the wine glass in his hands. Red wine flowed down from the smashed glass, landing on the floor. Gusi Luo was a perfect genius. During the training space round, he was ranked overall number 2, and during the top 10 battle, he matched against Rongjun. Their battle was the longest one of the lot. Finally he lost, and he could only helplessly enter the heaven and ground region. However, even though he was in this region, his strength was still recognized. Gusi Luo, Jiao Lai Shi, they were all regarded as tragic geniuses in that competition, one losing to Rongjun and the other to Luo Feng. Both ended up in the heaven and ground region. Jiao Lai Shi, Luo Feng, they've all passed. Why have I still failed? Gusi Luo gripped the broken shards, firmly gripping. The shards became powder and flowed down. The geniuses were all proud. Just a genius competition wasn't enough to make everyone submit. Even if they failed before, it didn't mean that they would remain weak. 30 years in Primal Chaos City, this was the true period of laying their foundations. They would all risk it all in these 30 years, wanting to best the other Geniuses. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Villa 1136, in the third level of the building. In the study. The first level, I passed it easily. This time Luo Feng swiftly opened his laptop, his mood happy. The earlier battle in the first level wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. That similar opponent on the Dark Cloud shuttle, using the Nanshan armament, didn't unleash the Heavenly Blade formation. He only relied on the 3 powerful golden blades to battle. In truth, even though Luo Feng could control the 3 blades into one, they still weren't as perfect as the opponent's flexibility. Luckily, he had the power of the blade domain. Its power was boosted greatly, allowing him to kill his opponent immediately. As for the second level, he gave it a shot but was defeated in one blow. Treasure Trove. Luo Feng opened the treasure trove mail and chose techniques. Too troublesome. Luo Feng had no patience to browse slowly, immediately entering the words floating blood. D. On the laptop screen, the Floating Blood Manual's introduction appeared. Floating Blood Technique, exchangeable for 800 points, Primal Region 70. Absolute Beginning 80, Heaven and Ground 905, and Last Phase full price. Very well, Luo Feng smiled, I'll buy it. Luo Feng pressed the button lightly to exchange for the Floating Blood Manual. Exchange successful. With the discount, you've spent 640 points, with 360 remaining. Please wait, someone will deliver the manual immediately. A few Mandarin words appeared on the screen. Unlike buying weapons, or life fruit, etc., items which need to be transferred, in reality buying a manual could be obtained immediately within the virtual universe. The manuals were after all simply knowledge being transferred, and the virtual universe had a 100 simulation, hence, it was the most effective and safest way of transfer. In reality, one even had to prove one's identity. In the virtual universe, however, the entire virtual universe was under surveillance and had great security. These manuals were sold by the virtual universe system itself. Naturally, it was incredibly safe. There's a call request, Babata shouted. Receive it. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and a screen appeared before him. On it was a beautiful jade. It was the manager of the Absolute Beginning Region sector. Lord Lady Fox smiled and said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, we've just received your manual container. We require you to come down and accept it. All right, I'm coming. Luo Feng smiled. It was indeed fast. Exchanging goods. In reality, just the universe travel time alone would require a long time. So, Luo Feng flew out of his villa, becoming a beam of light on his dark cloud shuttle and swiftly reaching the structure in which the entrance was located. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng could see beside the entrance, Sector Lord Lady Fox was looking up and awaiting his arrival. Luo Feng surveyed below. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. Lady Fox smiled and welcomed him. Lady Fox, where's the item? Luo Feng looked around. Please wait a moment. Lady Fox looked at the construct beside, a waitress carrying a silver briefcase ran over and transferred it to Lady Fox. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, these are the manuals. Our Absolute Beginning Region just received. It's what you purchased. Lady Fox passed it over. Thanks. Luo Feng received it with anticipation. Yes. The manuals were very important. He had really experienced it this time. Before, he had the Yun-Mo planet inheritance, along with the Golden Horned Beast inheritance. He had never worried about techniques. However, studying the 9 Universe tablet whether it was the Yun-Mo planet of the golden-horned beast. Memories, both of them couldn't help at all. It was a waste that he had spent all his points initially, so much so that he had only studied just a bit of the first blade technique over these 8 months. The points are extremely valuable. Wanting to earn more is incredibly difficult. The initial points given to me are to allow me to lay down my foundation. Babata, you made me buy the techniques earlier on, that was really stupid. While in mid-air flying back towards his villa, Luo Feng said unhappily to Babata on his shoulder. You can't blame me. Babata's little face looked innocent. How would I know what the primal chaos city is like? I only know one thing, that the earlier you spend your points on techniques, the earlier you can raise your strength. Stop quibbling. After this first loss, in the future when I acquire valuable and expensive items, I definitely won't use or lose them easily. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade. The initial points they gave me was for my foundation. I wasted it on the illusionary techniques for the Masha clan. Luo Feng shook his head. Luckily, he had passed the first level. For new people in the city, they awarded 10 times the points for those in their first 30 years in Primal Chaos City. Hence, he acquired 1,000 points. Otherwise, if he wasn't a new person, the first level would only give 100 points, second level 200, third level 400. It compounded on, showing just how difficult getting points was. Sitting in the study, he placed his laptop to the side and put the silver briefcase on the table. With a click, he opened it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The briefcase was filled with many black books. Within every one of them had the universe language words 9 universe and floating blood on them, also with the numbering, first, second, third, 110th. There's actually 110 books. Luo Feng was shocked as the many training methods were all profound, hence using words alone would be extremely long. Just like when Luo Feng was studying the soul imprint before, just the preparation stages alone for the training took one entire book. From his own inherited memories, the many techniques for the golden-horned beast, many of them if calculated in universe language words, would have trillions of words in them. Floating blood is a basic manual, that alone is 110 books. Luo Feng was excited, picking up the top one, the first book. On it, the most obvious black words were the 9 universe. 2 words beside it were the smaller words floating blood, and finally bottom left was the name Lien. Luo. Opening the book, Luo Feng began to read. 9 Universe Tablet Introduction. Space Origin Law Comprehension. Floating Blood Training. Luo Feng looked at the synopsis. He was shocked to find that this first book alone had tens of thousands of words, yet they don't even explain the 108 blade forms, but the author Lien Luo explained his own study of the 9 universe tablet, his recognition of the space origin laws, along with some information of the floating blood training he created. In general, this floating blood first book was a summary of the entire manual. I need to understand his thoughts, his training path, before actually studying the 108 forms that will be even more effective. Luo Feng began to dig in and study. The universe space origin law was broad and profound. Wanting to completely study and comprehend it was almost an impossible thing. Altogether, just from looking at the countless planets, one can barely calculate the number of humans in the universe there are with new generations being born, growing, and dying. The cycle of life continued for 1,000 Years, 10,000 trillion years. This cycle, perpetuated over and over. In the limitless and vast star fields, out of so many, one universe country leader would be born. Wanting to become a universe country leader, one had to either be a time or space knight, that would mean completely studying and comprehending space, or time at a peak level, that was extremely difficult. 9 Universe Tablet was one way to allow someone to become a space knight, which was one of the big paths to greatness. The 9 Universe Tablet was incredibly profound, and they directly reflected the 27 levels of the heavenly bridge. Just passing the 21st level would mean one could become a space knight, hence becoming a universe country leader, and the final level was still 27 if one completely comprehended the entire 9 universe tablet. That would mean standing right at the peak of humanity in the vast universe itself. 9 Universe Tablet, a total of 9 pictures. According to the first book's description, as long as one comprehended 7 pictures, he would be able to become a space knight and universe country leader. The first raindrop picture, second drizzle, third rainstorm, these 3 pictures were increasing levels of layers about studying the space laws, just like how the computers on Earth used complex encoding. However, in truth, if one truly understood the basics and essence, they were simply the construct of zeros and ones. The essence was very simple, just 2 digits forming sequences. Or just like Mandarin, Mandarin was very complex, however it was simple. Strokes that were placed together to form large words, the strokes were considered the base and essence. Or even English, no matter how complex it was, breaking it down all the way, it was made simply of letters, ABCD, forming different words and combinations. One theory. Even though the universe origin laws were incredibly complex, the core and essence of the most complex things are still simple. These March 1st pictures broke down the universe laws, separating them into 108 different wonders. If one said that Mandarin was made of strokes and English was made of letters, then the universe laws were made of these 108 wonders, constantly interweaving and combining, finally forming one huge law. The March 1st pictures were dissected to the deepest regions. The 4th picture was a picture of stars, the 5th was a galaxy, and the 6th was Galaxy River. Whether it was made of 2 digits, or brushes and strokes, or simple letters, just knowing these alone wouldn't be enough to create a huge computer digit or language, or even this mysterious network world. One wouldn't be able to rely on just one stroke to write a large amount of Mandarin words, making the heart-trembling Mandarin language and culture, or even just those letters to make an English system. Wanting to rely on the core essence to form an incredibly vast and full network world, Mandarin world, English world, required large amounts of combinations, large amounts of grammar, etc. One theory. 108 wonders, these were the dissected pieces of shattered glass, the base, 108 items. The March 1st pictures were a form of dissection. The 4th to 6th pictures were a grouping of the bodies, allowing these most basic core essences to combine and constantly expand, improving on them, broadening until finally forming the perfect universe space. Origin law. The 7th picture was an incredibly peculiar beast that represented a perfect universe space law. Comprehending the 7th picture, one could become a space knight or universe country leader. So it's this theory. I understand Luo Feng looked to the first book's initial 2 portions, which Discussed the 9-universe tablet and the comprehension of the universe space. Law. He was getting excited, normal warriors, comprehending the laws. Training. It's just like studying English, they learn a few words immediately. And practice on how to write them by learning some words today, some more tomorrow. Over time, they get stronger and better. However, if they don't learn it with the set rules, it'll remain complex and inefficient. However, by dissecting it first and grouping them later, it'll be like learning the most basic letters, learning the different grammar first and the rules and vocabulary later, structure, etc. Luo Feng smiled. The theory was simple. However, the universe law, compared to Mandarin or computer coding, was at least 1,000,000,000,000 times more complex. Undying souls, calculating speeds, don't pale in comparison to even computers. However, many are still unable to break through to night level even after trillions of years. It's because it was too complex. After all, the universe origin laws contained simply too many things. By using a 2-digit structure alone, one could build a network world. These 108 wonders could explain 108 digits. Just how terrifying was the universe origin law? What's more, 108 wonders, every one of them was trillions of times bigger than the entire Mandarin or English language or even computer coding, much less the entire law itself. Floating blood technique. This was a manual that dissected the universe space law's essence, demonstrating through the many blade forms. Floating Blood's first book was a summary. The second to 109th book were training methods on the 108 wonders. The 110th book was a summary of the 108 forms. Dissecting the essence is incredibly difficult. The revolution of the universe laws, with its perfect form as for its essence, it requires one to constantly dissect it. Even the March 1st pictures of the 9-universe tablet only displayed the 108 wonders within those 108 drops of rain. These sort of complicated methods, I cannot function or dissect it. I can only use blade forms to fully explain these 108 wonders. Comprehension is incredibly difficult. And these 108 wonders, the September 1st are the easiest, the middle 27 are hard. The 27 plus the first 9 forms the second picture of the drizzling, the final 72 are the hardest. These 72 plus the earlier 36 form the perfect rainstorm. The September 1st, even though they are the easiest, unless one is an absolute genius with pinnacle comprehension and mental stability, it's extremely hard to train. Back then I studied in Primal Chaos City for 3,000 years before I finally created the floating blood. If it were in the actual universe, it would take at least 10,000 years. I have these 2 pieces of advice to the warriors in the future. 1. If you are in Primal Chaos City and you've trained for 20 years without comprehending the first blade form, give up on floating blood. Go learn from other paths and slowly comprehend them. This path doesn't suit you. 2. If you are in the actual universe and you've trained for 200 years without comprehending the first blade form, similar to above, just give up. These final 2 lines in the first book made Luo Feng frown. Yes. Before on the balcony, seeing the large amount of words left behind by Lian Luo saying he studied for 3,000 years, this meant that it took a total of 3,000 years of study for him to accomplish this studying in Primal Chaos City. One could look up to see the obvious universe laws revolve. Even though the efficiency was much higher, he still took that long. 20 years, Luo Feng said softly, revealing a smile. If one hasn't Comprehended the first blade form in 20 years, give up on floating blood. Absolute genius, absolute comprehension and mental stability. In terms of talent and comprehension, the Masha clan clone is very capable. In terms of stability and mental state, maybe I'm weaker than my two brothers, however at least I'm able to maintain absolute cold calmness. Luo Feng thought, talent, comprehension and mental state, these three should be considered pretty high. The talent of his earth body in the vast universe could be considered not bad. However, it could never reach the absolute state of which Lian Luo spoke of in the manual. The Masha clan body. That was the strong body. This was the ultimate assassin amongst countless races in the vast universe. The favorite of space itself in terms of talent, there wasn't one amongst the human race that could match up to the Masha clan in terms of the space origin law. The Masha clan training, the space origin law, had the fastest comprehension, that along with Luo Feng's mental state. The conditions were good. Primal Chaos City, the chaos energy revolved. On a particular balcony of this ancient city, Luo Feng stood, gazing into the distant city and the wasteland outside. Floating blood technique is explained through blade forms, however the blade forms can be swiftly trained in. Luo Feng pondered, the first book had many explanations of the blade forms through incredibly complex blade forms, allowing one to experience and finally comprehend the first wonder that was the core of the first blade form. Blade and saber, these were both close combat weapons. The blade emphasized on piercing. The saber emphasized on slashing. However, the illusionary saber that Luo Feng used forms from the blood. Illusionary forms, the entire length of the saber was 108 centimeters, the edge was 80 centimeters, and the width was 53 centimeters. It had some changes from the saber, the one he used on Earth. Just from the appearance one could see that this one focused on piercing. There were a few other two-handed huge blades that were even more similar to a wild saber compared to Luo Feng's. Having used the golden illusionary saber for long, changing to a blade now wasn't too difficult. In terms of close combat talent, especially when using a blade, of my three bodies, there's no doubt the Masha clan is the strongest, Luo Feng thought. Then, let's begin. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, raising his head to look at the splits in the sky that had crystal threads and revolving origin laws. It was simply mesmerizing. Like the thousands and tens of thousands of warriors in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng began to quietly study. The primal chaos spirits had beneficial effects on the soul. However, just like eating medicine, it lost its potency gradually as one consumed more. Luo Feng had hunted for over 8 months. Initially, the spirits made his soul constantly evolve. However, as it evolved more, the effects of the spirits diminished, especially in the recent 2 months. The evolution itself became almost unnoticeable. That's right. If one could evolve limitlessly, then simply relying on the primal chaos spirits could make one's soul evolve to undying. It was a pity there was no such good thing. No wonder they all simply sit and quietly study. Only newcomers would head outside the city to hunt. So to many domain lords and sector lords, they've already had their fill of the primal chaos spirits. It's no wonder there are still so many surviving beasts outside the city. Luo Feng sat on the balcony, looking up at the origin laws revolving about, experiencing it within his internal world. The Masha clan body had taken the form of a black-clothed Luo Feng, wielding The dark red blade. This blade was something Babata had created from using several machines and alloys within his storage space with no special properties. It was a very simple alloy blade, completely fulfilling the conditions of the floating blood manual. Chi. Within the black-clothed Luo Feng, the 10,081 surfaced life crystal had incredibly complex golden engravings on them. All these glowing engravings gave off a resonance and ripple with the universe space itself. So, over 1,000 images appeared. The blade form was magnificent. The Masha clan was naturally apt at using close combat weapons, especially blade forms that were infused with the space origin laws. It was suited for such skills. Not right. It should be this way. Yes, very good. The black-clothed Luo Feng and Luo Feng himself shared the same soul. The two naturally viewed the space splits and the universe origin laws revolving together, experiencing it and unleashing the blade forms. Luo Feng's earth body himself would occasionally reflect against the 9 universe tablet and the manual within the virtual universe. Time flowed, days passed. Even though Luo Feng had passed the first level of the heavenly bridge and received yet another chance to study the tablet, he was in no rush to go immediately according to the explanation within the floating blood manual. Every chance to study had to be grasped and treasured. One couldn't waste time. Within one first had to completely understand and comprehend everything from before, and continue pondering and studying only when they left with a large amount of questions and doubts again should they go see the tablet once more. As one would ponder for a long time, with large amounts of questions, going to see the tablet would easily answer much of it, understanding more from before. This way, the efficiency was high. After all, the chances to study the 9 universe tablet were limited. China 2075, June 9th, Luo Feng acquired the floating blood manual and began his training in Primal Chaos City. Year 2075, September, Gusi Luo passed the first level on the bridge, and after a few days, Long Yin too passed the first level. Year 76, January, Luo Feng entered the city leader's residence and began to study the tablet again. He spent 7 days, constantly comprehending answers to his questions about the first blade form in his mind, and even feeling something special. The 9 universe tablet was completely for bringing one into the space origin law itself. Year 76 to 77, the Menka Prince Wuka, Qian Shui of the genius siblings, many from the absolute beginning had all passed the first level. Even though it seemed like Wuka, Qian Shui, and the others were slow. In truth, the time in the primal universe flowed slower. China had seen 3 years gone by, and yet in Primal Chaos City, only one had passed. In truth, Wuka, Qian Shui, and the others weren't slower than Luo Feng by even a year. During the 2nd and 3rd year in Primal Chaos City, the heaven and ground region, the last phase region's geniuses began to all pass through the first level. This batch of 1,000 geniuses, with only a bit over 800 survivors, the last to pass the first level, was during the end of the 4th year. Within Primal Chaos City, the other geniuses began to liven up, all heading out frequently, and later realizing the effects diminishing, everybody slowly began to stop heading out to hunt the beasts, only occasionally heading out to use them as test subjects. For their comprehension, everyone spent their time sitting on the balconies in the actual universe. China year 2082, August, Luo Feng's older son Luo Ping had married and had a child in the same year. After all, during the base era, many usually married at the age of 19, and this year, Luo Ping was already 22. Luo Feng was speechless. He had already become a grandfather. Year 86, Earth's bases began to expand, as it had already been over 20 years. Since the swallowing beast incident over these 20 years, with the Earth's upper echelon not controlling the masses and birth, many were encouraged to have more children. Since humanity at risk before, it was better to have more children. However, now, after Earth began to interact more with the universe, discovering how vast it was with trillions of other races, Earth's humans were simply too little. Naturally they wouldn't control them, and with technology advancing at an extreme rate, feeding and housing everybody became a much easier thing to do. Year 88, Earth's humans, they occupied more territory. The humans of Earth also got stronger and stronger. In truth, the reason behind why they never fully killed all the wild beasts to the Earth humans, they were the perfect training ground for the fighters. Year 89, Luo Feng's smaller son Luo Hai began to enter the universe to explore. His older son Luo Ping was more steady. However, Luo Hai worshipped his father and headed into the universe to explore. Luo Feng couldn't help it. He could only arrange for him to enter the Ganwu dojo. Year 92, Earth's humans, in the Pacific, Indian Ocean and many other oceans, a few large constructed cities on islands were built. This represented the humans of Earth finally entering the sea areas. Year 99, the expedition to Mars began. Of course, the most stunning thing for Luo Feng was China. Year 2103, his own grandson, also Luo Ping's son from before his marriage, also got married. My God! If this kept going, his time in Primal Chaos City was over 30 years, the actual universe time was over 100 years. 100 years. He feared that his own great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren would have been born by then. No wonder, these ancient beings, after trillions of years, have trillions in their imperial family. This multiplication is indeed too fast. Luo Feng was helpless. And when 30 years had passed on Earth, only 10 years had passed in Primal Chaos City. Earth had huge transformations. And in the distant ancient Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had quietly sat there for 10 years. Primal Chaos City, as the sacred land of humanity, had existed for trillions of years. There was hardly any change within these 10 years. Chaos energy still engulfed it. There were still countless warriors on their balconies. If there was a camera recording the images of them for the last 10 years, one would realize that majority of the warriors hadn't moved at all. He's coming. In the air above Primal Chaos City stood two powerful-looking silhouettes. One was an ape-man in golden armor. His eyes seemed like they could see through space itself. Beside him was another slightly skinnier man with pale complexion and white armor with two black horns. The space around him seemed to be warping. The most peculiar thing was he kept his eyes closed. Rumble in the distance, a dark blue Ark Universe ship appeared. Tru Yan, Tong Nan, a clear voice resounded, dressed in a dark blue armor with purple long hair. A beautiful lady flew out the cabin door as the ship behind her vanished. Jade. Tru Yan's voice was cheerful. That white-robed, skinny man, who had his eyes closed, also smiled and shouted, "Jade, it's been a while. You two have been staying in Primal Chaos City and studying, rarely even entering the virtual universe, and I've been in the actual universe. How can We even meet Jade smiled, her entire being was almost like a jade statue. Giving off a clear dreamy feeling, almost like she wasn't in the same space and time at all. Come to where I am staying, the white-robed, skinny man smiled. In a moment. In a peculiar construct, where light and darkness were incomparably harmonious. True Yan Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, and Jade Emperor, these three were absolute beings with high amounts of power within the virtual universe. They sat around each other. Chi, tastes good. Jade lifted a crystal wineglass and took a sip. This liquid, which had stars floating and revolving within, looked extremely beautiful. Haha, to be able to drink this 5-star galaxy, I've gotten some of the benefits from Jade. True Yen strongly swallowed the wine liquid in one gulp and rubbed his chin gently after his eyes staring wide. He complimented Tong Nan, this blind man is very petty. He's been with me for over 100 million years, and only let me drink this once. It's very expensive. Tong Nan said softly, you just drank 30,000 mixed elements. Don't be so petty, give me some more. Back then, when you were in the universe secret area, you earned quite a bit, yet just drinking a bit of wine makes you feel the pinch. True Yen laughed and mocked, grabbing the bottle again. The entirely black cylinder was on the table. Tong Nan Emperor didn't even stop him, allowing True Yen to grab it. Tisk. True Yen shot a glance at Jade Emperor. Jade, your reputation is still bigger. Jade Emperor smiled and looked at Tong Nan Emperor. As eternal beings that have been around for so long, even if they helped their families live for 1,000 eras, as time flowed like a river, their close ones had all still died. Hence, True Yen Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Tong Nan Emperor didn't have any family left to them. These friends that had been through thick and thin with them were their family. True Yen, Tong Nan, Jade, they all used to be a team. They were good friends in life and death situations. They experienced peril time and again. Their bonds were deep, especially between Tong Nan and Jade. These two had even a trace of romance. However, these two had never actually acted upon it. Even though they understood each other's thoughts, they still maintained their distance. They were used to this feeling too. After all, they were good friends and partners. Your arrival this time is for Tong Nan Emperor asked. On Knight's orders. Jade smiled. 9-Blade Knight. True Yen asked, shocked. What is the Knight making you do here? The Knight pays close attention to this new batch. They need to stay in Primal Chaos City for over 30 years, and 1/3 of the time has already passed. As such, there should already be some definite progress. Jade smiled. And the Knight himself will only come on the last day itself to receive this new batch. As for regular supervision, naturally, he would send people under him, hence I've come. Tong Nan, the blind man, nodded. Right, this new batch was received by 9-Blade Knight. If a strong warrior emerges, he will be under 9-Blade Knight. Right. Jade smiled. Even though this batch's chances of becoming undying are very low, there should still be a few with their talent and our virtual universe companies heavy nurturing. The moment they become undying, they will definitely be more than ordinary. Naturally, the Knight has to pay attention to his future underlings. For every genius battle and warrior battle, the virtual universe company would send a Knight to host it. Whoever hosts any genius that later becomes undying would then be arranged to be under that host. If there wasn't such a reason with the Knight's status, would there be a need for him to send the new batch into Primal Chaos City and later personally receive them again? This new batch is not bad, especially that Bolin half a year ago, he already cleared the 4th level. Tong Nan Emperor lifted his wine glass, gently sipping. From the others, 7 of them have passed the 2nd level, the rest have only passed the 1st level so far. These 7 are Gusi Luo, Long Yun, Jiao Laishi, Tao Qian Shui, Wuka, and Rong Jun. Rong Jun broke through the 2nd level in his 4th year. Tru Yen smiled. Tao did so in the 7th year. Gusi Luo, Long Yun, Jiao Laishi all passed the 2nd level in their 8th. Wuka and Qian Shui in their 9th. Jade smiled. I know, in terms of strength, Bolin is number 1 and Rong Jun is 2nd. The 6 behind them, Tao, Gusi Luo, Long Yun, Jiao Laishi, Wuka, and Qian Shui don't have huge differences in levels. Perhaps that blood axe Tao is leading by a little, right? Wasn't there a Luo Feng with good performance earlier? Not clear. Tong Nan shook his head. Tru Yen would know. He's been keeping an eye on that punk. Tru Yen. Jade looked at the ape-man warrior. This Luo Feng. Tru Yen rubbed his chin, and then his head. He was frowning. How do I put it? When he first came, his performance was good. However, these 10 years have been peculiar. This punk spent some time hunting the beasts outside, after which he has been sitting on the balcony studying. He has not once attempted the bridge. Ah. Jade nodded, smiling. I've come this time specifically to observe them. The first target is Bolin. The knight had also complimented Bolin. Each level of the heavenly bridge gets increasingly more difficult. The difficulty rises in a compounding ratio. I initially thought that he would take 20 years to pass the 4th level. Who would have thought he would do so in 10 instead? Jade exclaimed and smiled. The 2nd is Rong Jun. He was number 2 in this batch. I estimate he will pass the 3rd level in these few years. Right. Tong Nan and Tru Yen nodded. For years after coming to Primal Chaos City and passing the 2nd level. Especially this year, he's already tried twice. He's not far from passing the 3rd level. Tru Yen laughed, and with the Yuanshan Universe country leader as his personal teacher, how could his improvement be slow? Even though they were complimenting Rong Jun, within he was still unsatisfied. It was because Rong Jun and Bolin both weren't from the 9 Universe sect. My sect's Luo Feng is studying the floating blood. Was it a mistake? Dissecting the universe space law essence is incredibly difficult, has it stumped him? Tru Yen was worried. Within going down the wrong path was a waste of time. If he didn't pass that path, then Luo Feng would have wasted 10 years of time. Jade Emperor, under the 9 Blade Knight's orders, had come to observe the new batch. With Jade Emperor's strength, observing them from far away was not a problem at all. This new batch wouldn't even detect or feel her. This Bolin is really not bad, indeed a number 1 genius from 10 million years. Jade floated above amidst the chaos energy, looking at the distant Bolin training in the wastelands. Bolin's gaze was firm and strong, almost as though nothing could influence him. This Rong Jun is a natural-born warrior. However, just what about him has attracted the 2 country leaders? Jade stood in the air, surveying another distant balcony. That messy-haired, barefooted Rong Jun was practicing his forms, occasionally looking up to observe the universe laws revolving. Long Yun, he is very steady. If he can work on his strength, his future is limitless. Wuka is indeed a genius of the Manka generation. His battle talents aren't that far away from Rong Jun's. Jade slowly observed each of the new batch, making deductions within and getting ready to return and report to the Nine-Blade Knight. This is Luo Feng. Jade walked within an alley of primal chaosity looking. In the not-too-distant balcony, there was a black youth in dark gray armor who had his eyes shut and was motionless. 10 years of time had caused his hair to grow long and draped over his shoulders. Has his study reached a fork? Jade Emperor thought. Universe warriors studying the universe origin laws would occasionally make a wrong turn in their studies. Sometimes they would only realize their mistake after a few years. As for reaching a fork in this study in the vast universe, the many races of warriors had all seen this frequently. They weren't afraid of these forks. They were only afraid of making a wrong turn and not realizing it. These 30 years are your most precious 30 years, little punk. All the best. Jade Emperor turned and left. On that balcony, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. No one knew that in his internal world, the Masha clan was engaged in mad training over and over for a total of 10 years. The Masha clan had never even stopped training. He was immersed in the thrill of dissecting the universe origin law essence and did not even feel the flow of time. Rumble. On the balcony, the energy around Luo Feng, who was sitting quietly crossed-legged, shook. Dust dispersed and he opened his eyes. Hua. He stood up completely as he gazed into the distance. Primal Chaos City was still exactly the same. Time left absolutely no trace on it at all. How long was I training this time? Luo Feng asked. This time was longer than those before, 3 years and 9 months, Babada replied. Luo Feng gently waved his hand, leaving behind a palm print in space. He was smiling. If I cannot comprehend this in 20 years, I have to give up. Luckily, it was only 10 years. I've spent 10 years to finally, completely comprehend the first blade form. At least I have the right to train this floating blood. I should go attempt the heavenly bridge. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. Dressed in full armor and boots, Luo Feng appeared at the center of the island, causing the watchman Bevan to get a shock as he looked over, smiling. It's been about 10 years. How come you haven't come at all? Your comrades all try a few times each year. I didn't want to get distracted from training. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. The watchman Bevan was surprised as he looked at the black-haired youth. He felt like Luo Feng wasn't the same as before. I want to attempt the 9-universe bridge. Can I go in now? Luo Feng asked. There's no one on the 9-universe bridge now. Watchman Bevan smiled. Thanks. Luo Feng's every step, schwa schwa schwa, left behind a trail of images, while his actual being had already reached the 9-universe bridge itself. He feels different from before. Watchman Bevan muttered. 9-universe heavenly bridge. It was built over a vast ocean, reaching way past the horizons. Luo Feng had already passed the first level, hence he could fly directly towards the second level. At the end, there was a huge cloud mist. From the mist a voice resounded. Choose your opponent. You can choose a fighter, spirit reader, controller, or hypnotist. Pick anyone and win over your opponent and you'll have completed your second level. I choose Luo Feng. Slowly descended from mid-air, firmly landing on the bridge. Fighter. So. A black liquid flew out from the mist and it swiftly gathered and formed a mysterious person who was wearing a mask in black armor. This mysterious man carried 2 blades. He was slightly taller and bigger than Luo Feng, and he emitted a powerful aura as he stared coldly at Luo Feng. Chi-Chi. Luo Feng used his right hand to brush past his forehead the blade Energy around his hand was extremely sharp. With a brush, he immediately cut his long hair off, returning to that 3-inch length hairstyle from before. Whatever he looks like in reality, the virtual universe too would automatically simulate. I'm really not used to long hair, Luo Feng smiled. Humph. The mysterious man, carrying 2 blades, stared coldly at Luo Feng. Take out your weapon. I'll satisfy you, Luo Feng smiled. 2 weapons immediately appeared in his hand. In his left was a 6-edged shield, the absolute void shield, and in his right was a blood shadow blade, the golden shadow blade. Yes. Luo Feng was going to use his own blade techniques to pass the second level. After understanding the universe space origin laws, first basic wonder, whether it's the Nanshan armament or blade techniques, it could be used with anything. This was just a path. Once one understands the path, he can swiftly meld it with different weapons and techniques. Humph! The black-clothed man let out a snort, and with a swish, he immediately landed fiercely on the bridge. He rushed towards Luo Feng, almost like lightning as he brandished his 2 blades. Bring it! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness, and his mad battle spirit exploded. Rumble. Luo Feng rushed forward, leaving behind an image on the ground while another appeared before the black-armored man. Barry, his eyes were piercing with a roar. The blood shadow blade in his right hand slashed with intense power. It was almost as if it was slashing through a mountain range or even the ocean, right towards the black-armored man. So fast, the black-armored man was shocked. He quickly used both blades in his arms to block it. Pung! The black-armored man was knocked so hard that he knelt on the ground with one knee and slid backwards. When his knee hit the ground, it caused the bridge to shake slightly. What a powerful blade! The black-armored man was shocked, following which he fiercely stood up. So the black-armored man flew up and 6 images appeared in mid-air, all of them wielding 2 blades. The most peculiar thing, they all seemed to be unleashing different techniques altogether, simultaneously attacking Luo Feng. Haha! Luo Feng actually laughed madly and rushed in. World's End. Xiao. The blood shadow blade in his hand left behind a blurred image in mid-air. It slashed past the 6 images and causing the 6 black-armored men to immediately fly backwards and crumble, leaving behind only one real body. Hatred! Luo Feng immediately appeared above the black-armored man, his right arm violently warped, causing the armor to expand. The muscles that appeared through the armor seemed to be steel-reinforced bars, seemingly extremely powerful. With a flash of madness, this blade immediately slashed down. The black-armored man could barely withstand it with his 2 blades. Rumble. The black-armored man was immediately knocked downwards. With a loud clash, he smashed into the bridge. He couldn't help but spit out fresh blood, and later landing within the mist-filled ocean. I don't believe from the ocean, he roared and floated back towards the sky. Luo Feng rushed back towards the bridge and smiled widely. I'll defeat your belief, illusion, nightmare, hatred, pensive, Barry, Heaven's End. Luo Feng was almost like a hard-to-follow fighter. That peculiar movement appeared time again before the black-armored man, and each blade was hard to receive, be it fierce and mad or hard to predict. The most peculiar thing was every blade form was extremely terrifying and mixed up. It made the black-armored man have no way to resist. Relying on these 6 moves will take a bit of time. Luo Feng stood on the ocean surface, thinking. He was using the Masha clan's illusionary 7 blades that his Masha body had been studying. The illusionary 7 blades had 7 techniques in total. They were Nightmare, Illusion, Pensive, Berry, Dutchman's Pipe, Heaven's End, and Hatred. Naturally, these names were simply Luo Feng's translation from universe language. However, in Mandarin the names were barely close to the original meanings. These 7 blades, none of them were weaker or stronger than the other. Some were fit to fight against numbers, while others were fit for assassination. Some were fit for close combat, while others were more strength based. All these moves had their own usages when training the illusionary 7 blades. Different people would have different strengths. Luo Feng's favorite was Dutchman's Pipe. It was like picking one of the flowers. Back when the Masha clan studied the illusionary manual, it emphasized on this Dutchman pipe technique. This move was suited for assassination. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade, a situation where one would close up completely with the opponent and slash it out in the universe. As the warriors had extreme speeds, even fighters wouldn't close in completely on an opponent. This move was an extremely close technique. It was meant to stick completely to your opponent. When the blades clash and the flower appears, one would take the opponent's life. As he had studied it for a long time, this move after Luo Feng had comprehended the first wonder of the space law, he was able to infuse this Dutchman's pipe with this first wonder. Hence, he didn't have time to infuse the 7 illusionary 7 blades other 6 techniques with the first wonder yet. In the past, Luo Feng was simply relying on 10 years of study and his comprehension of the laws to oppress his opponent. Luo Feng descended from mid-air and landed on the bridge. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. In mid-air, the black-armored man wielding 2 blades was obviously in a sorry plight. He landed on the bridge, too, his eyes fixed on the black-haired youth. The next move I am about to unleash is called the Dutchman's Pipe. Luo Feng smiled at the black-armored man. To be able to die by this move is your honor. Humph, the black-armored man snorted. So Luo Feng immediately rushed towards the black-armored man. He flipped the way he held the blood illusionary blade, an extremely swift and moving arc beam of light rushed forward. Ah, the black-armored man stared wide-eyed. No. Wang. The 2 blades in his hands immediately became countless images, covering himself entirely. Dang, the beautiful arc beam of light slashed through. Blocked it. The black-armored man relaxed for a moment and thought suspiciously, why was it so light? Luo Feng's blurry image followed that arc beam of light and suddenly lit up, appearing right before the black-armored man. At this point, the distance between the 2 of them was less than 2 m. With a sudden blurry movement, the arc beam of light lit up again and slashed past the man immediately. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react, having his throat cut. Gee! The slash cut right through and his head was split open, as fresh blood spewed out. Too fast. The black-armored man stared wide-eyed, not even having the time to say anything. He died and his body returned to the black liquid within the white mist. Dutchman's pipe of the illusionary 7 blades. Right, it's fast. Luo Feng flipped his hand and the blade appeared before him, blowing it with a light breath. The blood dripped off the edge. His eyes filled with glee. The moment the Dutchman's pipe appears, it follows the space ripple's most essential arc. This blade is truly fast and vicious. Only after comprehending the first wonder of the space law, did Luo Feng's blade have the right to be called the Dutchman's pipe. As for the other 6 techniques, they were simply in the beginner form. Third level Luo Feng looked at the mist before him dissipate, and headed towards the third level of the bridge. This third bridge, I can't be too flashy here, the blade techniques are after all due to the Masha clan's proficiency. I'll use the Nanshan armament in the third level. Luo Feng thought his earth body's strongest technique was still spirit weapons, following which he swiftly flew into the air and followed the bridge to the third level, right to the end of where one could see Primal Chaos City. Tong Nan Emperor looked below. True Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, and Jade Emperor sat together. Leaving so early, True Yen was shocked. I've been in Primal Chaos City for close to 20 days, whatever I need to observe. I've seen Bolin and Rong Jun are the most exceptional, the others have their own specialties. Jade Emperor smiled. It's time to return and face the night. Tong Nan Emperor frowned. True Yen naturally frowned too, shocked. What's up? Tong Nan and Jade Emperor looked over shocked. It's that Luo Feng punk, he just passed the second level. True Yen could barely contain his happiness, smiling. Just second level. Jade nodded. He is after all one of the exceptional ones. He should have passed the second level much earlier, even though he's a little slower than the others now, but it's just a little. Wuka and Qian Shui only passed the second level in their 9th year. No, he passed it using close combat, True Yen said. Close combat? Tong Nan and Jade were shocked. Everybody had their specialties. A controller was a controller, a fighter was a fighter. The strong usually focused on what they were proficient in, and Luo Feng was a controller. Just relying on close combat, he passed the second level. His close combat ability is no weaker than Wuka or Long Yun. Then Jade's eyes gleamed. Let's go quickly to the heavenly bridge. Let's go, Tong Nan said too. At least Jade wasn't leavening immediately. Haha, I definitely saw something in him earlier. He's not average. True Yen laughed loudly, muttering within, this punk. His close combat is comparable to Long Yun or Wuka, truly demonic. Who? The 3 absolute beings sent their consciousness immediately into the virtual universe network. Heavenly bridge. Virtual universe network, heavenly bridge. 3 silhouettes appeared on the beautiful island. They were all absolute warriors of the virtual universe company. True Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, Jade Emperor. The watchman Bevan bowed respectfully. Has Luo Feng's battle on the third level already begun? Jade asked. It's just about to. He just reached the end of the third level, the watchman Bevan said. Bevan was the watchman of the entire heavenly bridge. He was the most familiar with everybody's conditions and progress. Even True Yen or Tong Nan Emperor, that level of absolute warriors, they couldn't immediately detect others battling on the bridge. They all relied on Bevan broadcast his battle situation. Jade emphasized. Yes, Bevan waved his hand, and a 10 long and 8 wide screen immediately appeared. The footage on it was a heavenly bridge shrouded in white mist. Luo Feng was standing and staring at the mist. It's about to begin. Jade's eyes gleamed. Looking at his form, he seems confident. True Yen smiled. He probably isn't using close combat this time. Tong Nan replied. 3 absolute beings all watched the screen. Jade Emperor was watching under the orders of the 9-Blade Knight, monitoring the progress and prospects of the new batch. Tong Nan Emperor was simply following Jade and True Yen over to watch Tru Yen was the one who truly wanted to watch this, as Luo Feng was a youth with good prospects from the 9-universe tablet sect. Let me see your progress from these 10 years I knew you training in floating. Blood was the right choice, Tru Yen thought within. At the end of the 3rd level, I choose. Luo Feng looked at the mist before him, controller. The large mist before him reacted just like the previous 2 levels. A black liquid flew out and immediately formed a black-clothed man. This one was on a dark cloud shuttle, carrying a golden long rod. His mask revealed his eyes that were locked on Luo Feng. You wish to pass the 3rd level, right? Luo Feng smiled. Rumble, immediately golden energy rippled around him. The dark golden long rod behind him immediately shot out beams of gold light. This immediately formed 9 blades covered in light. These 9 blades acted as the foundation and resonated with each other, causing countless amounts of blade energy to emanate, almost like an army being directed. Nanshan armament, 3rd level, heavenly blade, also blade domain. Compared to before, Luo Feng was truly able to control this blade domain like his own arm. The energy within it gathered into one body. Heavenly blade. The black-clothed man laughed coldly. Rumble. The black-clothed man's surroundings, too, began to fill with golden energy. In an instant, a similar blade domain was formed. Pung pung. The 2 round blade domains clashed time and again, causing large amounts of blade energy to ripple about. Don't think that just because you passed the 2nd level, you can easily pass the 3rd. The black-clothed man stood far in mid-air, laughing. This 3rd level is much harder than the 2nd level. Go. He pointed at Luo Feng, and immediately from the 9 blades within his blade domain, 8 of them united. The golden threads interweaved between them, becoming a huge blurry golden blade. Chi. Luo Feng's blade domain was immediately broken apart. The huge golden blade was like a huge ship steering past the waves. Go. Luo Feng pointed. The 9 blades around immediately gathered, a large amount of complex golden engravings interweaved, swiftly forming a huge golden blade. With a rumble, Luo Feng controlled the huge blade and matched the opponent's huge blade in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 1,000 times. Just relying on 8 blades into one, you think you can defeat me? Luo Feng looked at the black-clothed man in mid-air. Haha, no rush. With a maniacal laughter, since you are looking to die fast, I'll fulfill your wish immediately. The final blade from around the black-clothed man joined the others into that huge blade, causing the huge blade to grow even more. Luo Feng and the black-clothed man both fused 9 blades. However, their outer layer had their differences. Luo Feng's size itself was larger, and the black-clothed man's huge blade seemed more condensed, with more golden threads, but it was overall smaller. You will lose. The black-clothed man's eyes burned with fire. Rumble. The 2 huge blades clashed again, and Luo Feng's blade was immediately knocked backwards. The black-clothed man immediately controlled his to pierce towards Luo Feng. Indeed, its powerful. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The dark cloud shuttle began to warp, and immediately the surroundings were filled with 100 of his images. The 100 images completely surrounded the area with a diameter of 1,000 m. Also, his unpredictable movement had reached an absurd level. Every dodge was extremely fast. So. Just like lightning, it made the opponent's huge golden blade completely unable to catch up to him, and Luo Feng simultaneously controlled his blade to block the opponent's Rumble rumble rumble. Every clash, in terms of offense, Luo Feng seemed disadvantaged however in terms of movement just relying on it alone, Luo Feng was able to dodge every attack. It was unbelievable. On the beautiful island, the tall and sturdy, true Yan Emperor, the skinny Tong Nan Emperor, the beautiful Jade Emperor all watched the broadcast on the screen and laughed. Haha, this punk, he is treating the heavenly bridge as a chance to learn and advanced further. True Yan laughed loudly. Jade Emperor nodded, his movement has already reached the 3rd level. 100 threads, but just relying on this 100 thread level, he shouldn't be able to so easily dodge the Nanshan armaments attack. The main thing is Luo Feng, his movement. He's obviously begun to comprehend the foundation of the universe-space law, hence, every movement he makes resonates with that. Right, he's truly begun to understand it. Tong Nan Emperor nodded. The foundation of the universe-space origin law, he's gotten a glimpse of it already. True Yan smiled and nodded. What kind of level were these 3 people? They were all given the title emperors. They were beings that could immediately receive the title of eternal member within Primal Chaos City, far exceeding that General 13 from before, or the Yun Mo planet master. If Luo Feng could be said to have begun to understand a bit of the foundation of the universe-space law, then these 3 could be said to have reached the absolute foundation of either the space or time laws. They were just a little step away from completely understanding them fully. Hence, they could naturally see Luo Feng's progress, touching a little of the foundation of the law. As long as he doesn't fall, his accomplishments in the future won't be bad at all. Jade Emperor smiled and complimented. Look at how beautiful his movement is. That arc movement is so clean and precise. It follows the time ripple arc. True Yan complimented and exclaimed. Even that Bolin, studying both time and space, his movement was able to produce close to 10,000 images, yet that arc isn't as perfect and precise. Jade nodded and smiled. Luo Feng was using the 100 threads movement with the grasp he had on the space law foundation. Every time the opponent's golden huge blade pierced towards him, he would follow the most perfect and optimal route to dodge. Almost like the undercurrent of the ocean, using the least energy and method to swim. His 9 blades converged into one. When compared to mine, it is indeed different. Luo Feng relied on the heavenly blade formation and movement to block, simultaneously observing and studying the opponent on how he used the Nanshan armament. Firstly, his 9 blades fusion is more condensed. This reflects his stronger understanding of the raindrop picture. Secondly, after his 9 blades have fused, his attacks are unpredictable and the blades' forms within constantly change. This is extremely mystical, so if I just relied on the 9 blades into one, I cannot block it, Luo Feng thought. Obviously, his 9 blades into one. Each of the 9 blades represents the raindrop. Pictures different forms, conditions, interchanging, and profoundness. And I am not able to do this yet. My only strength is I've already touched a thread of the origin law foundation. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Alright, let's end it. In mid-air, the black-clothed man raged. If you have the skills, don't dodge. What's the point of dodging? Then Luo Feng suddenly stopped. All the images completely disappeared. The black-clothed man was surprised, but happy within. Go and die, Luo Feng coldly pointed at him. Xiao. The huge golden blade Luo Feng was controlling wasn't as clumsy as before, but Immediately followed a mysterious perfect arc with unbelievable speed. It reached right before the black-clothed man's face. It was fast, too fast. What still lost in his surprise, the black-clothed man was shocked to discover that the opponent's huge golden blade had already reached before him. Dang! He barely managed to block it with the golden long rod on his back, using the entire long rod to block the blade. With a clash, the golden huge blade slightly moved and the incredibly sharp edge arced and brushed right through the man's head, immediately piercing through his head. The time spent on dissecting the foundation may take longer, requiring extremely high amounts of comprehension and conditions. However, its power, when compared to these simple superficial ways of usage, is much stronger. Luo Feng revealed a smile and looked ahead. The mist dissipated and the fourth level appeared, heading upwards. Rumble in the distance ahead. Luo Feng could clearly see the bridge shrouded in a terrifying blade-like gray mist. Floating blood once mentioned that passing the third level is a breakthrough. I didn't expect that from the fourth level onwards. Even the scenery changes. Luo Feng laughed as he flew up and rushed towards the gray squall in the center of the beautiful island. That easily Jade Emperor was shocked. It should not be that simple. He only managed to get a glimpse of the foundation of the law. It shouldn't be that simple to defeat the third level. Tong Nan Emperor too was shocked. It's his consciousness. True Yen Emperor's eyes gleamed. His consciousness strength is a few times stronger than any other universe level 1 genius, and because of this, when he controls his weapon, its power is stronger by quite a bit than what's expected. Luo Feng's consciousness was the golden horned beast's consciousness. Strong. That was normal. While True Yen, Jade, and Tong Nan were discussing, waiting beside them was Bevan, who thought within, according the orders from above to promote competition amongst this batch of geniuses. I have to send this information out to Rong Jun, Jiao Lai, Shi, Bolin, etc. Watchman Bevan immediately sent the news of Luo Feng passing the third level to the group of geniuses training hard. Rong Jun, Jiao Lai, Shi, Bolin, Qian Shui, Tao, Gusi Luo, Wuka. They all received the news at exactly the same time. Rong Jun was within the training grounds in the primal universe. This was a luxurious university within a skyscraper's balcony. It's been over 10 years since we've come to Primal Chaos City barefooted. Messy-haired Rong Jun, who wielded the ground-splitting blade, was standing at the top of the skyscraper and was surveying the city below. This was a city he was extremely familiar with, and he had many good memories. Father. Rong Jun muttered softly. How long? How much longer will it take for me to become an undying and for me to regain the name Tumen? How long more before I can kill that bastard? Rong Jun said softly. Father, this is hard for me. My heart feels very heavy. His eyes were filled with tears. I have to bear with it. I will endure. In the virtual universe company, I will become the most exceptional talent in our generation right now. Compared to Bolin, I am weaker. However, in 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, I will definitely exceed him. Until finally I will have the strength to personally kill that bastard myself. I will go to his imperial planet, break into his god country, and destroy everything that belongs to him, allowing him to regret as he faces death. Gripping his fists, tears in his eyes. This grudge was carved into his soul, and he had to vent it out once in a while. Rumble. Rong Jun waved his hand. Immediately the simulated image disappeared, returning to the vast endless training grounds. This training ground had a length and width of a few hundred km, and was even larger than Luo Feng's. Teacher demonstrated the first form for me as long as I pass the third level, at least I can go listen to the classes from the others in the huge axe tablet. Sect, this will in turn increase my improvement speed even further. Rongjun thought, with my strength, I should be able to pass the third level in the next couple of years. Right now, my only aim is to exceed Bolin. Rongjun thought. As for the others, he felt no threat from them at all as he had passed the second level in his 4th year. This speed far exceeded everybody else. D. Hm Rongjun looked down curiously at the screen on his arm. On it displayed a new message, causing him to be suspicious. Ah, it's a mail from Watchman. Bevan, did someone else break through? Everybody else passed the second level after me, and the third level is much harder than the second. They can't be earlier than me. Is it Bolin? But Bolin just passed the 4th level half a year ago. As it goes further, the difficulty rises greatly. It'll be at least 10 years before he has any hopes of passing the 5th level. Filled with curiosity, Rongjun ordered, "Open." The mail automatically opened. Luo Feng, for whom this was the first time attempting the heavenly bridge in 10 years, had just passed both second and third levels. He is now attempting the 4th level. Rongjun immediately stared wide-eyed. My God! The third, he has passed the 3rd level. Rongjun couldn't believe it. I passed both the 1st and 2nd levels earlier than him, and I even had a teacher to instruct me after. How can it be? Madman! Rongjun stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. Heaven and ground region. In a particular villa garden, the black-robed Jiao Lai Shi appeared out of mid-air. There's a male Jiao Lai Shi pointed in mid-air, and a screen appeared, a letter displayed, and he gently tapped to open it. The details of the mail were simple. Luo Feng, for whom this was the first time attempting the heavenly bridge in 10 years, had just passed both second and third levels. He is now attempting the 4th level. How can this be? In a villa right beside Jiao Lai Shi's, that fat huge warrior. Tao Tu was shocked with rage as he looked at the screen, roaring, "Madman! That madman, he actually attempted the bridge for the first time in 10 years. And passed both the second and third levels. Madman, he's really mad." Not possible. The handsome absolute beginning member Jian Mo, who had green hair and engravings on his face, was shocked as he looked at the screen. I haven't even passed the 2nd level, and he actually passed the 3rd. After Luo Feng's explosion, amongst the group of geniuses, Bolin had passed the 4th level, and Rongjun and the other 7 had passed the 2nd. Everybody else had only passed the 1st. One had to know. Of the 7 who passed the 2nd level, Long Yun was in the primal region. Tao, Jia Lai Shi, and Gusi Luo were from the heaven and ground region. The only ones from the absolute beginning were Rongjun, Qian Shui, and Wuka. That meant that the others that entered the absolute beginning region, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, and Ai Chen, etc., were still stuck at the 1st level. Not possible. How can this madman improve so much? Our heaven and ground region has close to 100 people. Their difference from Luo Feng shouldn't be that huge. How can it be like this? When the news of Luo Feng's breakthrough spread, it made the group of geniuses that were secretly competing all stunned. Luo Feng had already begun his 4th level attempt. Amidst the dark squall, the bridge was engulfed in the mad winds. Luo Feng stood at the bridge and his eyes gazed at the distant end of the Squall from within a voice resounded, choose your opponent, fighter. Controller, hypnotist, choose anyone, defeating him will allow you to attempt the 5th level. Controller Luo Feng said directly. Rumble. A human silhouette suddenly flew out from the squall dressed in silver white armor, white boots, and stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, while carrying a dark golden long rod. His eyes beneath the silver-white mask were staring at Luo Feng. According to Floating Blood's calculations, the difficulty rises greatly as it goes further, and the jump in levels gets more and more absurd. Luo Feng thought, I don't know just how strong this 4th level is, as Floating Blood had several details on the heavenly bridge itself. Luo Feng had some estimates. Within he was confident in passing the 3rd level before, as for the 4th he didn't seem to have any guarantee at all. However, even without it, he still had to give it a shot. Silver-cloaked person, I hope you use your strongest abilities, Luo Feng shouted. Strongest. The silver-cloaked man stood on the dark cloud shuttle, saying solemnly, I only know one move, if you can block it, I will lose. You only know one move? Luo Feng was shocked. Receive it. The silver-cloaked man pointed at Luo Feng. Simultaneously the dark golden long rod shot out countless blurry golden little blades. Right, it was simply a blur. Large amounts of the blades immediately floated before him, infused with golden origin law threads, which were weaving and joining them. 1,600 little golden blades. Luo Feng's gaze swept over, very quickly, counting accurately. When one's soul consciousness reaches Luo Feng's level, it may not be at AI level, but at least it would still be much stronger than the computers on Earth from his past. There are a total of 10,081 little blades in the Nanshan armament. The 9 levels of the Nanshan armament uses all of the blades to form one terrifying attack. Luo Feng thought, he's using 1,600 blades, then it should be the 4th form. The 3rd form was the heavenly blade. When using 9 true blades, every one of them consists of 81 little blades, hence the 3rd form alone uses a total of 729 little golden blades. The 4th form, optimum power, requires 1,600 little blades. This formed a close to 10 m tall golden pillar, almost like a pillar of a huge room. To be able to use this at the universe level 1, one would definitely be deemed invincible. And it would be hard to find any opponent at all. Before that silver-cloaked man, the 1,600 little blades floated about with some distance, with countless complex golden threads weaving through them. The entire appearance of the pillar was extremely complex, almost like a totem pillar altogether. Nanshan armament 4th form, optimum power. This no wonder he only has one move. Luo Feng was staring with eyes wide open. The 4th form is extremely difficult to form a totem pillar. The requirements on space and gold laws are extremely high. It means to completely put the blade domain into that totem pillar, and once unleashed, it will have unbelievable amounts of power. The totem pillar had extreme power. The moment it was formed, a casual swing could decimate a large mountain or ocean and create a tsunami. Receive it, the silver-cloaked man roared. I will see just how strong this move is. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and unleashed his 100-thread movement. His movement was already mystical and perfect. While dodging, he swiftly unleashed the heavenly blade. 9 blades into one. That golden huge blade immediately formed an arc and pierced towards the silver-cloaked man. With some comprehension of the space law foundation, Luo Feng's attack was extremely fast. Before, when he used the illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe, to pass the second level, the opponent could only rely on his 2 blades to madly defend himself, basing his defense on luck to deflect Luo Feng's attacks. However, while the actual final pierce seemed simple, it was so fast the opponent couldn't even react. During the 3rd level, it was similarly absurdly fast, and along with his consciousness strength advantage, he killed his opponent. Rumble, the huge totem pillar, began to roll. The surrounding space was instantly warped. At this point, the totem pillar rolling seemed to suppress the surrounding space. Pung. The pillar was simply too huge. With a slight roll, it closed a huge distance and clashed with Luo Feng's golden huge blade. With just one clash, the huge blade was immediately knocked apart and separated back into 9 blades. Who? The totem pillar in mid-air immediately swept over, and the space warped around, affecting Luo Feng's movement. It's too fast. Luo Feng couldn't even dodge, and the pillar immediately clashed with his body. 4th level, failure. Heavenly Bridge, center of the island. Tru Yan Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Tong Nan Emperor watched the screen floating before them. The battle was extremely short, and within a few seconds it was over. It's normal for him to lose. Tru Yan nodded. Tong Nan spoke too. The Nanshan armament has a total of 9 forms. However, they are split into 3 main levels: the 1st form to 3rd form, the 4th to 6th, and finally the 7th to 9th. The 3rd form is ultimately still based on the 1st level, and the 4th's power is obviously much higher. It's normal for him to lose. He's only been training in Primal Chaos City for 10 years, we can't expect too much. Jade smiled. Just 10 years, and he's gotten a glimpse of the essence of the space law, and his consciousness level is that strong. An unexpected surprise. This Luo Feng is an unexpected surprise from my trip here. He's even stronger than Rong Jun. From what I see, he might be able to surpass Bolin in the future, Tru Yan said. Haha. Still too early, don't get too cocky. Bolin has too much of a lead. Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor both laughed. Anyway, I'm expecting great things from him, Tru Yan said. At this time, at the center of the island, Rong Jun appeared, and following him, the fat warrior Tao, Wuka. Many more started to appear. Tru Yan Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, and Jade Emperor couldn't help but laugh as they saw the group of youths arrive. At that same time, they left the virtual universe and disappeared. Mr. Bevan Wuka shouted. Luo Feng passed the 3rd level. A group of human youths of different races looked at Watchman Bevan. Watchman Bevan smiled. Yes, just now. The 4th level savage Rong Jun asked. Immediately the group around him held their breaths. Luo Feng passing the 3rd level was already high enough. If he passed the 4th level too, the group would probably crumble. No matter how big the difference, it shouldn't be that huge. He was not successful, Watchman Bevan said. That's good. The group let out sighs of relief, as least he was still within range of chasing. However, after which many of them began feeling helpless. They were all absolute geniuses within the universe, and right now, they were forced by someone to feel like they couldn't keep up. Before coming to Primal Chaos City, he and I didn't have too much of a difference in strength, but now, I can't even pass the 2nd level, and yet, he's past the 3rd already. Jiang Mo gripped his fists tight. Shrouded in chaos energy, the ancient city that had been around for trillions of years. Primal Chaos City. I'm really not used to long hair. Luo Feng waved his hand, a sharp energy wrapped around it, and he swiftly cut his hair to its original short state. Following which he jumped down from the balcony onto the alley. Luo Feng, you've successfully passed both the second and third level. You've been rewarded 6,000 points and another 2 chances to study the tablet. What are your plans? Within his mind, Babata's voice resounded. I passed the 3rd level. Since that is the case, I have the right to go. Listen to the strong warriors, give classes. Luo Feng smiled. As for the 6,000 points, I cannot waste them. It's only because I am a newcomer that I get 10 times the amount. When I leave Primal Chaos City, I am afraid that acquiring points would be extremely difficult. Points, I can only acquire them according to the virtual universe companies' methods, hence I have to save them. As for the 2 times of study, it's been about 10 years since I've studied the 9 universe tablet. Since I have many questions by now, I'll go use one of those chances today. Luo Feng walked in the alley, very quickly reaching a main path. As for the second chance, there's no rush at all. I'll use it in the future. His movement was like lightning, very quickly reaching the entrance of the city leader's residence. This territory was huge. Luo Feng followed the familiar paths quickly to the huge secret room alley. Following that route, he could see the huge bronze doors along the side, and he very quickly reached the one with the words 9 Universe. Lord Candeli. Luo Feng bowed at the 3-eyed guard before the door. Candeli smiled and nodded, after which he closed his eyes for a second and opened them. Not bad, you've improved quite a bit. You have 2 chances to study now. I'm prepared to use one now, Luo Feng emphasized. Your luck is good, there's no one inside right now. Candeli smiled and pointed at the huge bronze door behind him. With a rumble, the door gradually opened, and the thick chaos energy revolved within. The inside seemed like a complete blur. Luo Feng, however, was happy. Thank you, Lord. So he rushed into the secret training room. Within the room, the chaos energy revolved around a huge primal chaos tablet. Every chance to study. This is extremely valuable, even though there are many people in Primal Chaos City, occasionally requiring us to queue and wait to enter. However, at times there's only me. Luo Feng immediately rushed to stand before the tablet, his gaze landing on the first picture of the tablet, the raindrop picture. That picture had 9 drops, and hiding within it was unbelievable amounts of power and mystery, immediately captivating Luo Feng's attention and consciousness within. At this time, Luo Feng's 3 bodies were all immersed in the raindrop picture. Every drop represented different simulations within their minds. However, there was only one drop that held no more mystery to Luo Feng. He had completely seen through and comprehended that one drop's foundation. Raindrop picture. There were a total of 9 drops and mysteries. When normal warriors studied the raindrop picture, as long as they understood each mystery, they could use it, and that would be considered as passing. Luo Feng, however, was not satisfied with just that. He wanted to completely study its foundation and comprehend it fully. For example, in a test paper, there were normal questions and extra questions. Finishing all the normal ones would get 100 points. If one finishes all that and the extra ones too, they would get 150 points. Normal warriors' comprehension of the raindrop picture would usually only reach the 100 points level. And right now Luo Feng had about 90 points worth towards the other 8 drops. As for the one drop, he had reached the 150 points level. The 9 drops, if one understood all of them, normally they could pass the 3rd level. Luo Feng, however, had 8 of them close to a passing level, and 1 of them fully perfected. What I must do now is not to rush into studying the drizzling rain picture, but to completely reach the perfection level for the raindrop picture. Luo Feng was very clear on what he needed to do. While immersed within the 9-universe tablet, Luo Feng's large amount of comprehension of the it began to surface the moment he reached a new height of comprehension. He couldn't help but smile. Come out, a voice entered his mind. Come out, come out, come out, come out. The voice got louder constantly, resounding continuously within his mind, forcing Luo Feng to awake from that mystical dream world within and grit his teeth and fly out. What a pity, it's time again. Outside the room, there were already 3 people waiting. What a pity. If only I could stay in there longer. Luo Feng walked along the alley. Outside the residence, he felt a sense of longing to return in studying the tablet was simply too wonderful a feeling. It wasn't the same as the usual mentally tiring study. There wasn't any sense of fatigue at all while staring at the tablet, even to the point where one didn't have to actively study it, but as long as one got captivated by it, that alone led to much of the comprehension. Right now, as far as the other 8 wonders of the raindrop picture are concerned, I should have passed. Luo Feng thought, if they were considered to be at a level of 90 points before, right now they should all be 100. However, my aim is to get all of them to be at a level of 150 points. Luo Feng smiled. The further he went, the harder it became. The extra questions were always much harder than the normal ones. The reasoning for this was that comprehending the entire foundation compared to simply using it, the difficulty was much higher. Breathe. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. He hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Looking at the distant sky, its many crystal threads were weaving in between the spaces, and the complex large amounts of engravings revolved. The universe was such a vast thing, its laws were in plain sight for others to see right now. However, even with it revealed, understanding it still required a very long time. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Finally broken through. Luo Feng became a blur and rushed to his own training quarters, not far from the city leader's residence, within the resting room. Luo Feng's internal world. Within the vast golden continent, the black mountain-like golden-horned beast and the Masha clan black-clothed Luo Feng were all looking at the sky with glee. It's finally breaking through. Finally breaking through to the Domain Lord level. From the Universe level 9 to the Domain Lord level, normal evolution would require about 500 years, at times plus or minus 100 years. There was no definite number, and Luo Feng, using the optimum metal groupings, had raised the evolution and internal world expansion to efficiency of 56 times. In theory, Luo Feng's 7th or 8th year in the Primal Chaos City should have been the year of the beast's breakthrough. However, it was late, a total of 3 years. One of the reasons was because the evolution took more time. However, the second reason was that it was Luo Feng's fault altogether. As Luo Feng was immersed in his study the past 10 years, the 3 bodies all were training rigorously. Every time he awoke was usually once between 3-4 months. The internal world swallowing of metals was like one's meals. It required frequent doses, just like a normal person starving for 3 days. After 3 days, he'd still be unable to take all 3 days' worth of food in one go. One theory. The internal world's one large intake of metals could usually last for 1 to 2 months. However, as Luo Feng's study normally took 3 to 4 months, every time he woke up, he could only let it at most consume another 1 to 2 months' worth of metals. This slowed down the evolution speed. Luo Feng's studying was extremely important since Babata didn't dare disturb him in critical times. This naturally happened, and whether it was Luo Feng or Babata, they were both very clear these 30 years in the primal chaos city were very important. He had to use his full strength to study. As for the delay of 2 to 3 years for the golden horned beast to evolve, that was still a negligible matter. Studying the laws was the more important factor. Countless golden fogs and energies covered the vast continent. The continent expanded continuously, large amounts of the continent appeared. It took a while for all the tectonic plates to completely form. Everything went silent. The internal world's evolution was a success. From the 9,000 kilometers length and width from before, it had suddenly expanded to 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's core within. Within the core, the Whirlpool Galaxy was beautiful. At its core was a big black hole, with 8 arms and 8 little black holes. After the successful evolution of the internal world, immediately the Whirlpool Galaxy began to change at a shocking rate. Rumble. The center black hole, along with the 8 other black holes, strengthened. Swallowing began to rise greatly. The surrounding planets and stars began to all get swallowed up, especially since the center black hole grew bigger and bigger. Slowly, even the other little ones were getting drawn to the center. Swallow. The center black hole began to swallow all that it could, getting even bigger and gradually joining with the other 8. At this time, the Whirlpool Galaxy had completely vanished, leaving behind one huge black hole. Rumble. The extra-large black hole suddenly violently crumbled. The entire black area began to shrink within the core. Its shrinking was visible even to the naked eye. This black hole collapse was heart-trembling. In the blink of an eye, the entire black hole had vanished, and in that spot where the center black hole was, a gray round ball had appeared. Chi. The gray round ball was like a shedding snake. One layer of the gray outer shell shed off, and this outer layer began to expand and inflate. Bigger and bigger. The outer shell continued to grow until it was as large as the entire core. And later it grew until the ball's shell even began to fuse with the core itself completely without a sound. This caused Luo Feng's internal core to go through a special change. As the core began to change, the 2 bodies within the internal world too changed. The Golden Horned Beast and the Masha clan simultaneously evolved. The Golden Horned Beast, which was like a huge black mountain, slowly extended its scaled wings simultaneously. A shocking change began to happen to its entire body as large amounts of golden fog descended from the skies down low, shrouding the entire scaled surface of the beast. As its body continued to absorb it, one could see with the naked eye as the black dense scales grew in size. Its bones also got thicker and larger, even more condensed. Its claws grew stronger and sharper. Like an armor that covered its entire body, the golden engravings grew along with the body, not just the exterior, but the internal parts of the golden horned beast too had changes that were even more shocking. Every cell and every bone began to go through an earth-shattering amount of change, a change That occurred right from the very essence within. Universe level to domain lord level, it was a huge evolution in the body's essence. Howl, the golden-horned beast raised its head and let out a carefree howl. Not far from what had just happened, a black life crystal filled with incomparably complex golden engravings on its surface began to shoot out. Golden beams of light. This was the Masha clan's true appearance. The Masha clan was basically a life crystal. The energy it released allowed it to take any shape or form. Hence, the Masha clan's evolution in truth was an evolution of the life crystal. Since their life forms were completely different, their evolutions were different too. For flesh and blood life forms, the main thing was for the body to evolve at the same time as the soul. And for the energy life forms, the life core had to evolve. And the Masha clan's core was a being of this life crystal. With training, the life crystal could absorb more energy to change its body, just like a human's body evolution. This life crystal too could get stronger and more solid and durable. However, its evolution process also had a bottleneck. It required willpower, the life crystal, genetic energy, and many other factors working together for it to break through. However, Luo Feng's Masha clan was unlike the others. As the core of this Masha clan was not the life crystal, even if this was destroyed, it could still regenerate. Luo Feng's three main bodies weren't important, as they all relied on the main core within. As long as that was fine, they wouldn't die, but if that was destroyed, the three great bodies would die. Right now, the main core soul had broken through to domain lord level 1. Hence, the three bodies could all train to that level. The only problematic one was the physical bodies. The earth human body had a very slow evolution. As for the life crystal, it could evolve extremely quickly with limitless energy absorption. However, the golden horned beast evolved the fastest. Ding! After a few hours, the revolving black life crystal began to emit noises. The entire life crystal had shrunk an entire size. Hoo-hoo! From within the crystal, large amounts of black energy were emitted and later formed a person, a black-clothed Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng was within his training quarters resting room. Domain Lord Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. No wonder the slave traders don't have any domain lord level slaves. From the universe level to the domain lord level, the galaxy within will get completely swallowed by the black hole. This was nothing short of a miracle. This was that gray round ball that was within his internal core when he evolved, that represented the step into domain lord level. That miracle dot, even though it was extremely small, it was incredibly heavy. In theory, as an extremely small dot that was formed from swallowing countless galaxies, an internal world would be produced and nurtured. This was the process of domain lord level 1 to 9. Once the nurturing was successful, a change would happen right at its very core, and the world within would form a true world. That would be the Sector Lord level. Sector Lord, with a true world within, could at a wave of one hand have the power of a world itself. The world of a Sector Lord could actually allow people to survive, store items, etc., similar to a real world. The internal world of a golden-horned beast, however, was special, as every single living thing or item placed within would get digested. If too much was placed within and it couldn't digest it, the internal space would explode from it. This internal world would gradually grow until Sector Lord level. This was when the internal world would undergo a change in its essence. Only at that time could it allow humans and items to be placed within. And now it only allowed Luo Feng's body to enter. The golden horned beast's talents are incredible, its inherited memories are even more shocking, and its lifespan is 10 times that of a human sector lord. Yet after many generations of golden horned beast, it is still extremely difficult for them to break through to undying. Many die at the pinnacle of sector lords. Luo Feng understood one thing during the evolution to domain lord earlier. One had to know. For a sector lord to become undying, one had to break his internal world from the shackles, melding it with the crevices within the universe space itself, forming a stable and powerful space god country. Breaking the shackles. These shackles were the miracle dot from before. This dot would constantly get more condensed as it grew, getting more and more solid, hence breaking it would be extremely difficult. However, the golden horned beast had it even harder, 10 to 100 times harder than a human. As the golden horned beast naturally had a miracle dot from when it was born. The main core within would establish the internal world, hence, when Luo Feng reached the domain lord level, when the galaxies within crumbled into the black hole and formed the dot, this actually broke through its shell and fused with the main core. As time passed, the dot became one with the main core itself. This was because they were originally one body. The main core, after fusing, was even more solid, much more solid than a normal human's dot. Domain Lord Level 1 Golden Horned Beast. Its internal world has a length and width of 100,000 kilometers, Luo Feng exclaimed. When it reaches Sector Lord, what would that be like? The bigger the internal space, the better. However, it also represented that the main core within was even more solid. When Luo Feng reaches the Sector Lord Level 9 against an immovable main core, he would know why generations of golden horned beast were helpless against it. Breaking the shackles, I have to form a god country with my internal world and space itself. However, this is only the last requirement to becoming undying. There are many preceding it. Luo Feng shook his head. Becoming undying, I'm only at the domain lord level now, the distance is still very far. I'll slowly train Lian Luo, who created the floating blood. He became an undying in less than 100,000 years, immediately gaining the title official. Is it possible that even though I have 10 times the lifespan of a human sector lord, I can't become undying with that thought? Luo Feng laughed. Life only has one core and one internal world. Luo Feng's 3 bodies share one core and one internal world. They thrived together and fell together. Master, there's someone here to see you. An electronic voice resounded within the training quarters. Luo Feng got up and walked out of the resting room, opening the door to the living room. Outside stood a tall lady dressed in a black robe. Her pupils were purple. Black-robed warrior, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge. The black-robed lady smiled. In Primal Chaos City, as long as one passes the 3rd level, it represents that one has reached a certain level in the study of the tablets. Thus, they have earned the right to listen to the sect leaders' lessons. These are the 18 sub-sect leaders in the 9 universe sect and their information. You can go to any one of them to listen to their classes. Following which, she handed over a black surfaced book about as thick as one's thumb. Thank you. Luo Feng received some advice. Even though you can go to anyone to listen, your first visit and who you pick is extremely important, the black-robed lady emphasized. I Believe that the book explains the details within. I shall not speak more. Luo Feng nodded. Following which he watched as this messenger of the city leader left listen. To classes, there was no rush now after all, he had just studied hard for 10 years, passing 2 levels continuously, plus he just broke through to the domain Lord level. At this time of glee, Luo Feng really wanted to share everything with his family. His eyes were filled with anticipation. It's been a while since I visited my family, I should go see them. Virtual Universe Network, Ganwu Continent. Ganwu Continent's main city was an extremely huge city, larger than the Black Dragon Mountain Island by 10 times. Pinghai Company was considered a larger company within this city, ranking amongst the top 100. Pinghai Company's skyscraper, level 86, meeting room. How do you do? Very nice to meet you, Mrs. Luo. It's my honor too, to be able to meet the Virtual Universe Company's Meng Ka Station Bo Te Lai Bureau Chief. Dressed in a red Chinese robe, Su Xian was shaking hands with a tall and huge, sharp-nosed man. The two of them sat at the two ends of the conference table within the meeting room. Accurately speaking, it's Bo Te Lai Si Bureau Chief, the sharp-nosed man. Smiled, haha, I believe this talk should not have too much stress on Mrs. Luo. Your husband is a high-level member within our Virtual Universe Company, your Pinghai Company, becoming one of our flagship companies, has many benefits for you. Su Xian smiled, my husband may be a majority stockholder, but I decide everything. Mrs. Luo, whatever you have on your mind, just speak. Bo Te Lai smiled. If everybody simply speaks their mind, anything can be discussed. Firstly, this company has to be controlled by me, Su Xian emphasized. Mrs. Luo. Bo Te Lai smiled, you should know that our Virtual Universe Company, when we buy into such companies with potential, we have to have a certain amount of controlling shares. The lowest we ever go is still 51 of the shares. I understand. I'm only saying that the company has to still be run by me. Your company cannot interfere with the operation, but can only enjoy the benefits and returns, Su Xian said. Bo Te Lai nodded. Continue. I believe you know too, Su Xian smiled. Our Pinghai Company has 3 main businesses, the main one being the chain of restaurant management, the second being the financial investments, the third being real estate. Just my little brother Luo Hua, even the Universe First Bank, has even sent people to headhunt him before this profitability. You should already know Pinghai Company's investment abilities. I'm very clear of it. Bo Te Lai smiled. This is also the reason behind my company giving you 6 times the usual price. No, I require 12 times. Su Xian looked at Bo Te Lai. I believe Mr. Bo Te Lai should understand the complexity behind my Pinghai Company's restaurant business. 12 times definitely not. Bo Te Lai shook his head. Mr. Bo Te Lai. Su Xian was just about to continue speaking. Suddenly she lowered her head to look at her wrist. On it a small message appeared on the screen. She couldn't help but smile with glee. He's finally returned to visit. After a while. At the higher levels of Pinghai Company, a group of people passionately sent the Ganwu Investment Department from the Virtual Universe Company away. Mrs. Luo's intentions, I fully understand. Bo Te Lai smiled. However, 12 times is simply impossible. Please be mentally prepared. As for the statistics you've given me, I will definitely give it to my chief. Thanks. Su Xian smiled. Bo Te Lai left, after which followed by some of his staff. Outside the building, there stopped a flat streamline-shaped universe ship. The cabin door opened and 8 armored single-horned men received him. Respectfully, Botelai took his staff and flew into the ship. The bodyguards followed suit and the cabin door closed and the ship quickly left. Big Sister Sue, the ingredients our restaurant has ordered, standing beside Sue Xian was a short-haired lady. She shouted, "I have other matters. I'll let you handle the company affairs," Sue Xian ordered. "Yes," the short-haired lady answered. Sue Xian waved towards the sky. Immediately a carriage pulled by winged horses began to descend from above. Sue Xian immediately jumped on. "Go to the teleportation point." "Go." The coachman shook the reins. The winged horses immediately took off. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay Little District. Dad, right now at 9-Star Bay, the entire East region is ours. We've hired the best designers and borrowed from the many constructs of the universe to build a clean-cut man with a firm yet friendly voice pointed at the surrounding constructs that were like an imperial palace. Not bad, Luo Feng nodded. "Luo Ping, your mum isn't back yet?" Luo Feng asked. "I've already informed her, only right now the company headquarters is in the Ganwu continent, and she has to go there every day. You hardly ever return. Hence she transferred her appearance point to there and stays in the company." Luo Ping said, "Under normal circumstances, one's appearance point in the virtual universe would be the home residence." Sue Xian, however, had set it as her company. "She stays in the company." Luo Feng was regretful about the fact that only returned once in a long while. "Dad." Luo Hua pointed at the distant luxurious mansions. "Because you live here, the entire 9-Star Bay district's land value has soared. These little living quarters have mostly been sold off to people with status, and these figures they wanted to get as close to you as possible. After all, you are considered within the Black Dragon Mountain star field as someone of prominence." Luo Feng laughed, shocked. "Right. As a member of the absolute beginning region in the Virtual Universe Company, the leader of his guards was a sector lord recognized by the origin laws in terms of position. Luo Feng was even higher than the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Emperor. Even the Undyings behind the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to show respect to him. A small star field was but a dot in the vast universe. A group of powerful and rich figures wanting to get closer to Luo Feng, which wasn't strange at all. Mr. Luo Ping, in the distance, a bald fat man with a furry 3m tall pet, with 2 underlings behind him, was walking about carefree. Spotting Luo Ping, he shouted passionately. Backson. Luo Ping laughed and shouted. This bald fat man had scales on the top of his head, was shocked as he saw Luo Feng. "Mr. Luo Ping, this man is..." "This is my father." Luo Ping smiled. "Ah, Lord Luo Feng." The bald fat man bowed respectfully. He bowed till his face reached his fat belly, following which he raised his head and said excitedly, "Lord Luo Feng, it's my honor to meet you. I just moved here 8 years ago. I've always been idolizing Lord Luo Feng. I didn't expect to be able to meet you today. It's really an honor for me, Backson." Luo Feng smiled. "How do you do, Backson?" This Backson was immediately so excited his face flushed red. "Dad, Mom is back." Luo Ping pointed in mid-air. Sue Xian. Luo Fen turned to look. In mid-air, Sue Xian sat in the carriage and slowly descended. Sue Xian. Luo Feng immediately ran over. Sue Xian, who was in the carriage, looked down at Luo Feng. a few tears appearing. In her eyes, she waited till the carriage had fully descended before jumping, often landing on the grass. At least you know how to come back, Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. And Luo Feng was remorseful. How long since you last returned? Su Xian stared at him. Luo Feng felt bad to answer her. 10 years, you haven't returned in 10 years. Su Xian couldn't help but rage. I know you are studying in Primal Chaos City, but returning once in a while to visit your children, me, your parents, is that so hard? Sorry, Luo Feng said softly. Yes. 10 years. His latest study period in Primal Chaos City was 3 years 9 months, and because time flowed slower in the Primal Universe, the 3 years and 9 months there equated to over 10 years in the actual universe, and the virtual universe time flowed according to the actual universe. 10 years. Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. All right. Luo Feng gently extended his arms to hug her. I promise I will come back every year in the future, unless something special happens. Su Xian nodded. She just wanted to remind him, as the recent over 30 years, whether it was Earth or the Luo family, they all underwent major changes, just like how the people of Earth gained status within the Milky Way galaxy, and the Luo family power growing stronger. Everyone was clear this was all because of Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity. Let's go home, Luo Feng said. Home. Su Xian nodded. The 3 immediately headed home. Su Xian got a glance at the fat man, saying softly, that fatty back son owns over 30,000 life planets, controlling over a trillion human slaves. He's a large slave trader. He may seem earnest and stupid, but he's vicious. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked over. That fatty owns over 30,000 life planets. Isn't he even more powerful than the Newlin Shan family from before? Before our house, naturally, he's very low profile, very amicable. Su Xian shot a glance of disdain. Luo Ping, don't mix around so much with such people. Yes, your mother is right. Luo Feng nodded. With difference in status, their vision and perspective was different too. Back when they were nothing but little figures of Earth, maybe the Newlin Shan family was a huge thing. Back son, this level of slave trader was something to be feared. However now, with Luo Feng's bodyguard leader, a sector lord, with an order, he could easily destroy the families with power within this little starfield. Dad, Mother, we have to get to know a little of all the paths of life. Luo Ping smiled. You are really different from your younger brother. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. 30. 30. A booming voice resounded from not too distant. Its second brother. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Since the last time he visited 9-Star Bay District, it had been over 10 years. This return home, Luo Feng discovered his family was already considered a large family now. Even his grandchildren, many had built their families. Many things within the Milky Way galaxy regarding the Luo family were all controlled mostly by his big son Luo Ping and Su Xian. As for the younger son, Luo Hai, he was a martial arts fanatic, chasing after the limits of humanity, becoming a strong warrior within the universe. For what one was for his own dream, the other was for his family and home. Luo Feng stayed in 9-Star Bay for 3 days, before he returned his consciousness back to Primal Chaos City. The only thing that disappointed him was he didn't meet Hong, from what Thunder God said, Hong seemed to be undergoing a very important training, blocking all messages and calls, completely incommunicable. Level 89 of Pinghai Company. Su Xian stood before the full-sized window, surveying the beautiful and huge city. Dong, dong, dong knocks on the door. Come in, Su Xian shouted. A graceful-bodied, short-haired lady in uniform walked in, smiling. Big sister. Su, how were the past 3 days? Su Xian smiled. Big sister Su, this is the document Bo Te Lai sent the short-haired lady. Handed it over. Su Xian received it. Virtual Universe Company, it was separated into the business and martial departments. Naturally, the both upper echelon members belonged to the core. The upper echelon within the core, those were the true governing bodies. Business was a very important side of the Virtual Universe Company. However, in this Virtual Universe world, even the Virtual Universe Company didn't undertake all the businesses to handle themselves, as they were very clear if they monopolized everything, it would adversely affect and limit the economy, affecting and limiting the economy flow in reality itself. Creating a fair market environment, only then would the true superpowers in reality be willing to dish out the money. If it was unfair, monopoly, the huge leviathans and powers who would dare invest in this place. Hence, in the virtual universe, there were many types of companies and organizations that were competing, etc., and several very powerful companies would normally be bought over by the larger companies. Big Sister Su, the Universe First Bank too, has agreed to buy over our company. And their conditions are extremely good. Why have you decided to reject them? Immediately, the short-haired lady spoke. I'm not worried about the cash. Su Xian lowered her head to read the document. Since that's so, why decide to have talks with the Virtual Universe Company? The short-haired lady asked curiously. Su Xian was stunned. I'm very curious, the short-haired lady asked sincerely. Big Sister Su, I've followed you for close to 40 years, our every step in development, even creating AFB chain according to our China's culture. Many members within are trained on Earth, with barriers around its infrastructure, making others hard to imitate. Our Pinghai chain, the name has long been established, and with large amounts of capital, and melding with Mr. Luo Hua being in charge of the Capital Investment Department, the amount we earn, with Mr. Luo Hua's twofold returns, this level of earnings is extremely quick. Our returns are incomparably exceptional, that plus the Gongwu Universe country, because of Lord Luo Feng giving us support and protection, our expansion definitely has no problem. There's no need to sell our shares to anyone else. Right? Su Xian nodded. Entering the virtual universe and beginning, it's been close to 40 years, this business was akin to another child. How could she bear to share it with others? However, it's different. Su Xian said softly. The Virtual Universe Company and the Universe First Bank are completely different. How are they different? The short-haired lady asked curiously. Because my husband is in the Virtual Universe Company. Su Xian turned, looking through the glass windows at the skies outside. Luo Feng is very exceptional and powerful on Earth. He's the most exceptional, however. Because of that, he's left to be so far behind. Like this time, he didn't return for over 10 years. The short-haired lady opened her mouth wide, speechless. Luo Feng was the pride of Earth. However, to Luo Feng's family, he had indeed left them behind. I don't blame him. I'm proud of him. Su Xian looked outside, revealing a smile. Only thing is, I don't want him to leave me further and further behind. I wish to be able to stand by his side, the closer the better. Big Sis Su, the short-haired lady, wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Becoming part of the Virtual Universe Company, I too would become a member. Within the Virtual Universe Company, Su Xian smiled, as long as I can make this business reach a high enough level, I will be absorbed too as an internal core member. When that time comes, I too would be able to enter Yuxian Mountain. Core member, the short-haired lady was shocked. She didn't expect Big Sis Su's aim to be that high. The one thing I'm really wishing for is to be at Yuxiang Mountain meeting with Luo Feng. Su Xian said softly. Humanity's sacred training land, Primal Chaos City, within an unimportant looking training quarters resting room. Luo Feng sat in a chair, lowering his head to look at the books. The black-robed messenger had left before there were these words on the book. If one is able to pass the 18th level, he would be a true elite amongst humanity, a sub-sect leader amongst the undying. They will immediately receive the right to become eternal members of Primal Chaos City, also able to open a subsect within the city and accept students, receiving respect from others. And the people who come here to train, as long as they pass the 3rd level, they can go listen to these classes. You can listen to any one of the leaders teach. However, if you want to become a particular leader student, then the first time you go listen, you have to choose that particular leader as a show of respect, and requesting to be his disciple later. If the leader agrees, then that would be a success. Remember, unless you have no intentions of finding a master, otherwise whoever you want to be a student of, that first attendance has to be at his door, that is respect. Finishing up the text, Luo Feng understood why the black-robed messenger emphasized the importance of the first attendance. Finding a master, Luo Feng frowned. Finding a teacher is good, Luo Feng. Those able to teach in Primal Chaos City are sub-sect leaders among the Undyings, all with the title Emperor. Babata shouted excitedly, when you are weak and small, having an absolute being to guide you is an incredibly important matter. For example, if True Yan Emperor hadn't given you the advice to learn floating blood, you might have taken a wrong path like other normal warriors. I already have a teacher. Luo Feng was troubled. No problem. Babata didn't seem to care. The strong within the universe have incredibly long life spans. They may find a teacher in the Star Traveler level, another in the universe level, and when they become sector lords, another one after. At different levels of strengths, they have different perspectives. The teacher they require will be different too. A warrior having tens of teachers is very normal. Luo Feng nodded. The universe was like that, to be able to rank amongst the top 1,000 of geniuses in the entire universe. Who doesn't have a few teachers also? If any of them were to be accepted by universe country leaders as disciples, they'd all be extremely excited. Back when Rong Jun was accepted by the Yuan Chen country leader, it made many green with envy. Who do I choose? Luo Feng looked at the 18 sub-sect leaders and their information on the book within the 9 universe sect. These were all leaders amongst Undyings. Much stronger than his previous teacher of the Yunmo planet. The Yunmo planet master could barely gain the title official, and these leaders were all strong even amongst the emperors. Many of their disciples were all Undyings. Who do I choose? Who? Luo Feng muttered, very quickly scanning all their information, within Primal Chaos City, there are a total of 18 leaders under the 9 universities. 18, 4 of them belong to the Virtual Universe Company. They are Flame Dragon Emperor, True Yen Emperor, 1000 Dream Emperor, and Blade Emperor. They all seem really terrifying. Flame Dragon Emperor, I've seen him in action, Babata shouted excitedly. Back when your teacher and I entered the universe secret area, enduring a perilous journey through a planet engulfed in ice, I personally saw within that ice, Flame Dragon Emperor immediately became a star and burnt 10 undyings, who surrounded him to a crisp. They couldn't be more dead. He became a star. Luo Feng was shocked. Even more terrifying than a normal star. Undyings could easily destroy a star. However, the star that he transformed into in terms of temperature was much higher than a normal star, with one move destroying 10 undyings, of which 2 were humans and the rest were automaton and other races. Flame Dragon Emperor was an extremely terrifying being. Luo Feng held his breath. Even the bastard that killed your teacher back then couldn't kill your teacher in one move. I didn't expect him to actually be teaching here in Primal Chaos City now, Babata exclaimed. Flame Dragon Emperor, True Yen Emperor, 1000 Dream Emperor, and Blade Emperor. Luo Feng looked at these 4's information, his eyes filled with anticipation. The warriors within Primal Chaos City were mostly separated into 5 main groups: Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, Universe Mercenary Alliance. Only very few had no huge power backing them within a mansion. Haha, Blade Emperor, don't get overconfident. The 8-man warrior, True Yen, laughed loudly. Why don't you take a look? A man in purple armor and carrying a golden blade on his back laughed loudly. Of you 3, one's an 8-man, another a dragon man, and another always cold and gloomy. Only I look the most like a human of Earth. If he doesn't choose me, who will he choose? Blade, looking for a master, doesn't rely on looks. With 2 dragon horns and a face full of red scales, eyes as though they were too many planets. Flame Dragon, in terms of strength, I don't lose to you. Blade Emperor laughed. Blade is too proud. From what I see, he's miscalculated this time. A dreamy like appearance, a blurry man in a black robe sat at a side. However, this Luo Feng is indeed considered a rare seedling from over 100 million years. Within our 9-universe sect, he actually managed to comprehend the first blade form of the floating blood in 10 years. His talent is really high, very powerful. Hence, he has to be my disciple. I use a blade. Blade Emperor laughed. The 4 of them were of the 9-universe sect, all members of the Virtual Universe Company. Leaders amongst the Undying, teachers in Primal Chaos City. Naturally their relationships were good. Once in a while, the 4 would gather and chat and discuss, even compete and learn from another. As for Luo Feng, he was an unexpected surprise for the 9-universe sect. Every group of geniuses from the competitions had the most outstanding, like this times was Bolin, even considered the most outstanding for 10 million years. Luo Feng initially didn't gain too much recognition from these 4. However, after he passed the 2nd and 3rd level consecutively, it was obvious he had comprehended the first blade form in 10 years. This talent, others didn't know. Only these 4 studying the 9-universe tablet were extremely clear. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. To be able to study the essence of what Lian Luo did with the space laws, 1 Had to be an absolute genius, with strong mentality and comprehension. If one couldn't comprehend the first form in 20 years, that meant he had no hope, and Luo Feng did it in 10. Bolin had too much of a lead initially, if we don't count his initial lead. Just in terms of improvement speed, this Luo Feng doesn't lose to Bolin at all. The black-robed man said softly, complimenting, maybe in the past 100 million years there were others comparable to him, however they didn't necessarily pick our 9 universe. Our 9 universe has hardly seen a genius like this in the past 100 million years, Flame Dragon exclaimed. How can we not nurture a genius like that? The 4 all heavily recognized Luo Feng, this sort of rare gem seedling. It was normal for all of them to favor him, because this level of genius, if he didn't fall, would have high chances of later becoming an official or emperor. To be able to nurture a disciple that would become an emperor, their own position would be raised greatly. The student-master relationship was a very reliant one. Blade, no use being confident now, just wait, we'll see who he picks. True Yen rubbed his golden fur on his chin, laughing. Then we'll see. Blade Emperor said confidently. Flame Dragon and 1000 Dream Emperor both laughed. After a few days, in a special spot in the virtual universe, in a majestic shrine floating in the clouds, True Yen immediately appeared. Within the plaza, in it stood many guards, some tall and short, however they all had one common similarity: they were all ape-man, be it black fur, golden fur or long-armed. Their color, height and structures all had differences, but they were all ape-man. Humph. True Yan's expression was heavy as he took big strides through the door of the shrine. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The guards all bowed respectfully. True Yen immediately rushed into the shrine. In the thrones within there were already 16 other ape-man. All their expressions changed as they saw True Yen enter. What's the matter? True Yen rushed in, his gaze sweeping past the 16. Roaring, the name list for the large alliance. How come there's only one slot for my Kahan clan? True Yen, you didn't care about matters being in Primal Chaos City. This is something we and the other leaders discussed and decided on. A 20 tall black fur ape-man's voice rumbled, resounding across the entire hall. Rubbish. True Yen pointed at the huge ape-man before him. Our sacred ape-man shrine has 18 leaders. Now that the sage doesn't meddle in the affairs, everything is decided by the 18 of us. I am one of the leaders. Usually I couldn't care less, however don't push things too far. If your King Kong clan can have 4 slots, why has my Kahan clan only been given 1? True Yen, that black ape-man roared. Shut up. True Yan's gaze swept past every one of them. Just because I don't usually bother with these affairs, don't play me for a fool. If you are really unhappy, I don't mind having a real match in reality. I'll immediately seal all of you. The other 15 were stunned, yet they didn't dare make a sound. True Yen Emperor was indeed an absolute warrior amongst the ape-man race. He was also a being closest to receiving the title knight. He normally didn't care much about the ape-man matters. One thing, I don't wish to bully anyone, but don't take me for a fool. True Yen gazed at everyone. If any such matter happens again, I won't be discussing this in the virtual universe with you, but I'll head straight to where you live. Finishing, True Yen turned and left. Ape-man, they were highly populated throughout the humanity of the universe. They could be seen anywhere. But even the ape-man race was separated into tens of thousands of clans. This 8-man sacred shrine was the upper echelon of all of them. This true Yan actually bothers about such matters, isn't he? Training in Primal Chaos City to become a knight, a skinny 8-man leader with fiery red eyes said softly. Looks like True Yen still keeps a watch on his Kahan clan. These leaders were helpless. Virtual Universe, Ganwu Continent, Pinghai Company's 86th level meeting room. One side was the upper echelon of Pinghai Company, the other was the Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Division's investment side upper echelon. Su Xian and Bo Te Lai exchanged documents, on it were their signatures. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Su Xian smiled and stood up, lifting a wine glass. After signing, we have to down our drinks in celebration. That's a practice of Earth, Mr. Bo Te Lai. You should try our newest tea drink from Pinghai Company. Bo Te Lai smiled and received it. Down our drinks in celebration. That's new. The two lifted their glasses and raised them together. Not bad at all. This bitter taste revolves in your mouth, really. Wonderful. Bo Te Lai nodded. I like the name tea too. Bo Te Lai pronounced the word tea awkwardly. Su Xian smiled. I like it too, because it can bring about great profits. Yes, that's as true. Bo Te Lai's eyebrows lifted. With the universe technology, analyzing several tastes and flavors of Earth wasn't difficult. However, any particular flavor they produced was specially protected in the virtual universe. Back then Su Xian took many special flavors of Earth and swiftly registered these flavors on a large scale. Even if other companies managed to imitate them, they couldn't copy them, or they would be fined heavily for the usage. The future of Pinghai Company will be up to you, Mrs. Luo. Bo Te Lai said. Otherwise, any failed business, I have to take responsibility for. Rest assured. Su Xian smiled. Haha, Pinghai Company's staff and management are exceptional. I can definitely rest assured. Bo Te Lai smiled. Then I'll look forward for the day Pinghai Company rises to become a second-tier company, hopefully in the next 1,000 years. My aim is a 100 years. Su Xian smiled. Ah. Bo Te Lai's eyes immediately gleamed. Right, in 100 years, the earlier the better. Please, Mr. Bo Te Lai, go take a rest. I've already prepared a banquet. Su Xian smiled, following which she arranged for people to lead the investment department of the Virtual Universe, Ganwu Division, to rest. Within the meeting room, only Su Xian and the short-haired girl remained. Big Sister Su, we've succeeded, the short-haired girl said excitedly. With a price of 10 times, allowing them 51 shares, it's still okay. Su Xian smiled. With this huge investment, our Pinghai Company's overall capital has reached 32,882 mixed elements. Back when Luo Feng was awarded 1,000 mixed elements as reward, he gave 300 to his younger brother Luo Hua to invest and another 200 to Su Xian. However, later on, Su Xian's company, as the returns from storing the funds in the bank was simply too low, it was better for her to let Luo Hua invest it. Hence Luo Hua too entered the company, becoming a very important division, the investment department. Back then, the shares were divided this way. Luo Feng had 50, Luo Hua had 25 and Su Xian had 25. The capital of the company was a total of 600 mixed elements back then. Luo Feng had been in the Primal Chaos City for 10 years, however in the real universe over 30 years had passed. These over 30 years, Su Xian managed the company and Luo Hua was in charge of Investments over 30 years, their capital rose from close to 600 mixed elements to close to 3,000 mixed elements, while it seemed like a small increase, by just a few times. If placed on Earth, the efficiency would simply be too little and not worth mentioning. However, in truth, such a return in the universe was already considered extremely high, as the higher the investment, the harder it was for returns. The bigger the investment, the easier it was for it to attract huge powers and firms' notice. The moment they weren't careful, they would make losses. Over 30 years, earning over 5 times in profits, that was hard. Many undyings with trillions of years of lifespans, even getting one time in return for their investments, was extremely difficult. As there were many ancient beings in the virtual universe, with lifespans in the trillions, along with the virtual universe system regulations making it so that the currencies hardly ever inflated. Imagine one mixed element of 100 million years ago. After that period of time, its buying power had almost no change whatsoever. This led to large corporations' investments finding it hard to make any money. Even Pinghai Company relied on the swift expansion of the food and beverage chain along with investments to have such returns. With the split in shares, the Pinghai Company had 49 of the shares, the Virtual Universe Company took 51 of it. In truth, the main shareholders Luo Feng, Luo Hua and Su Xian before had huge increases in wealth. Even though they had less shares now, the capital of the company had risen from close to 3,000 mixed elements to close to 33,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng, Luo Hua and Su Xian added together immediately had over 16,000 mixed elements in shares. A flagship company of the Virtual Universe Company is separated into third tier, second tier and first tier, and finally special tier companies. Su Xian looked at the document in her hands. Reaching a capital of 1,000 mixed elements puts one in the third tier, breaking 100,000 puts one in the second tier. Breaking 10 million mixed elements puts one in the first tier. Going past 1 billion puts one as a special tier. The business and martial departments were the two biggest departments of the Virtual Universe Company. The manager of a third tier is still considered an outside member. The manager of a second tier can become a last phase region core member. First tier manager equates to a heaven and ground member. Special tier manager equates to an absolute beginning member. Su Xian looked at the document, her eyes gleaming. Our company's capital is reaching 33,000 mixed elements. It's not far from the 100,000 mark. Su Xian said softly, we'll reach there in 60 years. 60 years, the short-haired lady beside her was shocked. The higher the investment, the higher scale, the harder it was to earn. Rising was hard too. 100 million universe dollars, Luo Feng could easily raise it to 1 billion universe dollars. However, if it were 100 million mixed elements, even if it was given to Luo Hua with 1 million to 10 million years, wanting to make it grow by 10 times, that was simply a dream. If one could easily turn it to 1 billion mixed elements, the Virtual Universe Company would immediately hire him as a VIP with protection, arranging for an undying to be his bodyguard. Because this level of earning speed was even more terrifying than an emperor undying. Hence, little fights and squabbles do not bother them at all. This earning ability was truly what the huge leviathans were competing for. Obviously, the Virtual Universe Company favored Pinghai Company more. 60 years, Su Xian nodded. 60 years to rise to a second-tier company, that's too hard, the short-haired lady shook her head. We'll work hard. Su Xian smiled, thinking within, 60 years, here will be just the amount of time he'll take to finish Primal Chaos City training, before he finishes, to be able to meet at Yuxiang Mountain. I guess his expression will be priceless. Su Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Primal Chaos City. Right here, Luo Feng walked until he reached the entrance of a mansion. At the time, there were many warriors there entering. Tru Yan is teaching today. I heard he's explaining the 9 universe tablets. First to third picture. Even though I'm studying the 4th picture, there's always benefits from listening to the basics. Me too. Subsect leaders are indeed leaders. The sector lords and undyings all entered the mansion. Luo Feng followed the scanner on the entrance, scanned through Luo Feng without any resistance. Obviously, he had to pass the requirements to listen to the class. Within the mansion, it was a 10 kilometers long and wide plaza. There a few hundred warriors had already gathered to listen. There's quite a lot of people. Luo Feng sat in the corner. Young one, first time. A bald old man laughed as he sat not far away from Luo Feng. From one look he could tell this youth was only a universe level. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Able to come attend the class at universe level, looks like you were chosen from the genius battle, and are probably among the top 2. The old bald man laughed. At this time over 1,000 people had gathered in the plaza. Rumble. A formless pressure immediately engulfed the plaza. Over 1,000 warriors gathered there all went silent as a form of respect. A golden-armored, tall, and sturdy ape-man walked onto the plaza. Every step he took flashed a few km. Behind him tens of warriors followed. Teleportation, that's teleportation. Tru Yan's teleportation has already reached an unbelievable level. With hushed voices, discussions sprung all over, however the noise was still extremely low. Those following Tru Yan are his disciples. If we can take him as our master, that would be great. That depends on your capability. Without it, why would he accept you? Luo Feng held his breath and watched. In the distance, Tru Yan sat cross-legged. Beside him were tens of disciples. As for the others incapable of becoming his disciples, the thousands of them could only come attend his classes. Today I will clearly explain the 9 universe tablets. Third picture. This third picture is the basic. Tru Yan pointed into mid-air and a complex engraving appeared, similar to the golden engraving on his armor. This first picture goes with the origin law this way. In mid-air, the complex golden engravings revolved, almost like a mechanical wheel, infused with mysterious law energies. So mystical Luo Feng watched with his mouth wide open. Tru Yan explained the class in detail. Even his calculations were very clear. The group of warriors were still stunned, however, by the lesson. According to each person's comprehension, the feeling was different. Alright, today I'll end here. 3 days later, Tru Yan said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. Over 1,000 warriors bowed respectfully. At this time a black-haired youth walked out from the amidst the 1,000. Immediately walking ahead of the group all turned to stare, filled with shock. This punk wants to request Tru Yan as his teacher. Sitting right above, a smile appeared on Tru Yan's face. This Luo Feng is really going with Tru Yan as his teacher. In another mansion of Primal Chaos City, Blade Emperor, who was quietly meditating, shook his head, helpless. Towards the sect leader, True Yen Emperor, before him, Luo Feng was filled with gratitude. Back when I first came to Primal Chaos City, I was simply a small figure. True Yan's one-pointer allowed me to walk the most correct path, maybe to him. It was a casual pointer, but to me it probably affected my next trillion years of training. Luo Feng bowed respectfully, according to Primal Chaos City customs, with over 1,000 other warriors looking at him, he shouted. Respectfully, I earnestly request to become a disciple of yours. I earnestly request to become a disciple of yours, the sound resounded throughout the plaza. Over 1,000 warriors all looked at True Yen Emperor. Will he accept? Haha, True Yen Emperor looked at Luo Feng and laughed carefreely. From today, you'll be a disciple of I, True Yen Emperor. Hua. There was chaos below. Follow me. True Yen stood up and took Luo Feng along with the rest of his disciples. What? True Yen really accepted Luo Feng as his disciple, a handsome goosey. Luo frowned. Right now, both Luo Feng and Bolin have sect leader Undyings as their teachers, and Rong Jun, he has a universe country leader as his teacher. They were already leading ahead, with a teacher giving help now. Their improvement will be even more shocking. Goosey Luo gritted his teeth. I have to grasp my time and quickly pass the third level, that way I can find a teacher. Madman, he really cannot be undermined in the training grounds, covered in perspiration. Rong Jun said softly, my opponent is not just Bolin, but Luo Feng as well. Damn, True Yen really accepted him. The Manka Prince Wuka could only roar softly, then return to working hard. The group of geniuses all felt the pressure, as actually succeeding in getting a sect leader as one's teacher wasn't easy. Firstly, one had to pass the third level as a requirement, and normally from the 1,000 that come from the genius competition, the number that could actually pass the third level within the 30 years in Primal Chaos City could be counted with one hand. From previous competitions, the number able to pass the third level mostly stayed under 5, even if there were more geniuses or exceptional geniuses in a batch, it never exceeded 10. Even after passing the third level, those undying sect leaders hardly ever accepted either. These old weird things mostly existed for over 1 trillion years. It usually was a long while before they truly accepted a disciple. As time flowed, these geniuses never let up for a moment, especially with a large amount of targets and goals to chase before them. These geniuses improved with shocking speed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the 13th year after they arrived in Primal Chaos City, Rong Jun passed the third level. In the 19th year, Luo Feng passed the 4th level, and on that day Bolin too passed the 5th level. The two far exceeded everybody else that day. It spurred Rong Jun and many others to give it a shot, however none succeeded. In the 21st year, Wuka passed the 3rd level. In the 25th year, Long Yun and Jiao Laishi passed the 3rd level. In the 28th year, Qian Shui passed the 3rd level. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Within Primal Chaos City, True Yen Emperor's mansion. Luo Feng, there's only 10 days before you have to leave Primal Chaos City. True Yen laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. After leaving, if you meet any hard questions while training, you can ask me. As for other world matters, I hope you can settle them yourselves, unless you really meet something that you have no way to solve. Come look for me, understood? Yes, teacher. Still dressed in a dark red armor, the black short-haired youth stood there. Even though compared to True Yen and the others he was skinny and small. However, that suppressed fierce intrepid energy he emanated made hearts tremble. Compared to 30 years ago when he first came, he was no longer as young and tender. There was a fierce toughness. It was one that stemmed from comprehending the universe origin laws, one that formed from melding that comprehension deep within one's bones, a special aura. True Yen nodded his head satisfied. He was extremely satisfied with this. Student. Go on, True Yen smiled. Luo Feng knelt down hard, causing True Yen Emperor to shake his head and laugh. Stand up. Thank you, teacher, for the 20 years of guidance. Luo Feng remained kneeling. Your disciple will not let you down. Within, Luo Feng was filled with gratitude. This huge golden fur warrior that looked like a golden ape-man, even though his position was extremely high, he was usually very sincere and close to his disciples. 20 years. How long has Luo Feng been living? Even though he was grateful towards his teacher Hu Yen Bo from the Yun-Mo planet, they never really interacted. However, in Primal Chaos City, he had been interacting with True Yen Emperor for 20 years. That teacher-student relationship had naturally become deep. Haha, won't disappoint me. True Yen rubbed the fur on his chin, laughing. My first goal for you is to enter the primal secret region. The second goal is to become an undying and getting the title Emperor. Understood? Yes, Luo Feng answered firmly, resonating loudly. Haha, over countless years, I've had close to 100 disciples, yet only your third senior has ever truly immediately become undying and later becoming an emperor. True Yen laughed, his eyes squinting. Now it's up to you. Luo Feng was very clear. His teacher had a total of 92 disciples, 23 had already fallen, and the number following him in Primal Chaos City was only 35. Some had the title official. Only one had become emperor. That was the third senior, called Taijun, an absolute warrior from the Nakamon clan. He had become a disciple a very long time ago. His teacher had existed for over 1 trillion years. To be able to be called the third senior, that was definitely one that he accepted in the previous 100 million years. Currently this senior was the idol amongst the group of disciples. Taijun, with his title, Bloodthirsty Emperor. In terms of reputation, he was even more prominent than his teacher, True Yen. Of course his teacher was a being close to a universe country leader. In terms of strength he was still stronger. Go on, True Yen smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Luo Feng got up to leave. Walking out of his teacher's mansion, he turned to look, feeling bittersweet. Within. The last time was leaving Earth, this time it's leaving my teacher. Luo Feng shook his head. You are still young. When you've trained for 10 million years, you'll get used to it. In his mind, Babada's voice resounded. Alright, Luo Feng frowned. Training for 10 million years is a thing for the future. Right now, I haven't even lived for 100 years. There's no need to talk about such faraway matters. Walking along the alley, Luo Feng sighed. 30 years. In a flash, it's over. Luo Feng was happy within. I'm already much stronger than when I came. His earth body, as he hadn't been training it, remained at universe level 1. However, the moment he leaves Primal Chaos City, he could use the life pool and easily reach universe level 9. As he didn't have any bottleneck, he could easily break through straight to Domain Lord. The Masha clan was the same level as the golden horned beast. Before coming to the primal universe, Luo Feng had already prepared a large amount of required metals for the domain lord level, hence it maintained its normal evolution speed. A total of 30 years in Primal Chaos City. A little more than 10 years ago, it broke through to Domain Lord Level 1. And Domain Lord Level 1 to 3 required 150 years. 4 to 6 required 600 years. 7 to 9 required 3,600 years. Domain Lord Level 9 breaking through to Sector Lord required about 5,000 years. Using the optimum metal groups during the Domain Lord level could at most raise its evolution efficiency by 52 times. It had been 20 years in Primal Chaos City, meaning its normal evolution had been going on for over 1,000 years, hence, the current Golden Horned Beast and Masha clan had both reached Domain Lord Level 6. If I go to the life pool and evolve to Universe Level 9, I have to stop there. If I break through to Domain Lord Luo Feng thought, that would be troublesome. In theory, the moment I'm Domain Lord Level 1 I can rise straight to Domain Lord Level 9, however I'm different from others, my growth is limited by the internal world. Since his internal world was Domain Lord Level 6, then there was no bottleneck before then. However, if the internal world didn't grow, his body's soul had no way to grow at all. When the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clan both reach Domain Lord Level 9, then I'll make my human body rise to Domain Lord Level 9, Luo Feng thought. In Primal Chaos City, my biggest improvement is in the comprehension of the origin laws, Luo Feng exclaimed. Studying the 9-universe tablet, plus the teachings of his teacher, Tru Yen Emperor, along with the study of floating blood, his improvement was indeed huge. 10 years ago, he had completely comprehended floating blood's first blade form. The beginning was the toughest, with experience and his teacher's pointers. What's more, the 108 blade forms were the most compatible with the raindrop picture's 9 blade forms, hence with 3 years of work, Luo Feng had comprehended the second blade form and after another 3, finished the third. The further he got, the higher the efficiency. In the 28th year of being in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had comprehended the 9th blade form. At this point, the 9-universe tablet's raindrop picture didn't hold much mystery at all to Luo Feng anymore. He had completely comprehended it. The September 1st forms were easy. The middle 27, however, were much harder, much less the final 72. Now that it was about time to leave Primal Chaos City soon, Luo Feng hadn't even comprehended the 10th blade form. Even though I haven't finished the 10th, the second drizzle picture, I've had great improvements over these 3 years, Luo Feng thought. There's another 10 days before I leave. Before that I'll try the Heavenly Bridge one more time and see if I can pass the 5th level. If I pass, I'll get another chance to study the tablet. With that final study chance, I'll be able to absorb it slowly after I leave. A large fish was flying in that unstable universe between the primal and actual universe. Within this large fish, Sir Knight, of the 1,000 geniuses from this batch, there are 816 still surviving. Dressed in jasper armor was Jade Emperor, who was bowing. She continued, of which the most exceptional is Bolin. He's already passed the 5th level currently. Next is Luo Feng. He's past the 4th. The next 5 have all passed the 3rd level. The most shocking of the group is Luo Feng. In his 19th year, he already passed the 4th level, far exceeding the others. He is the closest to Bolin. The other 10 Undyings all reacted but remained respectful. Nine-Blade Knight, however, sat in the throne and listened, nodding, saying softly, Bolin Luo Feng. Rumble. The ship continued advancing. Nine-Blade Knight sat in the ship headed to Primal Chaos City. He was prepared to receive Luo Feng's batch back into the actual universe. Ping Hai Company's 86th level meeting room. Big Sister Sue, it should be fine, right? The short-haired lady looked at Sue. Xian. No problem, Sue. Xian sat calmly. Luo Feng had been in Primal Chaos City for over 30 years, however in the actual universe, it had been over 100 years. It might seem like a long time. However, in the vast universe, it was simply a little flash, especially with the eternal body. Sue Xian's appearance hasn't changed at all over the 100 years, only her gaze and aura. It had obviously matured from before, just like light sharpening and shaping a gemstone, revealing her beauty. I don't know if we can make it in time. Sue Xian closed her eyes, muttering. Within, Luo Feng is just about to leave Primal Chaos City. I hope we pass the inspection in a few days. Pa. Several knocks on the door. Come in. Sue Xian opened her eyes, her gaze deep and wise. This was formed from managing a large corporation for long periods of time, something that formed naturally over the course itself. The door pushed open and a very formally dressed Bo-Te-Lai bureau chief, accompanied by a silver-haired green-eyed middle-aged lady, walked into the meeting room, followed by 8 other staff behind them. How's the inspection? Sue Xian smiled and stood up. Haha, I knew Mrs. Luo wouldn't let me down. Bo-Te-Lai laughed loudly. Beside him, the middle-aged lady also smiled. Mrs. Luo, according to our audit department's inspection, your half-year report is completely accurate, with a marginal error of only 0.01. Sue Xian immediately grew excited. Big Sister Sue, we've succeeded. Beside, the short-haired lady cheered excitedly. Congratulations, Mrs. Luo. The middle-aged lady smiled and extended her arm. Shaking hands is a formality of Earthright. Thank you. Sue Xian fought hard to suppress her excitement as she shook her hand. However, her eyes were already filling with tears of joy. Her hard work was all for this day. Finally, they managed to reach it just in the nick of time. Mrs. Luo. Bureau Chief Bo-Te-Lai smiled. According to the half-year report, Ping Hai Company's current capital value is at 100,012 mixed elements, according to our levels given to the companies under the Virtual Universe Company. Ping Hai Company's capital has already reached the 2nd-tier level, hence I will immediately request, within a day, for the changes within Ping Hai Company. Mrs. Luo, you too will be rewarded with the respective power. Yes, the silver-haired green-eyed lady nodded. In a while, the main department will send people over to arrange matters for Mrs. Luo to enter the core. Congratulations. Congrats. Bureau Chief Bo-Te-Lai laughed loudly. Mrs. Luo, you've entered the core level as a last phase member. Mr. Luo is in the core absolute beginning region. Husband and wife have both entered the core of the Virtual Universe Company. This is definitely a fairy tale. Sue Xian could barely contain her excitement and joy. Thanks, my company has already prepared a banquet for everybody, Sue Xian said. Mrs. Luo, the silver-haired green-eyed lady, shook her head and smiled. I need to leave immediately to report the results back to the management. Also, Request for your company's rise in tier, hence I won't be staying. Yes, the change in tier of a company is extremely important, we do not dare to stay, Bureau Chief Botelai said too. After a while, the group from the virtual universe company left quickly, only Su Xian and her helper were left. Big Sister Su, the short-haired lady cheered excitedly, we did it, we've succeeded, truly, we really did it, before Mr. Luo Feng returned. We've made the company huge, becoming a second-tier company, my god, this is simply unbelievable, too unbelievable. Su Xian nodded, her face filled with excitement. As long as we work hard, we can do anything. We did it. We really did it. Su Xian turned, looking out through the huge glass window. And it showed her reflection, compared to the time when the swallowing beast incident happened on Earth. Her appearance hadn't changed at all, still as beautiful, her figure still slim. Over the 100 years of change, she hardly ever got this excited anymore. At this time, however, the lady reflected in that full-sized window was almost like a teenage girl falling in love for the first time, filled with excitement and anticipation. I don't know just what expression he will have when he meets me in Yuxiang Mountain. Su Xian said softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. When Luo Feng was in Primal Chaos City close to 20 years, 60 years had already passed in the actual universe. Over 60 years, Su Xian had turned the initial 30,000 mixed elements from their merger into a huge corporation. Over 60 years, raising it to over 100,000 mixed elements. There was Luo Hua's work in it too, however Su Xian as the main person in charge and had played a critical role. Over 60 years, earning over 60,000 mixed elements. This speed of profits, even the master of the Yunmo planet couldn't compare. Of course, the only reason Su Xian was able to do such a thing was because she had the initial capital to begin with, as Luo Feng had given large amounts of wealth to his younger brother and wife, making Pinghai Company's initial formation already having a value of 600 mixed elements. 600 mixed elements. It was comparable to a wealthy sector lord, even a poorer undying. This level of wealth, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Emperor couldn't fork out such a sum immediately. The starting capital was huge. Naturally, the scale of their operations started big. If one began a new company with only 100 million universe dollars, that's considered extremely wealthy in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. That little bit of capital could at most buy a few hundred life planets. However, after 10 million years of struggle, increasing their wealth by 10,000 times, that would only be 1 trillion universe dollars, simply one mixed element. Hence, the starting capital was very important. Due to Luo Feng, Pinghai's starting capital was close to 600 mixed elements. And later, due to Su Xian's leadership and skills, Luo Hua's investment abilities, they grew on a very large but difficult scale. Through this virtuous cycle, they attracted the virtual universe company's investment, allowing their scale to take another huge jump and advance forward. Finally, 100 years of time, Pinghai Company's net capital finally exceeded 100,000 mixed elements. This was a huge sum that would make many undyings hold their breaths. Primal Chaos City. The energies revolved. Luo Feng sat, cross-legged, in his own training quarters balcony. On the other balconies too were warriors, either standing or sitting. With a glance, tens of thousands of warriors were treasuring their time and looking at the skies, those visible origin laws almost like gears. Revolving, they glanced at them before returning to train. And Luo Feng, even though it looked like he was studying, in truth his consciousness had entered the virtual universe training grounds and was going through simulations. The 9-universe tablet secret room will open again tomorrow afternoon. Another batch of warriors to enter Luo Feng had checked earlier. Then I'll go to the heavenly bridge again tomorrow. As for now, it's my last chance to train, putting together everything I've learned over these past years, raising the power of the Nanshan armament to its limit. Studying was very important. Unleashing what one studied was important too. On the balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes. "Come meet me now," a voice immediately resounded within his mind. "Come meet me now, come meet me now, come meet me now." The sound reverberated time again, causing the surviving 816 geniuses of the initial 1,000 to stop their training. "It's the night." Luo Feng immediately rushed into the sky. Shwa 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 shwa. From the vast wastelands, from the different corners of Primal Chaos City, silhouettes rushed into the sky. A total of over 900 silhouettes headed towards the same direction. In the skies of the city, a dark blue fish that was a 1,000 m long, almost like a strange beast waving its tail, broke through the condensed primal chaos space and flew over. That powerful energy that made people submit emitted from within that blue fish ship. Ka. The cabin door opened and 10 silhouettes flew out. Leading them was a green, armored purple-scaled man. The large fish that was floating in mid-air immediately vanished. At this time, Luo Feng and the rest of the 816 geniuses, and close to 100 Undyings, had already gathered in the air above, respectfully waiting. "Greetings, Knight," a group of Undyings bowed. "Greetings, Knight." Luo Feng and the vast group of geniuses too bowed respectfully in mid-air. Humph. A snort, just that sound alone, fell like a heavy hammer on the group's hearts. The green armored purple-scaled man was like a god, coldly gazing down on the floating group, and the tens of thousands of warriors in Primal Chaos City could all feel that pressure, not daring to look at him. Terrifying Luo Feng couldn't help but feel cold sweat bead down his forehead. It was almost like an ant being stared at by a huge and powerful dragon. "I didn't expect the knight's rage to be so terrifying." Luo Feng held his breath. "Back then we first met the 9-Blade Knight in the virtual universe. Maybe the virtual universe network could at most hold some of his consciousness, hence his pressure wasn't that strong when he came the last time. He controlled his aura too. I didn't expect that." Simply letting it out a little silence. Close to 100 Undyings, and over 800 geniuses, didn't dare make a sound. "Primal Chaos City is the safest place we've arranged for you all." The green, armored purple-scaled man stood in mid-air, almost like a god, surveying the group below him, and 1/5 of the 1,000 died here. "It's very disappointing." Silence. In the air above the city, Luo Feng and the group could only listen obediently and not make a sound. "There's still 10 days before you have to leave Primal Chaos City," the man said coldly. "When that happens, you'll discover that it won't be as safe as before. If you can lose 1/5 of the group in such a safe place like Primal Chaos City, then when you return to the actual universe, I fear that within 100 years, only 500 of you will be left." Humph. "Grasp your final 10 days. Whoever needs to try the heavenly bridge, go ahead. Whoever needs to study the tablets, go ahead when you leave Primal Chaos City, it'll be a long time before you ever return here again. The green, armored purple-scaled man waved his hand and ordered, "Go." "Yes," the large group replied. With that the group dispersed and headed in all directions in the city. The pressure exerted by the night was simply too much. The green-robed purple-scaled man took a stride and vanished immediately from the skies above Primal Chaos City, appearing in a desolate area's huge mansion. That was enormous, but yet plain and simple. This mansion had a completely black door. "Haha, it's rare a good friend pays me a visit." With a laugh, the black door automatically opened. A three-eyed old man dressed in what seemed like a sack cloth walked out. This old man was the guardian of the Primal Chaos tablets. The one that had 52 clones, Candeli. "It's been a while, hence I came to see you." Nine-Blade Knight was smiling. The two walked side by side into the living room of the mansion, sitting facing each other. The three-eyed old man smiled and poured some wine. "Nine-Blade, you wouldn't look for me here without a reason. Speak, what's the matter?" "Haha, then I'll be direct." Nine-Blade Knight smiled. "We just discovered a new universe secret area. From our calculations, it belongs to an extremely high level." "Ah," the three-eyed old man's eyes gleamed. Universe secret areas, they were naturally formed phenomenon that occur while the vast universe was changing through its normal change. Stars and planets of the sorts were usually formed, however, under special circumstances. Mystical universe secret areas as big as the Black Dragon Mountain starfield may appear. The actual universe was known as the most vast and ancient universe. The secret areas within the universe secret areas have different levels of dangers. The treasures within too differed, however. Normally even the lousiest of new secret areas required at least sector lord level to explore. "How high?" the three-eyed old man asked, curiously. "Anything below night would most certainly die if they entered." Nine-Blade Knight smiled. "Those Emperor Knights, their chances of survival are extremely low." "Ah, interesting." The three-eyed old man's heart jumped. Within the actual universe, there were very few things left that could harm an undying. A secret area that could make anything below a night die as they go in, then this secret area must be terrifying. However, the more terrifying it was, it also meant that it was easier to get universe treasures within. Treasures that would excite even the knights. "It's been discovered not too long ago. We wouldn't invite anyone we didn't trust. I came personally this time to invite you." Nine-Blade Knight looked at the three-eyed old man. "Candeli, will you go?" Candeli hesitated. "Anyway, your clones can protect the Primal Chaos tablets. What's more, there's the city leader here. There's no danger here at all." Nine-Blade shook his head. "And the primal universe is only a small universe that's still evolving, not even 10 millionth of our actual universe. Our actual universe is the true center. It has been tens of thousands of years since you've left. It's time to go explore. There might be some huge discovery." The three-eyed old man's eyes gleamed. "When you gather, inform me." The three-eyed old man looked at Nine-Blade Knight. "Haha, with you, we'll have a much bigger guarantee." Nine-Blade Knight laughed. Candeli was an ancient being within the universe. His power was absolute. All the absolute warriors and races call him Primal Chaos City's guardian. This name resounded even more than Nine-Blade Knight's reputation. And his cloning was the move that gained the most reputation. His cloning was simply splitting part of himself, two undyings, producing a clone. Was simple. However, Candeli wasn't the same. Every clone he produced had about 60 strength of the original. Hence, in times of danger, using them to Explore and scout was the safest option even if a clone was destroyed. It didn't affect Candeli much. Candeli, Nine-Blade Knight, these two absolute beings, chatted for a while. Suddenly, Nine-Blade Knight frowned. What's the matter? Candeli frowned too. Small matter. Nine-Blade smiled indifferently. Our newest batch of genius punks, the Rong Jun, who was accepted as Yuanshan country leader's disciple, just passed the 4th level of the Heavenly Bridge. 4th level, not bad at all, Candeli complimented. New batches from the genius competitions coming to Primal Chaos City. It's extremely rare for any of them even past the 4th. Plus Rong Jun, this batch already has 3 Bolin, Luo Feng and Rong Jun 9th Blade Knight revealed a smile. These 3 punks are very exceptional. They may eventually become your right and left arms, Candeli said. Nine-Blade laughed. On a balcony of a training quarter. What? Luo Feng, who was originally sitting crossed-legged with his eyes closed, stood up and frowned. Rong Jun passed the 4th level. Rong Jun had passed the 3rd level in the 13th year of coming to Primal Chaos City. However, every 3 levels was a threshold. From the 3rd to 4th level was extremely difficult. Whether it was Bolin or himself, they all took a while before passing the 4th level. He's passed the 4th, then right now Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I'll go try the 5th level now. Mental state and emotions too could affect one's battle abilities. Luo Feng was currently filled with fighting spirit, following which he immediately headed towards the Heavenly Bridge. Rong Jun passed the 4th level, another 4th level. The other geniuses almost simultaneously received the news. Virtual Universe Heavenly Bridge. In the center of the beautiful island, silhouettes appeared. So many people. The moment Luo Feng appeared, he saw in the surroundings. There were already over 20 youths, and more were still appearing, obviously. The over 800 geniuses all wanted to give it a shot before leaving Primal Chaos City. Rong Jun's breakthrough had spurred everybody to come give it a shot. Luo Feng, there's someone on the 9-Universe Bridge currently. You'll be next. The black-robed watchman Bevan smiled. Wuka, the huge axe bridge has someone. You'll be next. Watchman Bevan was arranging the order for everybody. Some of them, however, could attempt straight away. Luo Feng, you are here to try. Wuka stood beside Luo Feng muttering, you are already leading by so much. Rong Jun has caught up too. I cannot relax. Luo Feng smiled. Luo Feng and Wuka spotted a silhouette that just appeared beside, still in the same white robe, carrying that blood blade. Death God Bolin. He's here too. Luo Feng frowned. That white-robed youth spotted Luo Feng and nodded at him, saying softly, Luo Feng. Bolin. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Around them over 100 geniuses had already gathered. These geniuses all looked at Luo Feng and Bolin and discussed softly. The two have met again. The last time Luo Feng passed the 4th level and Bolin passed the 5th. Will the two of them pass again today? The Heavenly Bridge isn't so easy. However, amongst our batch, the only one able to match up to Bolin is Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Bolin only glanced at each other without speaking. However, within, they were feeling competitive. Luo Feng, you can enter the 9-Universe Bridge, Watchman Bevan said. Bolin, the Universe Bridge has someone. You'll be the one after the next person. Luo Feng glanced at Bolin and Bolin glanced back. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew straight into the distant Nine Universe. Bridge. Nine Universe Heavenly Bridge. The first 3 levels were shrouded in mist. The 4th and 5th levels were shrouded in squall, reaching the peak, the 5th level's distance from the ocean was extremely high, one could only see the mad winds from the 4th level amidst the darkness, not even the ocean. 5th level. Luo Feng stood on the bridge looking at the tornado ahead. That continuous tornado let out a sound. Choose fighter, controller. Hypnotist, choose one, defeat your opponent and you can proceed to the 6th level. Controller Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. Chi. From the tornado, a silver-armored silhouette swiftly flew out, wearing a silver mask. The skinny man stood on a dark cloud shuttle, carrying a dark golden long rod. His weapons, etc. were still similar to Luo Feng's. Coming to try the 5th level at universe level, you must be very confident. The silver-armored man sneered, take out all your strength, otherwise once I attack you won't even be able to defend. Arrogant punk. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, coldly gazing at the silver-armored man before the tornado. Hoo-ha! The dark golden long rod behind him swiftly shot out gold beams of light that covered the sky. Large amounts of little golden blades floated before Luo Feng, countless threads weaving through them. Every little blade kept a small distance between each other. On each, the complex engravings shot out more golden thread, a total of 1,600 little golden blades shooting out. Gold origin law infused golden threads that weaved and connected swiftly, forming together a blurry huge totem pillar. Nanshan Armaments 4th level optimum power. The totem pillar floated before Luo Feng. Only the 4th level, the silver-clothed man smiled coldly, to be able to use the 4th level of the Nanshan armament at universe level is very impressive. However, to pass the 5th level, that's just a dream. Rumble. While speaking, the golden long rod on his back was like a secret weapon, shooting in all directions large amounts of golden light, in an instant almost like a glaring sun itself. Countless golden light swiftly condensed, every 81 of them forming one golden blade, a total of 36 true golden blades that were one chi long, all floating before him. Chi 36 golden blades fused together, large amounts of golden threads weaving and linking them. A 3m long dark golden blade, almost like a true golden blade. One couldn't even see any slits between. Without careful examination, one couldn't even see the golden threads in between. This huge blade floated before the silver armored man. Nanshan Armaments 5th level Space Slicer. 5th level, Luo Feng thought, so it's that way. This 5th level opponent uses the 5th level of the Nanshan armament. Right now my grasp of the drizzle picture and comprehension of the gold origin laws still cannot produce the 5th level of the Nanshan armament. However, the first picture, the raindrop picture, I've completely seen through the 9 wonders, fusing the 9 into one body. My totem pillar is much stronger than any other totem pillar. Luo Feng very clearly remembered back when he first attempted the 1st level, his heaven-piercing blade was defeated by the opponent's 3 blades into one. This meant one thing. It didn't mean that the higher the level, the higher the strength and power. Go and die. The silver-armored man coldly gazed at Luo Feng. Xiao. The 3m long dark golden long blade immediately tore through the sky and became a gold blur. Rumble. The totem pillar began to roll I'll make you understand that the fifth level of the Nanshan armament isn't necessarily stronger than the fourth. Luo Feng thought within, standing on the dark cloud shuttle. The gold blur was already piercing towards him from the distance. Luo Feng, however, had long shot out what seemed like a golden energy ball that wrapped around the totem pillar. Rumble. The totem pillar rolled, and while it seemed slow, however, in an instant, it blocked the gold blur. He actually blocked it, sliced through it. The silver-armored man in the distance gazed coldly. Chi chi chi. The dark golden long blade was like lightning, immediately piercing the totem pillar. With a loud clash, the surface of totem pillar shook violently. The spot where it sliced had broken golden threads. Little golden blades began to float up. Rejoin with a thought. The floating little golden blades immediately entered the totem pillar. The law-infused golden threads weaved through them, and the totem pillar was once again formed. What a powerful space slicer! Indeed, the fifth level. Luo Feng was shocked. Within, he didn't just specialize in studying the space laws. His golden horned beast had never relaxed once on studying the gold origin laws. Gold itself was an immovable and solid law, making the totem pillar extremely hard to destroy. He didn't expect the first clash alone to actually cause the totem pillar to partially crumble. Haha, the distant silver-armored man's eyes were filled with disdain. Laughing loudly, punk, trying to attempt the fifth level at universe level. Stop dreaming, go back and train for another 1,000 years. Xiao. The dark golden long blade once again pierced through the sky. Luo Feng's expression grew cold. 9-thread loop. Rumble. The totem pillar rolled in mid-air, almost like a giant grabbing the totem pillar and swinging it forward. The totem pillar once again clashed against the golden blade that tried to dodge it. With a loud clash, the golden blur was knocked back and the totem pillar only slightly shaken. The silver-armored man's expression changed. He blocked it again. Xiao. The dark golden long blade once again became a blur, and the space around it began to shake. With a blur, it pierced towards Luo Feng again. Rumble. The totem pillar in mid-air left an image in mid-air and once again slowly rolled to right before the extremely quick long blade and clashing again. Rumble, 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 rumble. The dark golden long blade became a golden blur, and just like a fish in space, time and again pierced towards Luo Feng. The totem pillar, however, strangely enough, seemed slow, but managed to block the blade over and over again. Every clash didn't even make the totem pillar crumble. How can it be so quick? The silver-armored man frowned. My fourth level is different from that opponent in the Heavenly Bridge level 4s. Nanshan armament fourth level. Luo Feng revealed a smile, thinking within. Right. This was his trump card for the fifth level 9-thread loop. Raindrop picture. After seeing through it completely and understanding the 9 blade forms, every blade form represented a wonder of the essence itself, able to make a weapon follow the optimum ripple thread movement to attack. However, as the space ripples were complex, with different and various kinds of ripples, it was like the undercurrent of the ocean. Luo Feng was still unable to use all of it. Only meeting a suitable undercurrent was he able to make his speed reach unbelievable speeds. And the 9 wonders that Luo Feng had comprehended were considered amongst the space laws the most superficial and basic 9. Hence in any space, there would be at least one of them, allowing Luo Feng to rely on these 9, making his totem pillar reach shocking speeds. Also, With these properties, Luo Feng using the 9-thread flow from the 10,000 thread, fusing into one, creating, from his point of view, a perfect way to control the 9-thread loop. With myself as the center, within a 500 m diameter area, this is my 9-thread loop's absolute control area. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and fiercely rushed towards the distant silver-armored man. Yes, absolute control. Rumble, 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 rumble. The totem pillar immediately became 9 totem pillars, within that 500 m ball like area, time and again blocking the golden long blade. Go and die. Luo Feng controlled the totem pillar on one end while swiftly heading towards the two, closing their distance, dragging him into his own absolute area. As long as he entered within, he could easily use the totem pillar to kill his opponent. The silver-armored man's expression changed, immediately stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, 1,000 images appeared in mid-air, fleeing far away. I admit you are very strong, but to beat me you must be dreaming. The silver-armored man communicated via genetic energy. The distant fleeing silver-armored man was raging, roaring at the not-too-distant totem pillar of Luo Feng's break. Immediately, the extremely fast and unpredictable golden blade that was trying time and again to dodge the totem pillar didn't dodge anymore, it instead chose to destroy the totem pillar itself. Rumble, the golden blade became a beam of golden light and madly clashed against the totem pillar, smashing the surface violently. Immediately a large amount of the golden threads were broken from the surface. The little golden blades floated. This made the originally very confident Luo Feng change in his expression. Not good. The golden long blade didn't stop at all, once again clashing hard into the totem pillar, causing Luo Feng, who was controlling through spirit energy, to go pale. This second fierce attack had made his expression go ugly. This was troublesome. The Nanshan armament's 5th level, Space Slicer, its power was much stronger than what he expected. Originally, he thought he could rely on the 9-thread loop and drag his opponent into his 500 m absolute area. Once that happens, he could swiftly control the totem pillar to destroy his opponent as long as the opponent was within his area. The totem pillar's speed exceeded that of the golden long blade. However, the Nanshan armament's 5th level Space Slicer, the long blade that was formed, had 2 properties. One was its speed and the second was its strength. Initially, the silver-armored man wanted to use the long blade to dodge past the totem pillar and kill Luo Feng, hence in terms of control, he was focusing more on the speed. However, since Luo Feng unleashed the 9-thread loop and made the speed of his totem pillar within the 500 m area extremely fast, blocking the long blade easily time and again, his speed fell behind. The first property, speed, was ineffective, however, it still had its second. The 5th level. Why was it called Space Slicer? Luo Feng finally understood. Qi. Just like a beam of light shooting over, Luo Feng didn't dare not block it. If he hadn't, that long blade would have easily sliced right through his head. Rumble, that golden blade pierced straight into the totem pillar. Luo Feng felt his consciousness shake hard. The entire totem pillar's surface, which was struck, almost crumbled totally. Luo Feng could only madly use his spirit energy to reform it. What strong consciousness! I'll see how many times you can block the silver armored man roared. If his consciousness wasn't strong, with one clash, the totem pillar would have crumbled. The golden horned beast was currently domain lord level 6, hence in truth, Luo Feng's consciousness was the domain lord level 6 golden horned beasts. Naturally it was strong, otherwise, he couldn't even receive 3 attacks. Not good, just 3 fierce attacks have used up close to 30 of my spirit energy, and my mental spirit is fatigued. Luo Feng was pale, staring hard at the opponent before him. Rumble. 4th time. Rumble. 5th time. Luo Feng's lips were pale, staring hard at his opponent, reforming the totem pillar time and again as it almost fully crumbles. I don't believe you can keep blocking, even if your consciousness can withstand it. I don't believe your spirit energy won't wear out the silver armored man roared, go again. Rumble 6th time. The totem pillar was once again knocked until 2/3 of it almost fully crumbled. Luo Feng's entire consciousness entered a state of half-blur, as he had used his full strength to control the pillar, requiring a large amount of spirit energy to maintain its form, and spirit energy is linked to one's consciousness. Every clash was a hit on his consciousness itself. Reform. Luo Feng grit his teeth, his spirit couldn't accept defeat. Reforming the totem pillar yet again. Gather. Large amounts of spirit energy, almost like countless little hands, grabbed the scattered over 1,000 little golden blades, according to space and golden laws. Once again mystically gathering and forming the totem pillar, each of the blades formed together through the law-infused golden threads. Not right. While reforming the totem pillar, in a blurred state of mind, Luo Feng's mind recalled the 9 universe tablets raindrop picture. This picture had a total of 9 drops. According to theory, Luo Feng had long completely comprehended this picture, understanding its essence. However, at this time, it's this way. Luo Feng's eyes gleam brighter and brighter. Totem pillar. Luo Feng's energy soared, quickly completing the reforming of the totem pillar. Go and die. Luo Feng pointed at the silver-armored man. The totem pillar began to roll. The surrounding space was almost like flatbread being rolled. Pung! The distant dark golden long blade once again pierced over. However, as it drew close, its speed seemed to strangely decrease. When it finally clashed, it had already lost a great deal of its original power. How can this be? The distant silver-armored man was filled with shock. Rumble. The almost undamaged totem pillar seemed slow in its roll, immediately flashing and appearing before his face, Pucci, almost like crushing an ant, immediately rolling over him, leaving nothing but minced meat. On the dark cloud shuttle in mid-air, the pale Luo Feng's eyes were filled with light, muttering, yes, before when I comprehended the raindrop pictures. 9 drops. I however didn't comprehended the entire picture. Luo Feng looked at the space before him, almost as though he was looking at 9 types of space. Ripples flowing together and separating, resonating with the 9-drop picture. It was pleasing. 5th level. Successful.